move on into the rest of the program.
I will be with you in 1 sec. I'm just setting up the streaming for Zoom to YouTube, and in a couple of minutes, I'll set it up for Twitch also.
Fantastic. So if you have folks who want to participate, we will be streaming as of now on YouTube today and later on Twitch, or soon on Twitch. And so we're very happy to be able to bring that to you all.
All right, cool. Excellent. Once again, thanks to everybody that's here. It's very much appreciated. We didn't know what we were going to do last year. We didn't know what was going to happen, I guess is the easiest way to put it. We had a lot of thoughts, a lot of different ideas, and in the end, we just kind of flew by the seat of our pants. No different than right now, this very second, but it was a little bit different last year. And it was really interesting. And what came out of it was we got people interested, and it was live. And as I was meeting the people that were there, it kind of blew my mind that we had people that had actually flown in from Sweden to attend, and things like that were just absolutely amazing. So after our event last year, and once again, 100% thanks to Eve. Eve and I had only met 8 weeks earlier, and even though I'd been working on TIGS for 2.5 years of myself, Eve was able to bring in the clinical side as well as bring in some other people, and it turned out really good as far as I'm concerned. So it was a really great start. We proofed the concept of doing something like this, and we also proved to the industry why something like this is so valuable. So with that, we started planning for this year, and there were certain things I noticed about last year. We didn't have that many people really coming forward and participating, people like myself with some sort of lived experience. And this year, and we didn't have that many developers really, speaking also about what they're working on, or whether or not they are somebody that does have their own personal struggle. This year, it turned around. So last year it was proofing it, and then this year we've got, an unbelievable cast of world-class speakers. It just amazes me who I was able to talk into doing this. And this is going to be the year of the developer. And I think we're, most of the industry, a lot of the industry, at least people within my Facebook, senior directors, things like that, know this is going on. But this is going to be the year we're going to, once again, take it one step up, and we're going to be able to proof this concept of, why something like this is so important. And we'll be working with people afterwards, after the event itself, to, keep furthering our goals and take this goals to bring this to the next level next year. And next year, I think, is going to be the year of the sponsor, where we're going to get a lot of big name sponsors, even smaller name sponsors coming in on board. So it's going to be a really exciting year. I'm happy you're all here to join it with us. I wish we were all here in person. I'm a real hugger. It would be awesome. I'd probably be a super spreader. So we're really happy this actually isn't going on that way. So, once again, thanks for being here, and welcome to TIGS 2020, and let's get this going.
Thanks, Mark. It's a real honor to be able to plan this conference with you, and to be able to bring this to fruition 2 years in a row. This is very close to the mission of Take This. For those of you who don't know, I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that works in the game industry. And in that role, I have been very pleased to be able to partner with Mark and to help him make his vision a reality, and to bring our expertise, our clinical and research expertise, as well as our connections across the industry to bear on these conversations, which are just so important to ensuring the resiliency of the people who make and play games, and ensuring that it is a healthy and growing and exciting and joyful place in the internets and in the world. And so I just want to remind everyone that participants should have access to Slack. You can let us know in chat in Zoom if you do not. Those of you on YouTube, I welcome your audience and hope that you enjoy the access to this as well. Please use the Q&A function during Q&A sessions today in Zoom. We'll be checking that and monitoring that, and Zoom chat as well. And I would like, as a mental health professional, so to speak, and would like to remind everyone that self-care is really important. Take breaks, get up, move around, make sure you've got access to water. If you need to step away from a screen or outside for a few moments, don't feel compelled to be attached to the screen all day. It is a long day, and we want to make sure that you take care of yourselves. And we're also really pleased and honored to have John Smedley here. Smed is a great voice for mental health awareness and self-care, and is so matter of fact about his own experience. And he's offered to come and share his story with us as a way of introducing the importance and significance of these conversations. And so John Smedley, I would like to thank you for agreeing to participate in this as the keynote speaker for TIGS 2020. And I'm just going to turn the stage over to you in one moment. So give me a second here and do that.
We're going to try to keep on time as much as possible, but
yep, there he is.
Things are the way they are. So
looks like I am having trouble moving John to be Mark is the host. Could you please promote John to a panelist?
I don't have the side view, speaker view, gallery view. Sorry.
Or turn me into a host.
Okay, fine. Let me do that.
Great. I am the host now. John, I am going to promote you to panelist here. Great. And here we'll turn it over to John Smedley.
Elf.
Oh, we're not getting John's video feed by the looks of it.
John, you should turn on your video feed, and then you should.
It's there. There we go. Hold on.
Great.
Yeah, everybody by default, video feed is turned off.
Okay. Can you see me okay?
Yep.
All right. Good to go. Hello, everybody. My name is John Smedley. I am the studio head for Amazon Game Studios in San Diego. Now, before I want to get started here, I'd like to thank both Mark Chandler from TIGS and Yves Crevochet from Take This for giving me the opportunity to speak about a topic that I'm really deeply passionate about. And that is being both a gamer and a game maker with depression. Now, this is a subject that it's very deeply personal to me. I made the choice a long time ago to be completely open about it in all aspects of my life, both personal and professional. And I hope that by sharing my story, maybe some of you that have depression or work with somebody that has it can understand it a little more and lend a hand to someone who might need it sometimes. Now, to tell you a little bit about me, I'm 52 years old. I'm married. I've got 4 kids, and I'm a lifelong gamer. And I've been making games professionally for 32 years. And I've had depression for my entire career. Now, today I'm going to tell you my story about depression and how it impacted my life, my gaming, my job. But first, let's make sure we talk about what depression really is. Depression is a mental health disorder that negatively impacts the way we think, the way we feel, the way we act. And this is different from just ordinary sadness and disappointment that we sometimes feel as a part of everyday life. This is something that persists for weeks, months, years, and in some cases, for your whole life. Depression can steal the joy out of everyday life. It can make the world seem gray and colorless. And in extreme cases, it can take lives. In my career, I've seen that dark side of depression take friends and colleagues, and I've seen the struggles of teammates wrestling with this in the shadows, afraid to discuss it because they feel like it's going to mark them in some way. Let's just put an end to that right now. This shouldn't be something that we're uncomfortable to talk about. Statistics show that roughly 1 in 6 people in the United States are on some kind of psychiatric medication, with the majority being antidepressants. Now, that's a hell of a lot of people. Think about the teams you're on, big, small, or the companies you've been at, also big and small. It's all around us. It affects people at every single level in the game industry and really in all industries. If it affects you like it does me, you're in good company. You're not alone. Now, depression first hit me when I was young. I was a senior in high school. I had an awesome high school life. It was a mixture of playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends, hanging out in the computer lab, learning how to program, and getting very average grades. I spent a lot more time playing games and programming than I did on classwork. But even then, I tended to like to be alone or in small groups of friends. I've never been really super comfortable in big groups. My D&D buddies were a small group, and we used to get together every single weekend and every spare minute we could. And then we would get together and play and enjoy the time with each other, and then we'd go back to school, and I wouldn't see them again until the next weekend. But that same time, I also found computer games. I had a small group of friends that I hung out with in the high school computer room, playing pirate copies of anything we can get our hands on for the Apple II Plus. All the computers we had at school, pretty much at lunchtime, every single one of those things ended up being a game machine. Now I was hooked. As soon as I could put my hands on an Apple II Plus, and I learned as much as I could about it. As fast as I could get my hands on anything I could read, I learned assembly language, I learned BASIC, and I began to realize that this was something I really enjoyed doing. I was happiest when I was in our computer room at home, just coding by myself, completely alone. After high school, I tried college. I wasn't very focused in those days and didn't have the discipline that I do now. But I was already a hardcore gamer by that point. What that actually meant was, again, spending a whole lot of time by myself playing games. But this was years before the internet, and gaming on computers was largely something that you did by yourself. I look back, it's very clear to me that that's where depression really started in me. It's where it got its root. I'd spend long hours by myself while most of the people I knew were out partying in college. Now, during that time, I'd get into a funk sometimes. I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't want to go out. I stopped hanging out with my D&D buddies. Just wanted to be by myself. Sometimes I'd stay in bed for days, just telling my mom and dad that I was sick or making up some other excuse to not want to be around people. Now, don't get me wrong. I had friends. I did have a social life. I had some really good ones, some that I have to this day. But I was a very solitary person by nature. Now, by this time, I was around 20, and I'd had my first job in the game industry. I answered an ad in the newspaper for a games programmer. And I remember seeing that ad and couldn't believe my eyes. Wait, making computer games? Being a programmer, that was combined the two things that I loved the most. I was all in for it. Now, that first job was as a programmer, porting a popular arcade game at the time over to the Apple II Plus. My parents loaned me the money to buy my computer, and I started my first game company, Knight Technologies. The name came right from a TV show, Knight Rider. Yep, really. Don't hassle the Hoff. Now, I remember very distinctly sitting in my apartment by that time, coding for 30 hours straight, completely on my own, only getting out occasionally to say hi to my roommate. I'd sit for hours in the dark, cranking out code. I felt like I was in my element, just me and the machine. I also used my job as a reason not to socialize. There were some days back then that I remember just turning the computer off, not wanting to get out of bed. I'd go through periods where I didn't even want to look at the computer, play games, answer the phone, real phones back then, nothing. Back then, I didn't know what the funk was. Now I know it's called depression. Now I began building my company and started hiring my friends to help make games. And I was able to get some gaming contracts, and my little gaming company turned into a small business that started to grow. That may sound romantic and like an American story, building a business, but anybody that's been a contractor in our industry knows exactly what that really meant. It meant constantly being in fear of not getting more work. It meant the stress of making payroll. It meant working off of milestones and having to hit those milestones in order to literally eat. It meant freaking out if we were late. The pressure was enormous. And there was no more hiding out of my room working by myself because I had people that worked for me. They had to be paid. It was an insane amount of stress, and I handled it really badly sometimes. I worked some inhuman hours in those days. If you're in our industry, you know my story is not unique. This isn't something that I'm proud of. It's just the reality of what I went through. Now, at this point, I've got to stop and kind of let you know how my mind works. Now, even early on, I fell in love with the act of making games. Creating something out of nothing is something that I love. Building something, it's where I get my own personal sense of satisfaction from. I'm very creative by nature. I love nothing more than watching something that I helped to create show up on the screen. Now, those early years changed me a lot. I began to work on games that required more than just me. I found out that I really liked working with teams of people. Now, for me, that meant some adjustments. I found my very solitary nature at odds with the need to work with others. That meant by day, I was busting ass coding and making games, but at night, I really needed to be by myself. I just had to be alone. Now, as time went on, I eventually sold that company to a little bigger company, and that company went under, and I ended up at Sony. Now, this was my first time working for a big company. And by that time, I'd been a producer for many years and was leading larger teams. There was a heck of a lot of stress. I helped to start what's now the first party studio down here in San Diego. But with that responsibility came a whole lot of stress and a whole lot of crunch. And this is when my depression really started to rear its ugly head. There were a lot of mornings where it was very hard for me to go into work. And by that time, I was married to my wife, Shelley. She got to see firsthand exactly how much the pressure and the stress began to take their toll on me. I used to play games till very late when I got home. But when the serious crunch started, I found I just didn't have the energy to do that when I got home. I was too tired, and I was actually uninterested in gaming at that point. Something that's unthinkable to me, but it's a part of depression for me. Even on weekends, I didn't want to game. I didn't feel like doing anything, and oftentimes all I really wanted to do was just crawl into bed and stay there. Felt like there's a cloud over me, like everything was crap. Shelley was pregnant at the time, but I was under so much pressure at work, I felt like everything was going wrong. The world kind of felt gray and dark. At work, actually, everything was going relatively well. I was leading a team making baseball games. Now, sports games are their own unique brand of hell because you got to make the season. And the dirty little secret for me is I hate sports games. I hate most sports. So the pressure I felt was immense. And because of that pressure, I would feel every square inch of it and internalize it, both for me and my team. The world felt very dark. I was working till midnight every night. Our team meals would come. We'd get Tony Roma's ribs one night, Roberto's Mexican food the next night, and then the next night pizza, and then sometimes we'd mix the two. I gained like 50 pounds real fast. I felt that pressure. I felt that darkness closing in. That's when I made my first trip to the doctor. That's when I first got my first antidepressant. And I can remember very distinctly the first time I took one of those pills. And my heart was pounding. I couldn't sleep. There was a ringing in my ears. Something just didn't feel right. But it also made me feel better. Well, sort of. What it really did was numb me. It made it so I didn't feel the lows. But it also made it so I didn't feel any of the highs. Now, I've never been a manic depressive. I don't have bouts of mania. Many do. That's just not my particular brand of depression. Those antidepressants gave me the ability to keep going and do my job. Now, I'd have good days and I'd have bad days, but mostly things were pretty even, despite the hours. Now, after my days of doing sports games, I was lucky enough to get a boss that let me start making online PC games. Now, by that point, I was already well addicted to online games. This game called Cyber Strike that I would be playing, 4 or 5 hours a night after I got home from work. And back then, you actually had to pay by the hour. So we were getting $600 game bills just after I got married. That was a surprise to my wife. And, she's later discovered that this lifelong habit has never gone away. Now, the best part about that time in my life which was around 1995, was that I got to put together a small team and we worked on an online tank game called Tannerus. And I loved every second of that. It was a small team. I got to be really creative. Now, by that time, the worst of the crunch I'd experienced was well behind me. I was running the studio. We were doing PlayStation games, but I also got to build the little online games on the side that I really love so much. Once I was able to start making original games, that was a major turning point for me in my depression. It's when I started to realize that the antidepressants that I was on really dulled my creativity. And oh my God, I hated that. I would go on and off these medicines because I hated that feeling so much, where it dulled me. Now, many of you that have been on antidepressants may understand what I'm talking about. They aren't very fun. They aren't fun drugs at all. Now, they keep you from feeling bad, but they can also keep you from feeling the best parts of life. Or at least that's what I thought at the time. I found frequently I still wouldn't want to play games even when I was on the medicines. They would improve my mood and let me do my job, but the passion wouldn't be there. And I'd go through the motions, but I didn't feel it in my gut. That's when I was noticing that my ideas were coming faster when I was off the medicine. My creativity was sparked, and I would stupidly assume that just because I was, off the antidepressants, that was fueling my creativity. And that started a cycle. I am sure a lot of you have been through that same cycle where you've been through different antidepressant medicines. Some work, some don't. It sucks dialing that in. And it's painful to go through. I went through that. Now, in 1996, our studio had started to work on the game EverQuest. I was fortunate enough to hire some incredibly creative people, including the legendary and late Brad McQuaid and many other incredible game makers, that many of whom I'm still working with today. It took us 3 years almost to the day to create EverQuest. Now, my job on EQ wasn't the main creative. I was more of a bulldozer. I was getting us what we needed to keep our game going, pushing the game to get built, basically. It was an incredibly exhilarating experience. I distinctly remember the other half of the studio, which was still at Sony at the time, calling us the Ghouls and Goblins guys, and that was totally okay by us. But my old buddy depression was always there in the background. Now, during that time, I began to really start to get control of my depression. I began to get discipline around it. I discovered something really obvious and important that truly changed my life. Sleep matters. Yeah, I know it's obvious, right? Or it should be. It's also a little counterintuitive. Many people who have depression want to sleep a lot. In fact, that's really all they want to do. What I'm talking about is something very different. It's consistently sleeping. It's going to bed at a specific time every night. It's trying to get 8 hours of sleep, even if you're only end up getting 6. This period is when I got my depression really under serious control. I stuck with the antidepressants, even though I despised how some of them made me feel. I began to really get religion about getting to sleep on time. I built discipline into my life around my depression. I took my medicine at the same time every day. I played the games I loved every day because I started to notice that when I was careful and I took care of my sleep and my basic mental health, I would wake up feeling pretty good in the morning. Then we launched EverQuest in March of '99, and that discipline just went right out the window. For a while, it was fueled with passion. I can't even begin to describe how exhilarating it is to launch a hit game and seeing all these amazing players love these things that we worked so hard on. It never got old. I loved every second of it and still do. But the hours came back, the stress came back, and my discipline went out the window for a few years. Now, during those years, we built a company after being spun out of Sony, and then we ended up selling it back to them, and that became Sony Online Entertainment. And we grew really fast. That led to a heck of a lot of stress. It was an amazing job, and I was lucky to work with some amazing people. But this is where I also began to notice some of my friends and colleagues had depression. I could see it in their eyes. They'd come in the morning with the same dull look in their eyes that I had. And I could tell it wasn't just from a lack of sleep. Even back then, I started being open about being on antidepressants and how I was feeling. Every now and again, a team member would have a bad day, and I'd pull them into my office and just shoot the shit with them. I would tell them about my depression, and I would see them react with a look of like, wait, you have depression? You're okay talking about it? Guess what? I'm not afraid to talk about it. I really never have been. Some people were super uncomfortable about it. This isn't something that you can evangelize about in any particular way. It's very dependent on the person. Some people just don't want to talk about it, and you have to respect that. But I got an up close look at the effects that depression had on my coworkers and my teammates. A few years after EverQuest launch, I was running Sony Online. I was taking antidepressants, and I'd figure out by that time that discipline was what I was going to need if I was going to be able to continue functioning at a high level, to lead people and do all this stuff with this like gray cloud hanging over my head. I went through periods where I would stop taking the medicines because they weren't working for me after long periods of time. That's something else that a lot of people don't realize. You don't just take a pill and keep taking it for the rest of your life. After a while, it can wear off, or you can, grow tolerant to it. And so you have to switch to something else. And for many of us with depression, that's a scary time. But even in those periods, I did keep my discipline about sleep. I made a ritual for myself. After I came home from work and hung out with my wife and kids, I'd play games. Then I'd read and I'd go to sleep. I went to bed early. I got up early. These days, I'm usually at work somewhere between 4:30 and 6:30 in the morning because I don't fight the fact that I'm a morning person. I discovered that mornings work for me. All those late nights of crunching really took their toll on me, but what I discovered is that wasn't my natural rhythm. The early days of running online games meant a really insane number of hours. I've worked 3-day stretches without sleep launching online games. I'm not alone. Our industry is filled with stories of this. I'm not proud of this. It's not healthy. That kind of pressure is very difficult to handle, whether you've got depression or not. But when you have depression, it can seriously flare up when you're crunching, or whether your game is a success or not. It's not a great combo. And it challenged me to keep up with that discipline. Now, it worked most of the time, but not all the time. Ever since those days, there are times when I have to check myself, stop playing games till 1:30 in the morning. I'd feel the depression just under the surface, just waiting to bite me at the worst possible time. Now, over 32 years of doing this, that depression's always been there, sometimes on the surface, sometimes just below, but the discipline, playing games, reading, sleeping, that's what kept me going and keeps me going to this day. Now, for many of my colleagues and my friends who have depression, I can see them going through the same struggle I have. I've lost teammates to suicide. I've seen the toll depression can take on human lives and families. I've had to give a eulogy for a teammate who took his own life. But I also have seen the good that people do with each other, the help that they give each other. I've seen people going through tough times and bouncing back. I've seen what happens when people share the fact that they have depression and they're going through their own struggles. And I've also seen that it doesn't hurt their careers. Nobody is looking at them differently. They just feel like that because they feel like they're alone. Well, you're not alone. There are a lot of people out there who feel exactly like you do. I'm one of them. What I can say is this is not a war you can win. It's more a series of battles that you fight all the time. You're going to have ups, you're going to have downs. And I found over the years that my depression is very deeply tied to my creativity. I found that a lot of medicines out there just dull my senses. They destroy that creativity. But what I also found is that with a lot of perseverance, I was able to find something that works for me. I found a way to work through the darkness and to find a regimen that just completely keeps my depression under control as long as I follow it. And I don't always follow it. I'm not always perfect. But what I want to share with you is this is a message of hope. Don't be afraid to admit you've got it. Trust me, your friends, they know it. They know you've got depression, even if they don't tell you. I don't always feel like going to parties. I don't love social events. I do love the camaraderie that comes with working with a dev team making something I love. I've learned that sharing that passion for making online games with a team, it's a big part of actually what keeps my depression at bay. Now, I also got a little 4-pound Yorkie named Millie, and she's probably the best natural antidepressant any person could have. She's changed my life a lot. The joy that she brings me every day is a big part of my happiness because I am happy. I've learned that having depression does not mean that you can't be happy. It doesn't mean that you can't be a lifelong game maker. It doesn't mean that you can't love games every bit as much as everybody else. I've learned that having depression doesn't mean that you have a life sentence of a gray cloud hanging over your head, but it does mean that you have to work at it. It does mean you can't ignore it and let it beat you. Don't let it rob you of the joy in your life. Get yourself help. The first step in beating depression is just realizing you have it and being willing to ask for help. Don't be afraid of it. So many of us have this and don't want to admit it or talk about it. Why? I can tell you as a manager who has depression, I can spot it pretty easily in other people. I don't look at my teammates with depression any differently. I just know the signs now. I know when it's time to extend a hand. I'm not pushy about it. I just make myself available and make it known that I'm a safe person to talk to about it. Find yourself somebody to talk to. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. If you broke your leg, it wouldn't be weird to ask other people to help you. Why should depression be any different than that? Now, I love making games. I hope to do this till I'm 70. I wake up every morning and I know I'm incredibly lucky for having such a long career in our industry. You know, we make games and that's great. It's fun, but it's also a job. We make our living doing this and it's not an easy industry longevity wise. The statistics aren't great because of the pressure that we all feel to make hit games. But for me as a game maker, depression hasn't made it easier. In fact, it's made it quite a bit harder, but it has made me realize that the passion that I feel for games is something that I still have in me to this day. And I'm not going to let my depression beat that out of me. Now, I don't do all the right stuff. Yes, I get sleep. I'm fat. I don't exercise. I still eat like crap. I know I need to do better, and that's no joke. For a lot of people, the right combination is getting help dialing in their medications, exercising, and sleep. Basically, I'm saying do what I do not on that front. I'm good with most of it, but I still suck at the eating part. Maybe you're like me, maybe you're not. Maybe you got a different kind of depression. Maybe you have anxiety or other stresses that are completely different than mine. But do yourself a favor. Get help. Don't be afraid to admit you need it. Don't worry about it feeling like you're alone and you're the only one on your game team with it. I promise you, you are not alone. And in these times when we're all feeling the effects of working from home and being isolated from each other, lend a hand to your teammates. Be compassionate. Understand that we're all going through our own stuff. This time of COVID is not easy, but none of us are perfect. Even the people that are successful have their demons that they struggle with too. You can get through depression if you just ask for that helping hand. Do it when you're young. Do it when you're older, but do it. Get the help. You can be happy. You won't be happy all the time, but guess what? Nobody really is. Thank you for the time. And I'm going to turn it back over to my colleagues here.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for listening. And John, that was fantastic. We were gushing in Slack about just the wonderful truth and honesty and openness with which you share your story and encouragement. And so with that in mind, we are going to prepare the next panel, which is really a great follow-up to what you brought to the table, depression as a man in the game industry. So we'll get that started in just one moment.
Cool.
Okay, Chris, you should be able to turn your video on, and then we'll bring, you can now invite Mike Wilson as host, and we'll get his video going.
I don't really know how to do that.
Open up the participants list on the right.
If only this was Teams. Sorry, I am a neophyte
At Zoom. We are all neophytes at Zoom, it turns out.
because sorry.
And I know we're showing the bones behind
Sorry.
us all, but we are working out some kinks here in terms of
Mike, you're now
getting people on video. You can make me a host, or you can make somebody else a host.
yeah, Mike, you can probably turn your video on now, I think.
I just tried to.
Yep. So Chris, what you'll do is mouse over my name, and you'll see a more, and you can make me the host.
Oh,
again.
okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's all right. All right, we're going to bring Mike on.
I am again trying to start my video. No love.
You should be able to do so now. And then we'll bring Callum on next. Mike, you can make, oh, we got you and then we lost you. Great. Hi, Mike. Now you can bring Callum on and Trisha.
All right. Oh, that was the wrong person. Is Callum here? I don't see.
Why don't you start with Trisha and then bring it,
Oops.
and Trisha can make me a host again.
Oh, I see. Whoops. I accidentally made somebody else a host. It has to now make Trisha a host. I can't control.
Oh, Swati is now the host. Swati,
Yeah.
can you hand that back over to me?
Good times. If only it was a team.
Hello.
Hi, Swati. If you could hand that back over to me as host, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
Just mouse over my name.
Make host. There we go.
Just pour it
That work?
over the thing.
Yep. It looks like Mark knows how to deal with this. So Mark's going to get Callum and Trisha moving, and then we can start your panel.
I thought I had it a second ago.
All right.
I don't think I'm a host.
Okay. I'm going to work. I've got Trisha. Trisha, I'm going to make you host, and then just kick it back over to me.
I'll call up Zoom and see how to set you up as co-host. I don't think you are.
There you go.
Great.
Just for everybody else that's listening, if you want to disable your mic, I think everybody has, but just in case, you can go down to the corner, the left-hand corner, and you can mute your mic, and that's how you can stop your video feed also once you finish the panel, the session itself.
All right, I'm going to move this over to Trisha. We've got everybody here. Thank you so much, Trisha, for moderating this panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and to be moderating the panel with these three wonderful guys. And we'll just begin now because I know that we're a little behind times. So let me introduce everybody really quickly. We've got Mike Wilson, who's co-founder of Devolver. Sorry, I haven't spoken to people in a really long time, so I might enunciate.
Okay, I've co-founded some debacles as well.
And then we have Chris Charla, the Senior Director, Content Creation and Programs over at Microsoft. And we have Callum Underwood from Robot Teddy. And hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Why don't you guys, I'd love for you all to talk about what's been going on with you, introduce yourselves. I did some research and I saw that the WHO, the World Health Organization, stated that there's 264 million people worldwide that suffer from depression, and less than 50% of them go untreated. So I first want to let you guys know I personally appreciate you all attending this panel and the courage to come here and to talk about your experiences and your situation. So maybe, Mike, we can start with you and we can talk about your depression.
Woohoo! Hi. Yeah, so my depression, I guess, started in, well, I became intimately familiar with it back in about 2003 or two. It was the first time in my life where I wasn't working very hard. I had sold my company and was being paid to not work in the games industry and had too much time on my hands. And I found myself looking into the origins of the phrase, the idle mind is the devil's workshop, because I was surely going mad, and became familiar with, I guess, what is commonly called clinical depression now. I had been sad before and stressed out and felt unable to work, but I had never really had time to think about it too much. And sometimes that's when it raises its head. Luckily that came pretty early in my life, but after I was an adult, and I've had a chance to build a tool set for myself and find balance so that I don't often get to the crippling phase of that condition. So yeah, now I feel like it's my job and others who have suffered with it and who are in a position to speak freely within the industry to do so. So I've been trying to bring up the issue of mental health in the games industry with both developers, independent developers we work with, and gamers themselves as often as I can. Basically, every time I'm asked to do an interview, we end up talking about this because it's so fun.
And I know, you know, with my experience working with you, even within your teams, I've seen you like way back in the day, like in 1999, try to talk to this with people in your company.
Yeah. You know, as far as I'm concerned, it's just part of working with artists in particular, or creative people. I consider engineers artists as well. People who create companies, artists. It's just part of, I don't know. It's like, how are you doing? Like for me, it shouldn't be any different a conversation than, hey, Chris, how's that knee replacement going? You know, and it should be just as casual a conversation and the same level of concern, and just like, hey, what are you doing about that? Oh, I'm just figured I'd ignore it for another 4 or 5 years. You know, it doesn't work out that way. So I think everybody can agree step one is just to talk as openly and casually about mental health issues as you would about any health issues with people that you care about or work with.
Agreed. And then why don't we go over to Callum? Callum, can you tell us about your experience with depression?
Mine is coming from the other direction to Mike, actually. I don't know when I had a pretty unhappy childhood. I don't know if that was depression, but like I didn't have many friends and I didn't have the best time. I kind of came into my own, I guess, when I was 16 and above, and I got my own freedom. And I feel like I just ignored things until it got to a breaking point. So I was working at Oculus at the time. I should have been the happiest I'd ever been. Everything was going well. Nobody hated Oculus back then. It was fun. And I ended up like texting my boss, and I was like, either I quit today or I take 6 weeks off because I need to go figure some stuff out about myself. And so for me, it wasn't burnout, but I was working a lot. And I think it was just everything came to a head where things that I'd ignored about my own mental health or my own personality that I'd always just put down to this is just how I am. I decided to approach it. And in the UK, I believe there's even still more stigma in the UK about mental health in generally, especially like therapists are not really a common thing here. And even I think in the US, there seems to be a disconnect between like clinical depression and anxiety and a therapist. It seems like so many more people are happy talking about they have a therapist than perhaps why. So I went to a therapist for the first time, hated it, never went back, did like 4 sessions. I was out. It's not for me. But during that process and from seeing doctors and something, having them tell me, you are depressed and you have anxiety and that is a medical thing was like a huge weight off my shoulders that I hadn't known existed and allowed me to, now it's a problem that I know exists and somebody else has pointed to it and now I can approach it and fix it and handle it. Whereas before that, it was just, I feel sometimes I don't want to do anything and I feel very low and I get very stressed. And there was for me, I actually liked it having a label and I was able to approach it properly and figure it out. So just to echo Mike's comment, I try and talk about it a bunch. I feel kind of nervous being here because there's a difference for me. I love to broadcast on Twitter and being like, I'm having a shitty mental health day. I feel depressed because then I can just ignore it, turn off notifications. It's done what I want, which is like to tell people it normalizes it. But it is I do what I can to try and be open about it because the hope is that, and I guess the reason for this panel is the hope is that if the 3 of us are able to get up and talk about it, maybe other people feel less lonely with their own problems, and people who don't feel they can talk about it because of career options or lack of. I think we're all in a lucky enough position to not have to have that be a specific worry when it comes to being open. So
Yep. And Chris, Charla, can you tell us about your depression?
Yeah, sure. I mean, John, first of all, thanks to John Smedley for that keynote. It was awesome. And you could have almost just swapped our names and a lot of it would have been, really accurate. For me, like, I first noticed things in college and I would be like just sitting in my living room and just like, you just feel this weight. And it's like, I should get up and do something. Like I should go make a zine. I should play a game. I should cook dinner. And you're just like, or I'll just be stuck to this chair. And it's just like, I think that for me, the big thing that this kind of takes the form of is the amount of frustration that I feel at being depressed. There's so much cool stuff out there. There's so much I want to do. I have opportunities to do so much great things. And then you have this like weight on you and you like just can't do it. Is like so frustrating. It's like if you're trying to work on a project at work and you have like a really bad cold and you can't think and you're just like, oh, I want to do this and I can't. Like it's the same thing. So I experience it as it's just like really like a profound like barrier to motivation. I don't know if anybody's ever played the game Depression Quest by Zoe Quinn. One of the things I thought was really cool about that game is there were times in the game where you would have like sort of 3 options that you could choose. And one of them was like maybe go to a party or call a friend and they're grayed out. Like you can't pick them. Like to me, that's really what it felt like, or it feels like, is that like the stuff I want to do, I can't do. And it sucks. It's really, really frustrating. And the other thing for me that I get is really when it's quite bad, it's like persistent, like horrible negative thoughts that you can't get out of your head. And that's like, again, like really just like just deeply unpleasant. So yeah, but I don't talk about it. I don't talk about it on Twitter. I don't talk to people. I've never mentioned it publicly until today. And yeah, I probably won't ever discuss it again. So,
it's really hard.
Years
it's hard, Chris. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's hard talking about it. It's a lot.
Yeah, Chris, I appreciate you telling the world about this. And I've known you and Mike since I was a teenager.
Yep.
And just to sit here with you guys and listen to you talk about this, it warms my heart. And I really appreciate Colin and everybody here. I think it's something that we really need to address, especially in our industry. I mean, the three of you are so successful. And when I first heard about Chris's depression, I knew of Mike's, and I've read the tweets that Colin has posted out. You guys are so successful. I don't know how you do that. How does this relate to your depression? How do you sustain work out there? I mean, do you have to put on a mask to get through the day when your depression does hit?
I think it really worked, which really helped. You know what I mean? Because it's like
distraction mostly, or
yeah. And here's the other thing: like, I know how I'm supposed to behave at work. Like, I know what somebody's supposed to do at work. Like, you're supposed to work. You're supposed to send emails and have meetings and have projects and think about things and like. So it's actually a good. There's a formula there to like. I'm not saying that work isn't complicated and gray and weird and everything else. Like, work is especially if we have like fulfilling careers like the three of us do, like work is really, really complicated and challenging, but it's also, how to behave. So for me, it's like, it's really, it really helps. The place I struggle is like, I come home, there's so much I could do and do nothing. It sucks.
Can we talk about that though? I feel like I get a very unhealthy amount of self-validation through work. Like, that's been something I've been thinking about. Like exactly what you just said, that work helps because you can throw yourself into it and do your thing. And like that, if I had to look super deep on myself, like I get what I would call more validation from my work and my career and things I can do with other people than perhaps is a normal person's experience. I don't know if that's the same for either of you.
Yeah, I think so. I've had to work really hard on that to try and like consciously do things outside of work where I'll have either more success or less success, but it's all my deal, and it has nothing to do with work. So I'll like make zines or DJ and that kind of thing, and just to try and like have things in my life that are not work related.
What about those days when you can't get out of bed and you just want to stay in?
I stay in bed if I need to. I tell my team, I'm like, I'm taking a mental health day, but if I have a meeting I can't cancel, that's when I have to put a mask on and just make it and do it. But everyone has to do that. I think everyone has, depression aside, everyone has meetings they don't want to take, or early calls they have to do, or meetings with people that they've been putting off for a long time. So I just view it as part and parcel. But if if there is definitely something I can't not cancel, I will just tell my team I'm taking a mental health day, and I'll sack it off because I'm not going to be productive anyway. So if I can, I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, I've definitely no-showed a time or two when I just couldn't. But I find, like similar to what the guys are saying, that I'm when I have less time to think and more time to just do what I do. It's not the idle mind situation. Then I'm fine. When I have more time is when I start to mess with myself. And for me, actually having things on the calendar in those more idle times that you need to show up for, or at least just to have something going on, some structure, actually showing up for those things when you don't really feel like it is often important for me. Like just not giving up, or showing up. And because when you're depressed, you just assume everything's going to be the worst. When you get there, it's going to make everything harder. But that's most of the stories we tell ourselves in that situation can be counted on to be lies, and like a projection of the worst possible reality, which is very rarely actually the case. So I think, at least for me, and again, everybody has to figure themselves out as far as how they cope with this. And a lot of that's just experimenting. But for me, I encourage people to show up when they don't want to, because it's most often a pleasant surprise and not as bad as you imagine it would be. And there's just a sense of accomplishment which is key, which I think ties to what Chris was saying about find some task that you enjoy that you can do, even if it's just at home by yourself. Certainly feels, it doesn't feel great to give that voice in your head too many reasons to tell you that you're a worthless lump. And then, at those times, I also heartily recommend staying off social media, because you'll find people, they're eager to agree with you that you're a worthless lump, regardless of where you are in your life.
Well, Colin mentioned you mentioned about mental health days, and that's something I'm pretty interested in. I'm a CEO now. I'm going to be running my own company, and Mike's been a CEO forever since I've known him, and Chris runs big teams. What do you think about how companies attack depression as far as like taking days off, or do you think they're really good about accommodating in our industry when people need breaks and not just a regular day?
I have a really warped view of this because for my entire career in the games industry, I've had a similar role, which can be described like biz dev, I guess, or scouting, or it's very much an individual contributor role. So when I've worked for other companies, I am basically given the trust and the free will to just go and do my thing, and I'm judged on like results rather than how I approach things, really. And so if I need to take a mental health day, most of the time in my career, I don't even tell people. I just don't work that day, and I can catch up later, right? So I think there's a lot of people who are in that sort of position. At least I was early in my career, where people weren't relying on me so much, like my reports, etc. So I could do my thing. And I think for me, to counter a little bit what Mike said, I agree. And there is 9 times out of 10, if I'm like, I don't want to do today, I just get up, have a coffee, talk to my wife, see my dogs, and like I'm good. But like I also don't beat myself up if I'm like, you know what, like I think it's one of those days, and I'm just gonna wipe my calendar and I'm gonna chill and go for a walk or something like that. But now I have my own team and my own company. I encourage them to do the same. Like I treat them how I've been treated in my career, of like, you manage your own time. I don't care if you show up or if you don't show up. It's different when you have meetings and when you have deadlines and work. That needs to be a conversation. But up till that point, I'm very open about, within my own company Slack, being like, I'm taking today off because I feel like shit. So, it encourages other people to do the same. Oculus and Facebook, where they get a bad rep for probably a lot of valid things, but their HR and the way they handle people who suffer from mental health, as you can imagine, in an org comprised primarily of top flight engineers, that tends to be, go hand in hand with a lot of mental health issues. So they were always very, very good for me there. And most companies I work with now, I mean, you couldn't hire me and not expect there to be some weirdness and mental health. Like, I'm very open, so I'm lucky enough to work with and for people who just get that. So I think that's a large part of it for me, is I've kind of set myself down this path where I can be myself and do my own thing.
I would just jump in and say Microsoft is great at that, and they really are supportive, even to the point where if you want to take a mental health day, you can take that as a sick day. That's not a vacation day, which I think is really, really cool. And they have like free counseling through the healthcare and stuff like that, and people are super accommodating and stuff like that. I will say though, like any big company, and I think like any like well-meaning people who don't really understand an issue, it can come across a little ham-fisted sometimes. And that's not because of ill intent. It's just because people are trying to do something they don't 100% understand. So, at the beginning of COVID, the number of times people were like, it's okay to not be okay. It's like, that's awesome. You have no idea what not being okay is like in my life. And not being okay is really like not okay. You know what I mean? Like it's nothing I can avoid, but it's also not like, it's okay to not be okay. Like, so there's a little bit of like, platitudinous that can sometimes come across, but it comes from a good place. And I would, and I would say that Microsoft especially is like, is super good about all disabilities, like mental health included, in accommodating and trying to help people. And I've never seen any counterexample from that from an individual at Microsoft ever.
Yeah, my suspicion is it's, from what I understand from developer friends who work at big companies, it's still tougher for a developer, and that weird pressure that those teams put on one another. There's still a little bit of that leftover whatever machismo about what a badass you are because of the number of hours you can work, and it's secretly because you have nothing else going on, and this is the one thing that makes you feel okay. I haven't worked at a development studio since before I was really well versed in this, and so I can't speak to that except anecdotally. I hear that's probably the place where there's still the least open conversations. For the last, I mean, I've always only worked with independent studios, but for the last 10 years, I've been really enjoying this new indie wave of these really tiny teams. And I'd say that the biggest thing there is they are speaking openly and with one another about these issues, at least in my experience. It doesn't always help, but I don't know, like anything, I think just knowing you're not alone is useful. But with us, I see the biggest result in the way that we work with people that we know have these issues. I mean, it's basically like looking at anyone with a chronic disease, a chronic health issue, and it's a flare up, it's a dip or whatever you want to call it. And, for us, it just means that almost every one of Devolver's games are like a year late or more. And it's because these teams are tiny, and when they have a dip, that's half the team, and but it's fine. People learn to work through it, and they learn to find success through these things, whether they need to take extra time or not. And I know that that's not always an option depending on your job, but yeah, I think it would be wonderful if companies were rated by, if that was one of your considerations when you're looking at a company, if there was some sort of rating for how they treat mental health, how they treat pregnancy, how they treat, whatever.
Those are things that we should ask when we're getting interviewed,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I mean, even the pregnancy thing gets stigmatized still. So
Sure.
But speaking of pregnancy, you guys are all three white men. And I was just kidding about the pregnancy thing. What do you see with the depression that you have? Like, what privileges as white men do you lose? And then what do you see that the privileges that you do have, you gain that other people's don't when you need to deal with your depression?
So I don't think you lose any privileges, because I think that privilege is something that society gives you. It's like the head start that society gives you because of how you look and what you are, that you didn't ask for, and is also wholly undeserved, right? And so I think that's like an insidious societal problem that we need to fix, so that everyone is on a level playing field. But nobody's like, oh, like the unfair advantages that people get because of privilege. I think they continue to get those unfair advantages no matter how they feel, because it's an external unfair advantage. That's just the way I see it. I think there's other readings and stuff like that, but that's my take on it.
I have exactly the same take, and actually I would look at it a little different way, in that, like, I'm incredibly privileged and white. I come from a not poor family. I live in a good country, and I've had advantages over the years. But does my depression and like being open about mental health remove anything from me? No. I think if in the games industry, the popular, cool group of people who are doing well, and so we're like jocks, then maybe, but like they're not. It's like us people, do you know what I mean? And so I think, like, am I trying to say that my depression makes me relatable? No, not as blunt as that, but I definitely, like, I'm not alone. And like there are, yeah, sure, like in the W at GDC, there are like cool dudes who I wouldn't feel comfortable even going up to now, right? Depending on what my role is. But I think in general, like it doesn't make you much different from most of the people you like. We all work with independent developers, right? They tend to be slightly younger than what we might be. Like, this is not a new thing. And so I don't think it takes away. I think if anything, I don't know. I don't want to say having depression gives me an edge, because that's not true. But you know what I mean? Like it doesn't. I understand other people better because I go through the same stuff they do, and I think that helps me in my career. And so, no, I don't think my privilege is removed at all. I think if anything, it's I feel having a better understanding of my own mental health and what other people might be going through has helped me navigate difficult kind of developer conversations and things over the years, and not just be like straight up business guy. And in fact, at Robot Teddy, my company, like I would say 30% of what we do with other developers like Bone Loaf and Superheart and Inner Sloth, etc., is just not emotional support, but like, all right, you're stressed. We have to remove these barriers and knowing what that's like, right? So yeah, I agree with Chris in a long, rambling way. I don't.
I would say that it is another moment of white male privilege, because in my experience, you know, the feedback I've gotten from expressing openly is, that's so very brave of you, you know, or wow, or like you were saying, Callum, like that, you know, it makes you seem vulnerable or whatever. It's good for your brand.
It's true. Like, I don't choose to have depression for my brand, but you're right. Like, it fits. That's who we're trying to work with.
If you didn't have depression and someone had just advised you that it was good for your brand, they would be right, and then it wouldn't actually affect.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, I'm not sure that people that are not in our born in our position get that same level of, oh wow, that's so brave. They might just get more like, you know, typical woman, or you know, whatever projection of a racial thing you could say about, you know, somebody being or just that quiet understanding, you know, that this is something we're going to have to put up with as we try to elevate these other people, you know.
Yeah.
It's I think there is some of that lameness going on for sure. But I still like whoever you are, whatever meat sack you were born into, it is your responsibility, I believe, if you can find it in you, to help other people be okay. Even if they don't speak up, you speaking up, like us speaking up today, hopefully a lot of people will see this. But even when I give talks in person at smaller conferences or whatever, inevitably I have people quietly track me down, you know, long after the speech line is over, and just, you know, often tearfully thank me for speaking up, you know, and they're quietly finding their bravery to do so, or just finding that comfort that they're not alone, and that they can still also have a career and have a life with this condition, just like you can with, you know, so many other chronic health conditions.
So with my point of view as a Asian person of color, woman in the industry, I've always seen like the internet or our culture or even game design is like built by white men, almost for white men. And, you know, within the companies that I've worked at, I see this sort of toxic masculinity that happens when people are becoming vulnerable or they need help towards like my male counterparts and stuff. So do you feel like because of the way that things were built, like our culture in the games industry, that limits men's ability to be vulnerable about their mental illness and depression, and that they can't seek out help, or they feel that they can't get a support system?
100%. Yeah, I really do, because I think people like, look at the three of us again are all very privileged in like where we are in our careers and what we do, and it gives us the ability to, you know, kind of talk about these things. There's other people who aren't there, and they are not comfortable talking about issues. They wouldn't be comfortable talking about maybe other health issues too, like if they had a heart problem, they don't want people to know, you know, or if they are colorblind, you know, anything. And mental health is no different than other health issues, and lots of people, you know, and I respect this, like don't want to share their health problems with anybody else. But I think that like mental health like is like doubly stigmatized, and I don't think it's just a game industry problem. I think it's just like a societal problem.
Yeah. And Trish, those things, the way the industry was built, you know, just I would invite you to consider, like, so far, you know, we are so in the infancy still of this medium. I know it doesn't seem like it for those of us who've been in it since we were kids, but we are still like in the beginning, right? In the beginning, it was all white men, and there were only shooters.
I think
I'm just saying, I hope things will change in the same way that, we don't have booth babes anymore, right? And we don't, like, when we went to reboot Shadow Warrior at Devolver, we had to, there was an awful lot of racism to unpack and rewrite, erase and try to reimagine humor in a less just blindly hateful way. Not that that's what the developers intended ever. It was just like it was ignorance, and as we talk more and more different types of people are able to enter this industry because the barriers are coming down and it's such a great business, then I hopefully, again, the more we talk, the more those things will be deemed to be unacceptable, right? It won't be acceptable to put somebody down or to look down on them because they have a health condition, whether it's, no matter what part of the meat sack it's from.
So I started in this industry 11 or 12 years ago. And I worked at Utechnics, if anyone remembers them, an old racing game company in the north of the UK. But then I did an internship at Intel. I would not have got on a panel and talked about my mental health during that internship. I probably wouldn't have got on a panel and talked about my mental health for like maybe 2 or 3 years after that. And I feel like there's a strange disconnect when I think about this panel, which is that on one hand, having 3 people who ultimately, I guess, have a lot to lose and who are very well known by people, and have to turn up tomorrow and potentially do business with some of the people watching this, right? Like that, I think that's a good thing because it's showing that this affects everybody potentially at every different level, and it's hard to be open. And so seeing folks like Chris and Mike do it is very, I think it's very important. But like, I don't want to take away from what a junior developer in a 200-person studio would feel like. Are they really going to go and tell all their new colleagues they're depressed all the time? Like, probably not, right? And so I still think we have a long way to go. I have stubbornly carved my own path where I essentially answer to nobody right now because I want to do things my own way. And I feel like Chris and Nick are in basically the same position right now. Do you know what I mean? And I recognize that I'm able to talk about now because I'm not scared of what someone might say tomorrow, because I'll just not work with them again if it's a thing, right? And you can't say that for juniors and for people at the beginning of their career. So I think this is really important. And I also think it's like, it has to also happen at studios directly to encourage this sort of thing, and to allow people to open. So, and yeah, I think men and toxic masculinity and things is a societal issue. And I don't see it getting better on a societal level, especially not in the UK. It is inherently seems to be tied to politics and so forth, and that doesn't seem to be getting any better right now. So I worry about that future. I do think the game industry is better for it, but I think indies, small studios, and people like Mike works with, I think they sit on one side, and I think the kind of huge workforce of AAA and outsourcing, and that's a different beast, and those people have potentially less privilege than even indies do at being able to talk about this openly. I don't know how you fix that. Like, that's just a time and effort thing.
Well, what do you, with the 3 of you, how do you do your coping mechanisms? Like, what do you do for your emotional needs? Like, what would you like to tell people out there so that they can get some advice from you about how to find their people, their support system, whether it's therapy or medication or a dog? What is your opinion, and what did you guys do for these things?
The biggest, I'll shut up in a second, sorry. The biggest pivot I made actively in my career was stopping thinking about what people do and who they are in terms of who my friendship group ended up being, and just starting to be friends with the people I liked and vibed with. And that was a conscious decision, I want to say like 6 or 7 years ago, after another friend who was arguably more important and more successful than me had he didn't care who it was. His friendship group were just randoms from around the industry that he vibed with, and I was like, that's the life that I want. And so for me, I think it's easy for me to say I know who I need to know, but for me, focusing on people who you genuinely vibe with and want to be friends with and have similar interests, no matter what they do or where they're from, that is the biggest single change of happiness I could have made in my life. And stop caring about, like, because if networking doesn't matter unless you have a business relationship with someone. So it just doesn't, like, if you work with someone, it's great. Like, you don't have to be friends with them. So that, on a general long-term level, that was it for me, was just deciding that, no, I care about friendship more than like who people are and climbing and so forth. And then other than that, admitting to myself that I'm depressed or I'm anxious and need to take time off is just the single best thing for me. Like, if I need to take a day off, I take a day off, and I don't feel guilty about that. That took a long time to get to.
I think just talking to people has really helped me. Like, when it was like a couple things I was like really struggling with, and for whatever reason, and I don't know how you do this in the age of COVID, like then somehow I found it way easier to find people and to talk to people, even who I know pretty well, like at a show. So if I'm like at a show, everything's all crazy. And then, you go to dinner with like one person and you guys like actually you get away from where everything's going on and you just like actually have like that one-on-one conversation, which to me is like, I love trade shows and seeing everything and the noise and everything like that. But what I really love is like getting to have either a one-on-one or small group conversation with just 3 or 4 people, like, and just solve the problems of the industry or whatever. And like, that has really helped me. And there've been a couple, people in the industry who like, I say my life, you know what I mean? You just like have that conversation, and it's like really important. So for me, that's kind of like how I've dealt with it. And like, I'm not public or anything like that. And then just also to kind of like Mike's point, like keeping busy, you know what I mean? Like, depression really like opens itself up with me, or like expresses itself with me, is like a lack of motivation in my personal life. And so doing things to keep motivated, like, I'm gonna make a zine every month for this thing, or all right, I want a new PC. Like, I'm not getting a new PC, even if I can afford it, until I get this subsystem done and this dumb game I've been working on in my spare time. Like, and that's how I cope with it.
When I first got that first big wave I was talking about, when I was in my early 30s, I had no toolkit developed, because all I had ever done was work way too many hours. And so I had to, I went to a doctor and got some medication, which probably saved my life. At that time, it was definitely like I had no knowledge of, first of all, how many people around me were already on these meds, which I think if everyone, had that moment in their studio, if they were somehow forced to self-identify the depression meds, it would make everybody realize that, okay, it's like half the people here are on some kind of anxiety medicine. But I, like a lot of people, I didn't want to accept that I was going to need to take that pill every day of my life. And so I just started experimenting with different things. For me, the eventual recipe I figured out ended up being, exercise, even if it's just a walk or whatever, and trying to find some sunshine. I'm pretty light sensitive, as it turns out, and then eating good food, eating things that are actually good for you. And a friend of mine that's a gamer pointed out that what her trick was to remove herself from her body and treat herself like an avatar, like a character in a game. And like because the terrible thing about depression is we treat ourselves in such a way, like the stories we tell ourselves about how terrible we are things that we would never say to a friend, or think about a friend, or literally any other human being, pretty much. You give pretty much anybody more of a break than you give yourself. And so her trick was to remove herself and try to look at this human, this avatar that they're driving around, as if it was a game, and trying to figure out what that character needs, to be able to operate, right, and to build your toolkit. And no, everyone's is different. Whatever works for you. There's no cure all, but all of the methods are okay, and good to try. And eventually you will find out, oh, well, wow, if I just do yoga 3 days a week, I'm pretty good to go, whatever. and other people do need to be medicated every day and still, you know, have a great life with that, and different medications work well for them, and they're functional and they feel better, and they don't, you know, it's just being open to, and curious, you know, about what will work for your avatar, yourself.
Everybody's different.
Yeah.
The exercise thing I want to jump on, because like I would never say to someone, exercise, just work out, you'll be fine. But for me, if you imagine it's like a cup that spills over, and if I exercise 2 or 3 times a week and work out, I don't get muscly, I don't get fit, I don't lose weight, but I stay healthy. And for me, that just brings the like water level of the cup down a little bit. Like it doesn't cure anything, it doesn't stop anything, but it like it
There's a
that
brain
tiny
chemical
little
that happens when you exercise, that your endorphins release, and it really helps. Is that what you mean?
Yes, but also no, because it's also like that tiny bit of unhappiness that you might experience when you want to go on and put on a t-shirt that doesn't quite fit you, and so you don't do it, or you don't feel good about yourself on a very small level. That removes that, and so removing my general like I feel unfit, or I ate so much, or like I don't feel like I fit my clothes, like removing that from my life and removing other little bits and pieces, like keeping my office tidy and like removing all those tiny micro aggressions that life throws at you is a really good way for me to never like tip over into like needing to take time off. I still suffer from everything, I still like have to take my time over things, but it is genuinely like self-care in those ways is what helps me not like keep stable and keep it at a level. I couldn't, if I went back to when I was like, you know, even 5 years ago, where I was like eating like crap and never working out and stuff, like I think I'd be in a much worse place right now.
Well, I think that if anybody's that's suffering from depression, it's important to find that combination to help them, whether it's therapy, whether it's, you know, a huge support system, small support system, or being part of a community. And I know it's like COVID times, so it's kind of hard for people to get together, but the nice thing about Take This is they have a Discord, and Eve's gonna pop up the Discord links, and people can go there, and it's like really validating, non-stigmatizing. Or if you're in a crisis, or you know somebody is in a crisis, you can also go to the Take This website and the games hotline org. Again, Eve's gonna pop all this stuff out, and there's people there that can help you. So I just want to let everybody know you're not alone. This was a great panel from 3 wonderful men that I know, and I'm really happy to be there with you guys. And I would like to open it up and take questions, and if anybody's got any Q&A for the 3 of these dudes. I'm not sure really how we do it.
How do you ask questions about depression?
Eve, we do it on the chat, or where people ask questions on the chat? Okay, yeah, it's in the chat. All right. Well, while we wait for a question, is there any last minute thoughts underpinning?
I had one I meant to mention, since I mentioned that light is an issue for me, like an awful lot of people. And I moved to the Pacific Northwest a few years ago and knew that would be a challenge here. And I have discovered that those light panels, those happy lights, I think they're called.
Yeah.
Sad lights.
Yeah, which are very inexpensive, are actually very effective. Like they, for me anyway, like I really absorb the energy. And if I do that after 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm not going to be able to sleep well that night. Like it really does juice you in a similar way that that exercise might with endorphins, or that, you know, sadly we rely on caffeine for too much for our energy to power through. So that's something that if you live in a place, as we're heading into the darker months, that getting to daylight is a challenge. You know, it's something you can do for 15 minutes in the morning and be charged up for the day. And that, along with vitamin D drops or chewables or whatever, have been incredibly helpful for me.
Yeah, I've been the same. It is a sad light, by the way. It's like seasonal affective disorder light, I think, which I love.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at, because that's a diagnosis. And so in a lot of places, you can't actually advertise this thing to cure that if it hasn't been through that process.
Okay. In England, they're like, yeah, whatever.
In the States, they're called happy lights, of course.
I got it. I use the same vitamin D as well. Yeah, I've been chewing them every day for like 6 months now, and I've had a marked notice in energy levels, I think. So I think it's all connected.
Yeah. There's a question in the chat about um, instances where signs of depression were dismissed as you're just lazy, and is that fake, or there actual tangible differences? I'm a really lazy person, so I feel qualified to answer that. Like, there is a big difference between it's like Saturday morning or Sunday morning and I'm drinking coffee and I still get a paper because I'm old, reading the paper, and my wife is like, you need to clean the basement, and I'm like, I do need to clean the basement, and in my head I'm like, because I'm lazy and I just want to hang out and read the paper. I'm like having fun, and there's a big difference between that and being depressed and like unable to, like, you look at the piece of paper and you're like, that piece of paper hates me. I don't know what to do. Like, and so I think there is like a huge tangible difference. And anybody who's trying to dismiss your feelings by telling you that you're lazy, unless they know you really, really well and know that it's Sunday and you need to go clean the basement, that's just totally invalid.
And it's usually just, that would be a statement by somebody that doesn't know any better, right? And sometimes you just have to, if you're up to it, help inform them, and if you're not, just realize that this is just it's a person who's ignorant about this particular topic, right? And try not to let yourself tell that same story.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the workplace, if I would just address it. I mean, I'm very a forward person, as some of you guys know, but if someone said that I was being lazy in the workplace and I'm going through about a depression or something was going on with me, I would just be very honest about it. Like, when you watch those movies and there's all this miscommunication, one of these people was like, just tell them how you feel. So I would just be like, hey, I'm going through, X, Y, and Z today, and my energy level is really low, and you need to expect X out of me right now. I don't know if that's helpful for the person that asked that.
Yeah.
Mark asked, what do you all feel about being sad versus being depressed? I actually like that question because I kind of separate my sadness from my depression. Like, they're completely, it's a different thing. Like, a depression is like, I don't know how to describe it, but it is a tangible thing that I can't escape and I need to handle and figure it out. Sadness
is not a bad emotion. When your pet passes, or my dad had this devastating stroke, or a business deal falls apart, like, you're sad, you're bummed. Like, and I remember I saw a therapist when I was really little or young, and I was telling him some situation where I was having some emotion. And he was like, yeah, you feel that emotion because you're sad. Like, you feel that emotion because, like, this girl, at the time was like 16, like, broke up with you and you're bummed. That's not depression. That's just normal. And you'll feel sad, and then you'll get out of it. Like, true depression it's like a problem with your brain. It's not an emotion that you're having. I really see them as separate things. I don't like being sad because it sucks, but I don't mind being sad because I'm just feeling that way because something.
At least you feel something, right? My depression can have a catalyst, or it can have no catalyst at all. Like, I can have a bad day at work and that might, knock me out for the rest of the week or whatever. But like, usually it doesn't really have a catalyst, at least that I can think of or point to. It's just, well, brain's being shitty this week or today, and being sad is usually I can figure out reasons for why I'm sad.
Yeah, I mean, sadness is to be expected, right? The idea that we're always supposed to be happy is ridiculous. Like, it just makes no sense at all that we're expecting to always be in a good mood or feel well or be happy. Like, there's going to be dips and peaks and valleys, and that's what makes the good times really good, right? But yeah, clinical depression is just like this big, heavy, wet blanket that doesn't care about what's going on in your life, and you're going to see everything through that filter. And it's it's a real condition. It's not to be expected, and luckily it's not experienced by everyone, but is experienced by an awful lot of people at some point in their lives. And it doesn't have to be chronic either. Like, I've gotten so much better at managing myself and my life, because it is, often when you do go to the doctor the first time, that's the message, is you can expect to live with this for your whole life. that's true, but it doesn't mean it's going to be crippling for your whole life, or that you can't manage it and make it, make it better than it would be. But yeah, sadness doesn't even come into the conversation. That's just part of the human condition. And if you're not sometimes sad about what's going on in the world and for your friends and family, whoever, then you might need to reboot. That's yeah.
One of the questions that we have is, do you play it day by day and not knowing how you will be that day? And I think well, I don't know about everybody, but that seems like a very plausible thing people do to cope.
Yeah, I would say with a caveat of not getting frustrated if it turns into 2 and then 3 and then 4 and then, like for me, again, I've had the benefit of dealing with this condition for almost 20 years, at least that I was aware of, and I've been able to notice the patterns. And for me, when I'm slipping into what feels like a real depression, I'm like, okay, well, this will probably be with me for at least a week, maybe 2, whatever, and just paying attention to how long it has been, but not surrendering to that, but also not being upset if that's the case. Just that it's a dip or a depression, and that you will come out the other side at some point, but it probably is not going to be tomorrow if it's the real thing, if it just started.
Well, I want to thank all of you for joining us and being on the panel and talking about your experiences. And I appreciate all 3 of you very, very much. So I will hand this back over to Eve. I believe we've got another panel coming up very, very soon. Or actually, I don't know. Should I handle it? Who has the host key?
Oh, yeah. Who was the last host added?
It was not I. So someone who...
Is it me?
Oh, it's Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna make me the host now. Thank you all so much.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Thank you all so much. I'm going to bring in our next 2 panelists, Anita Sarkeesian and then Leo Zello. And we're going to start our next session. Thank you so much to the previous participants and the previous.
Hello.
Hi, Anita.
How do I give the hosting back to you?
So you're going to mouse over my name and you're going to make me the host.
Look at that. So easy.
Yep.
There
I
you
know.
go.
Thanks.
Ta-da.
Awesome. And I'm going to bring Leo in.
Do that. And I do
There
that.
you are. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Leo. Hi, Anita.
Anita.
Hi.
I'm so pleased to have you both in this conversation as my co-conspirators in this world of mental health nonprofits in games. So first, I want to start by reintroducing myself. I'm the executive director of Take This, we're a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry, and we address mental health issues across the industry, among people who make games, among people who play games, and in-game communities and creator communities and streaming communities. And so with that in mind, I want to give Leo and Anita the opportunity to introduce themselves as well and their roles, and then we'll go into a conversation about what we do and why we do it. So Leo, why don't you get started?
Yeah, hi. Well, my name's Leo, and I have 2 jobs. My day job is the MD of Wide Productions, which is a publisher. My second day job is the chair and co-founder of Safe in Our World, which is Take This, with sister companies or sister charities. We focus on the video games industry and trying to help. So we started about a year ago, and yeah, we've been pushing on since. So our focus is video games. So this is a good And we're not for profit, obviously. So that's why I'm on this channel.
Thanks, Leo.
Hi. So I'm going to give a long-winded introduction because I think it's relevant to this panel.
Yes.
So I am the executive director of Feminist Frequency. We are most known for doing feminist media criticism, and with that, our series Tropes versus Women in Video Games, which broke down the way that women are represented in gaming throughout history, to kind of show how not great it's been. Because of that, I have dealt with ongoing abuse and harassment from gaming communities, from folks online, and a lot of toxicity. That led me down a path of doing a lot of advocacy work around online harassment in general, both within gaming communities and more at large, since online harassment is not unique to games. It just happens a lot in this space. So with that, Feminist Frequency has been transitioning into working on building anti-abuse initiatives to try to end abuse in the games industry and try to support folks in this space to create a more welcoming, inclusive environment. With that, the first project that we have launched in that series of projects is the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which is a emotional support, text-based, confidential emotional support hotline for people who make and play games. It is currently only in the US, but you can find out more at gameshotline.org.
Thanks, Anita. Thank you. So Anita, you actually kind of answered the first question I had for both of you, which is why are you doing this, right? You come to this really quite out of your own personal experience, and the recognition of what the impact of that can be. And I want to also reflect that, I started to work fairly closely with you because that experience of harassment and abuse in the industry and online across games is something that continues to rise to the top as a mental health concern across the industry. And so I am compelled to address it also from a mental health perspective. And Leo, I wonder what motivated you to start Safe in Our World, and what brought you to this issue?
Okay, the long version or the short version? No, I mean, we about 3 years ago, we started working with a developer called LKA. They made a game, were making a game called The Town of Light, and it was based on a real asylum in Italy, in Volterra, that existed from the early sort of 1900s until the late 80s. We started working on it. We started talking to doctors. We visited the place. We saw the ruins, and we got heavily involved in the subject matter. It drew us in a kind of parallel sort of fatey sort of way. This particular hospital, because of where it was, my cousin has paranoid schizophrenia, and he's kind of one of the uncurables, sadly. And he would have been at this hospital had the hospital still been around. So kind of when walking around in this place, it kind of hit home, sort of what could have been for him in particular. So we got talking, and then I guess in 2017, because it's kind of going back 3 years, it was a pretty bad year. Someone very close to me tried to kill themselves, and I literally had to pick them up and take them to the hospital. One of the guys who works and was part of Safe in Our World, or is part of Safe in Our World, his uncle killed himself. My uncle then later in the year killed himself. One of my friends got sectioned. So it was a pretty bad year. I'd say 2017 was what we call annus horribilis, as Queen Elizabeth would say. So so it got us talking, and as a team, like-minded bunch of people at Wired, the company we're at, ranging from Neil, Aaron, Kim, I've got to mention these because they're fundamental to this, Alistair, Jeannie in the US, and Gareth. We started talking about what we could do. And we can't really save the world, but we are video games people. And we put our heads together and said, look, let's try and help the industry that we're in. We've been in it long enough. Everyone that's involved is deeply personal, has deep sort of connections to the subject matter. And it also kind of unlocked lots of memories for a lot of people, myself as well. I think memory suppression's a thing, apparently. And when you start looking back in your life and the early days, or maybe not necessarily that early, but just throughout your life, you realize that, mental health has been an issue or is an issue for a lot of people, and whether you overcome it in certain ways, however I have a piece on the Safe in Our World website for those who are interested on how I failed miserably, but I'm kind of still here, so it's all good. And we realized that it was something we had to do. So we started to come up with ideas. We wanted obviously destigmatize the topic, because people just need to talk about things, and try to offer help. So we created this wonderful website with lots of resources. We've implemented a whole bunch of programs for companies to try and join and sort of implement workplace guidelines. We're just trying to get people to talk and raise awareness. Now, raising awareness isn't necessarily that useful, but we need to offer a lot of help along the way. So that's kind of a semi-long, semi-short version. So
That was a great version.
Some deeply personal subject matter.
Yeah, it is super personal. And I think what coming especially out of the previous two sessions, which were quite personal conversations about, the experience of having depression and being and trying to function in games with that experience, is that, we do this because we care about people, and we care about the experience they have and their ability to function and do the work and enjoy the things that they care about, right? But we are also trying to solve kind of structural issues, and that's why we create institutions that try to address that. And so I have a very specific approach and way of thinking about the kind of the structural systems change stuff that I want to have happen in games to address these. Where is your perspective on, this support for individuals and the very important conversations that we have at a granular, individual level, versus this larger kind of how do we change the culture and the assumptions that we have?
Good question. Sorry, my computer's talking at me. To be honest, it's a good point, and we wanted to reach gamers and signposts and let people know there's support. But fundamentally, we need to change company culture. And so, to try and get people thinking about mental health, a lot of companies don't want to talk about it or think about it.
Yep.
And that's a thing. And you go to different countries around the world, without singling any of them out. In their world, mental health isn't an issue. They're all right, and I've heard that by a number of people who've actually said, we're all right, but obviously their staff aren't. So there has to be, there's small things we can do. We can train people within companies to be mental health first aiders. That's all sort of great from a sort of grassroots level. We can get people talking, have support externally. That's all great. But I think, fundamentally, there needs to be a structure within each organization that they put in workplace guidelines, or they think about support networks. And they're not actually that hard. If you can just get people thinking about it and talking about it and having some resources in-house that they can go and talk to, even just train one person in each company, that gives them the team someone to go and talk to. And even just train people and let people know that they're interested. So it shouldn't be up to people like us. But sadly, it looks like it is collectively. So, governments and all that sort of stuff are not really doing enough. We have to get companies to think and change their company culture, and also address things like the toxicity in the workplace. The whole sort of female and whatever type of abuse, and also crunch. Stop. We're in a creative industry. We shouldn't be killing, or not killing, but burning out the people that are in it. So there's a lot of things we can do, but it needs, the CEOs or the HR execs to buy into this. And we're sort of chipping away like with a little hammer, and it's kind of making us, and obviously you guys as well, and Anita as well. And I think over time we'll get there. It's just going to take a bit of time to convince and get more and more people talking, and get some of the big companies on board to actually really completely change their sort of company culture. And without rambling on too much, but there are some really good benchmarks.
Yep.
Microsoft, do an amazing job. And really, they are one of the they are an amazing benchmark on how to be employees. So there are some really good companies out there. We just need to make it worldwide.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's interesting because I think there's company practice, but there's a lot of assumptions about the way games must be made, right? You talk about crunch and I talk a lot about the culture of secrecy in the industry, and so the norms that we have that not just underlie the way companies treat people, but the way that managers and game designers and game directors think about the way that a game the process through which a game is made, that I think is quite harmful. And so I go, we take this as also trying to do training for companies and changing that, but it's not just that. It feels to me like that's here. And if you go another layer down, there's a lot of ways in which we assume this is how things are made. And Anita, you and I have been talking a lot about the ways in which the very voices that are surfaced and heard kind of create the root conditions for harassment and stuff to happen online, right? So it feels to me like there are assumptions underlying even the way we think about games and the making of games that impact this.
Yeah. Can I sort of address the individual versus systemic stuff along with that?
Yeah.
Cool. I think that I find a lot of tension in my work, my activism work around that exactly, because I think too often, especially in American and a lot of Western countries, we are very individualistic mindset. Like we have a very individualistic mindset. We are not taught as young people or through our education to understand how systems influence us and how we influence systems. Gaming, like gamers and people who make games should understand this, since we all think in systems. That's exactly how we build out our creativity, but it's also related to systems of oppression, right? It's related to how patriarchy perpetuates harmful notions about gender and gender roles, white supremacy, heteronormativity, ableism, etc. And I think that if we can't see the systemic nature of the systems we live in, we're constantly just putting band-aids on like a gushing geyser of doom, right? And so the other day I was tweeting about Twitter. That's very meta. And I was like, what is the analogy I'm going for? It's like, like if you put a Band-Aid on like blood gushing everywhere, like that's what it feels like sometimes when social media companies are trying to, anyways, I'm going off topic, but not really, but kind of. So I think that it's really important that more and more folks start understanding the systemic nature of activism and of social change, right? That it is beyond just voting. It's beyond just changing your light bulbs. It's beyond just, tweeting or posting on social media that you support Black lives. And so I say all of that to bring into the context of, at the same time, that we really need to have enormous cultural shifts in the way we think about mental health, in the way that we address toxicity, in the ways that we deal with online harassment, in the cultures of our companies and our businesses, and what we expect as employees and what we expect as leadership. We also need to help people who are suffering right now, right? Like you also need to do both of that work. And so I say this, I started talking about this in terms of my own tension because, we run a hotline. We provide emotional support for folks who are in a heightened emotional state. You text us, we talk to you, and it's done. And sometimes I'm like, is that it? Is that all we do? But I always have to remind myself that that is enormously important, right? To just get people from this heightened state to a calmer state so that they can seek more support, so that they can take action, so that they can just sleep through the night is incredibly important. So this conference in general, just like listening to the conversations that have been happening, being able to hear folks talk about with incredible vulnerability their own state and their own place, I think is steps towards the larger systemic structural changes that we are asking for and demanding and fighting for.
I really appreciate that framing, Anita, because it's, you know, I have done nonprofit work my entire career, right? And so I've always been in the business of helping people or trying to change. And so there's this part of me that's always like, oh my gosh, I have to help everybody, right? I always want to do everything for everyone. That's another story, but I talk about that with my therapist. But I think, you know, it's exhausting to do that work without knowing that there's some other way to address change on a more sustainable level. And Leo, you know, I want to ask you, I guess, do you think that we can change culture, like this concern I have about the way, you know, the assumptions we make about how games are made, by changing the companies? Or is that like just trying to stem the tide also?
I mean, companies are a secret. I mean, making games is a secret process anyway. I mean, there has to be a little element of, you know, sort of confidentiality on things.
Oh yeah, and I don't mean to say that everything has to be out in the open. Yeah.
No, but I mean, can we change things? I think we can chip away. I think Anita mentioned something which was really interesting in the fact that social media is it'd be good if we removed social media from the world, because I think that's
I didn't say that.
No, but I heard that's what you were trying to say. Sorry. No, but no, not social media, but just the toxicity that's coming out on it. And I've lost the question. Sorry, Eve. You have to go.
Sorry. No, I'm just thinking about. I guess let me frame this a little bit more carefully so that so it's more specific. You know, I talked about the challenges around transparency and crunch and like the cultural assumptions and cultural norms that we have in the industry. You know, that we can't talk about anything ever, not that we can't. I mean, it's obvious that we need to keep IP secret. We need to have NDAs. We need the ability to, you know, maintain confidentiality and create surprises and do negotiations in private and all of those things, right? But we don't talk to each other as an industry. We don't share knowledge in a very particularly effective way. And we don't have ways for people who have worked on games that are secret to talk about their experience and promote themselves in particular. And that sense of secrecy bleeds into a lack of collegiality and also secrecy inside companies, which can be very damaging to employees. And so I wonder if things like that can be changed by working with individual companies to train them, or if there's other ways that we have to think about trying to change the industry.
Okay. That's a tough question.
It is. I mean, I think it's the thing I wrestle with all the time, but I thought I'd pose it.
Yeah, I mean, there are, I mean, subgroups. I mean, artists talk to other artists, coders do.
Mm-hmm.
I think because we're a little bit of a faceless industry, because if you look at music or something, or actors or different industries, the talent or the key people are the faces. In our industry, you've got a name, and you rarely have an industry, or you just have the occasional industry figure that represents that company. So the teams, and generally there are lots of people. Anything. I mean, sometimes it's a one-man studio, sometimes it's 1,000 people working on a game. It's hard for them to get any recognition for what they do, and how they can actually do that. I mean, it'd be nice if there was a better way for people to get to talk about their projects. I think people don't talk about the negative side, so they don't talk if they're getting harassed. They don't talk about crunch. They don't talk about any abuse that happens. They don't talk about any bullying that's happening. And I think those things are things that we should be trying to get people to talk about. You know, not name and shame, which is a terrible thing to do, but there should be forums, very confidential forums for people to express themselves, and you know, things happen from there. But I don't think we should sort of there shouldn't be any sort of witch hunts and all that sort of stuff based on it. But yeah, it's a tough one to get people talking, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I piggyback on that, Eve?
Yeah, I was
Sorry,
going to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Okay.
Go ahead.
I think that there's a couple of things. One is that it took a really long time for our industry to even acknowledge abuse and acknowledge harassment. So when I was first harassed by gaming communities in 2012, which was not the first time I was harassed online, I was told it wasn't real, that I was just making it up, that I should just go offline. The industry didn't really give a shit about it. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can swear. I just did. It's what it is. It is what it is. That it wasn't taken seriously, and harassment, especially of marginalized folks online, was not taken seriously. So people were afraid to speak up. In that same year, at the end of 2012, there was the hashtag #1reasonwhy. And it was started by women in the industry to talk about the fact that harassment in this industry is real. And it was flooded, like just absolutely flooded. People were coming forward with stories that they had kept to themselves for so long. And I think that as we have now seen two pretty significant kind of Me Too moments that have happened in games where people have come forward about abuse in their games communities, whether they're streamers, whether they work at companies, by powerful people exploiting their power. And so there are conversations happening around that. It's just still, there's still a lot of shame and stigma attached to it. And this is in games and beyond, right? People and survivors and victims have been kind of forced to keep their mouths shut for a long time. And you see that the way that the media talks about it. You see that in the way that like our legal system deals with folks who try to come forward or press charges. And also people in power do a lot to try and maintain their power and silence anyone who might challenge that. So I just wanted to address the, like, yes, people are speaking up about it, but that there is an enormous amount of shame. And there's also a collective unease and unclarity, non-knowing, I don't know what word I'm looking for, just on how to deal with it. So there are a lot of well-meaning folks in our industry who want to do the right thing, who want to support folks who are speaking up about these issues, who want to have better communities around them, that they realize their audiences for their games that are funding their games are really toxic. What do they do about that? How do they engage with it? And so I think we're at this really interesting point in the games industry where, like, there's enough care, there's just not enough understanding or education around what to do around that, if that makes sense. And so relating to this issue about transparency, I think that, and this comes out of tech, right? Like tech largely is an enormously paranoid industry in general, right? You can't walk through the front door of any of these companies without signing your firstborn child away or what have you. I think that what's important is that we're sharing tools around the issues of mental health support, right? About how do we care for our employees? How do we move away from crunch and burnout? How do we actually support people who are dealing with harassment or abuse? Like those should not be reserved for an individual company to deal with, right? We should be sharing that information and that data around to create and uplift everybody. Not create, but to uplift everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's about skills, and also, like, you know, Leo, I appreciate where your comment about social media came from. You know, we need to, like, the current design of social media encourages outrage and extremism and attack, and you know, and it does not encourage or foster growth and accountability and, you know, thoughtful conversation. And those are the things that you need in order to build, you know, a healthier community, right? And because so much of our community building happens online, especially right now during the pandemic, where we can't even meet for conferences, right? That it's like we don't have the right tools really quite in place to change that, to hold people accountable in a positive and kind of constructive way, as opposed to a negative and demeaning way.
I agree. I mean, we kind of talked internally on the what company side, not the charity side, about how do we avoid not social media, but how can we because we're feeding the problem by using it as a tool to advertise and do whatever. We're actually contributing to the problem.
Yeah.
And I think there has to be more done.
I think there's going to be a really tomorrow. There's going to be a great panel on mental health and community management with some really smart community managers talking about. I mean, there are ways in which we can create positive and healthy communities online, even given the tools we have now. Take This has done that with our Discord, and there are some really fantastic communities out there. And so I think, we have to make it a priority to do that, right? To make that process of community building and community design.
Is there any mileage in training the community managers or the people that are?
Yeah,
that's
that's something we do. And I know the Fair Play Alliance, which is another organization that's emerging as a real leader in this, is trying to look at design principles in games around, how you do that. Which also brings up actually one of the question I didn't yet ask the two of you, but I think is kind of becoming obvious in this conversation is, why start a nonprofit organization? Why try to do this from as opposed to being an advocate internally? Why do you do it from an external, entity? What is the motivation behind that? And so I think it's worth saying, there's a specific role for an NGO or a charity or a nonprofit in games or in any industry. And I'd love to articulate that a little bit.
I think we all care about the industry, fundamentally, and we want to try and affect some positive change. I mean, there's a lot of people that think and talk and do little things, on a micro level, but I think it's consolidating some of the actions that are happening and, trying to spread it and just grow the support, grow the movement. I know movement's not the right word, but, get more people talking and joining in on various policies. We got a great industry. We just, and argue, not argue, it's the biggest biggest entertainment industry out of all the music and film. We should be fostering, better mindfulness and a better environment, and we are in the position to be able to do that. I kind of, it's an anecdotal thing, but half the population of the world plays a game, whether it's a mobile game, PC game, or console game. That's 3.75 billion people. I mean, if we whether it's through the games or whether it's messaging or whether, as in sort of boot up screens, or whether it's topics within games or the communities around it, we have an ability to get whatever message we want to that gamer. So I think we're in a really strong position to send some positive messages to gamers and the people throughout the industry that makes these wonderful games and supports them. We're in a strong position. We just need to kind of unite, I think, and get the right message out.
Sorry. Go ahead, Anita.
I think that I'm going to just caveat this so that I don't have to come back to it, but that there are a lot of issues with the way that nonprofits are structured and there's the whole thinking around the nonprofit industrial complex. So I'm going to put that aside, but I just want to acknowledge that there are structural issues with the way that nonprofits are currently set up to mimic and model, corporate capitalism. That said, I think that the space of nonprofits serves a number of purposes. One is that we are outside of the belly of the beast in a lot of ways. We can serve as folks who have training in other arenas, who bring in a wealth of education and knowledge that folks in the games industry don't need to have, right? Like they don't need to be trained in having psychology backgrounds or having media criticism backgrounds or having, what have you. There's lots of different nonprofits that support the games industry. And so there is a little bit of bringing in different kinds of expertise and bringing in different kinds of experiences that can make the industry bigger and better and flourish without putting the strain on each individual company to also have 25 different types of expertise. The other aspect is that we are independent. And that kind of goes into the caveat about fundraising and all of that. But for the most part, we are independent entities that exist outside of the constraints of the industry. So for example, this is a very minor example, but the games hotline. You can reach out to us and we will never talk to your employer. You can say whatever you want to us about your place of business, about people at your work, and you don't need to worry or risk or be concerned that it's going to get back to them. That's just one reason why I think, for example, having a hotline as an independent resource away from the industry, but informed by and culturally competent around the industry is really important.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think nonprofits, absolutely, having started my career in nonprofits as a fundraiser, like it has always been bare to me, what not the nonprofit sector really is kind of a band-aid on the existing system, as opposed to it's a challenge to undertake systemic change and like transformative change inside the nonprofit structure. That said, we do have we do sit outside, and we can be advocates and change agents, and also a form of accountability, right? A constructive form of accountability, because with our perspective and our desire to help and support, we can be a partner, right? We can be an active partner. And I see that as a real opportunity. There are times when in my role as a nonprofit leader, I get frustrated. I get frustrated about the scope of what I can and can't do, right? And that's just tough.
I do want to just add to, if I can, you're talking about like advocacy and advocating, that change happens through public pressure. That is often how social movements happen and how company change happens in terms of the large, bigger picture. And nonprofits, as well as individuals, can play that role in continuing to put pressure on companies to do better. The conversations around crunch and burnout and unionizing and abuse and Me Too and all of that, like those conversations can't exist in the vacuum of that company. They have to exist larger. And those conversations probably wouldn't happen if you didn't have folks putting pressure on them to actually be better and do better. And that can happen from employees internally, but I think it's a combination of things. So just adding to what Eve was saying about like, it's advocacy, but it's also actually activism for some groups, right? And for some people, and sort of shepherding those, the direction and the thinking and discussions around some of that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we're talking about activism and advocacy, but we also all are trying to offer either practical training or skills or tools as well in some way. Through the work that we're doing. And
I speak as an activist, so I
right.
Also should just clarify that not all nonprofits are like advocacy based or aren't like activist based and that sort of thing. So I am speaking for me and what we're doing, just so nobody else feels like they're put on the spot here.
No, I hear you. Although I think in some way, all of us are at least trying to be advocacy organizations. Leo, you and I both are trying to think about how do we change the way that companies approach the way that games are made, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's you look at the job at hand, and you have to create a strategy where you target different things, where you target companies, you target your gamers, and try and put a strategy in place. Some of it is advocacy. I mean, I think the bigger picture, if we manage to, as an industry, make positive changes, the next step really is to approach the governments with the work that we're doing. I mean, that's where, I mean, but we're not ready. I don't feel that we, but You know, by the time we've created, we'll have some examples of positive change that we've managed to create. Then the next step really is to show the people that should be doing this how it should be done. I mean, that would be a great day. You know,
I love talking to your hands because they're like, just get government grants and talk to the government. They'll help out with things. And I'm like, oh, that's not the way it works in America.
Yeah, I mean, that's the global situation. Obviously, every country is different. I mean, yeah, UK, it's different. I mean, it's not for the right reasons, though. I mean, there are hundreds of charities in the UK, and they do more than a lot of the government. They do more than the government should be doing. So it's absolutely wrong. But we do have a hotline. We can go to the Houses of Parliament and Westminster and knock on their door and eventually get an audience with the right people. But we have to be ready, and we're not ready for that. But I think if we do show that there are policies in place and it's positive and frame not just the company side, but just the wider sort of policies. You know, in the UK, the I mentioned at the early stage of this Volterra asylum shut down. It kind of was a global, or definitely in Europe, most of the big asylums shut down, and there was not really a policy in place to deal with all the people that should have been genuinely should have been in an asylum. So there's lots of people out in the care, you know, so who need support, and that support is lacking. You know, so forget the games industry a second. There are people that with mental health issues that need help. You know, so you know we focus on the game because of the reasons we said we're kind of close to this industry, but it could help other people, and the government should be doing more. So without going on to a sort of government beating section, but government should be doing more. And I think eventually my goal is at least knock on a door and have a conversation or three and try and do something. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's worth kind of touching on that because we, you know, we say a lot at Take This that you know everyone should try to get access to therapeutic support if they need it or if they want it. But the truth is that the system, the mental health care system in this country is really awful. And a lot of people can't access it, or they can't access it sufficiently, or it's too costly. And if they need more comprehensive support, if you know going to a therapist on a regular basis isn't sufficient, the systems in place are nearly non-existent, and if they are, they're usually inaccessible to most people. And that's also, you know, that's a personal story in my family as well. You know, you see that people, if my family member didn't live in Utah, there wouldn't be support for her. And that's a problem. That's a real problem. I just want to, it's 11:16 now, so I want to open this up to questions if there are across both in Slack and in the Q&A feature here in Zoom. If there are any questions that all of you have for us over the next 15 minutes or so. And then I guess the other thing is, what do you see, but while people are moving towards are submitting questions, what would you say are some of the, we've talked a little bit about, you know, so what are the challenges? Why do we do this work? What are some of the things that you kind of think are opportunities or are you think you're excited about in the work that you're doing?
Personally, I mean, just the effect, the instant effect that you can have on people. I mean, we released a little game on behalf of Safe and Unlock Minds, and it was a half an hour experience, video game experience we called it. But it was just made from the heart. It was Emily Mitchell's personal journey through her anxiety, and by sharing that experience through the form of video games, helped, I wouldn't say hundreds of thousands of people, definitely helped the thousands of people. I mean, we had messages from people from Korea, Germany, from all over the world of thanking her for sharing her experience. So I think the ability to be able to do something and have an instant effect. So, and also get the message out in such creative ways. You know, it's not just about preaching and teaching. You know, we can be subtle, or not necessarily too subtle, but we can get messages out in a really interesting way. So yeah, for me, one of the big things is, you know, the instant effect or the, you know, direct effect that we can have on people.
Yeah. Yeah. Games are a really powerful medium. Yeah.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Yeah.
So well, the work I'm doing now is very different than any work I've done before. And so
Yeah.
I think that there's like a excitement just in like broaching this new territory for myself personally. I think that with the launch of the hotline, which has been open for 2 months now, seeing the way it's used has been incredibly validating. I was personally really worried that folks would think it's just an online harassment hotline and that you could only call or text in if it was issues surrounding that. But people really understood that it is general mental health support and have been using it as such. And so seeing the range in which people are texting into us about that they trust the service and are using it, and we've gotten some testimonials from folks who are just like, that was great, like that was exactly what I needed someone to talk to, and you were there, so thank you. Means a lot, and reminds me that it was worth doing and putting together. I also think that we're in a really interesting moment in games and broadly in entertainment industry culturally around talking about issues of around I want to say about abuse and toxicity and harassment, but more broadly of like believing people's experiences when they share them. And I think that that is really exciting to me. So it's opening up this possibility space for us to really have an impact on this industry and for the industry to start thinking about how it wants to be structured, thinking about how it wants to care for its employees, thinking about what kinds of games we want to be making, about who our ideal audiences are. And so, one of the things that Eve and I have been working on is a training to try and help support leaders in the industry be better leaders, and thinking about what that means holistically, right? It's not just hiring a diversity and inclusion officer or having that be unpaid labor in someone's workplace, but really what does it mean to integrate all of these mental health concerns, diversity inclusion concerns, and bring a space. I am losing my words, y'all. We're at the end of the section, but really bringing these issues to the forefront, which so that's what I'm excited about, that these issues are becoming mainstream issues, that they're becoming headline issues, that they are on the lips of leadership in the games industry, so that we can create this space that we can create an inclusive space for everybody. Because here's the thing. The games industry has not been great to me. Like, I'm just, to be frank about it, like, it hasn't been a pleasant experience, but I'm still here, and I'm here because it's also incredible. There's incredible communities. There's incredible creativity. There's so much that this industry has to offer. And I really am excited about the opportunity to not squander that or further, and create more space for more people to come in and feel supported and not have to run through a gauntlet to get there.
I think that's really lovely, Anita. I think there's games are rich and fascinating and exciting, and the community of people. I mean, I'm thinking a lot about the previous session with Mike Wilson and Chris Charla and Callum Underwood, talking about being part of this industry for so long, and both recognizing their privilege and also recognizing the home that they have found in this industry, and the sense of belonging. And I think if we can hold that tension of knowing that this space is both a fraught space where people have had a specific kind of privilege and have but it's also a space where we are can celebrate and take joy in each other's presence and in each other's desire to play and create together. Then we have something very special. We just have to be really kind of self-aware, and we're in that process of discovery, that And I want to just reflect, Anita, on what you mentioned, that we have been working on together, this effort to develop leadership skills, basically to support leaders and their understanding of their place and their role and responsibility. Because I do think that culture change has to come from the top, and it has to be something that leaders are committed to and understand intrinsically. And that's where the sense of paralysis comes from, is that people know that they need change, but they don't have the skills, they don't have the tools, and they don't have the knowledge. It's like, I know enough to know what I don't know. And that's a very tough place to be in. And so it's like, we have a responsibility to provide that. And as nonprofits in this space, as charities in this space, we can serve that role.
Yeah, shameless plug. If you are someone in the games industry that this is resonating with, and you feel like you want support or care around this, please reach out, because we're working on some pretty exciting stuff, and we want to do this for you. So
yeah. I mean, I think at the root, like, we do this because we can be of service, and we found a way to articulate exactly how we can be of service, and in this case, to the industry. I didn't think of myself as a gamer for a long time, but my husband's been in the industry for 15 years, and I came with lots of love and sympathy for what he did, and delight in what he did, right? And now I consider myself a gamer, and I also consider myself somebody who just feels very kind of warmly towards what games are and what they bring to people's lives. And so from that perspective, it's like, yeah, of course we want to help this industry to thrive and to grow. And I'm gonna sit back here and just make sure that I'm not missing any questions. This is a last chance to submit questions. Leo or Anita, is there anything else you want to, do you feel that I missed in this conversation that you want to make sure that we talk about?
I think just as role as sort of charity within this industry, it's also our duty to be spokespeople for the industry. So when WHO or whoever starts saying there's gaming disorders and whatever else, and then sort of doing a 180 and saying gaming is good, there should be we should be spokespeople for this industry and highlighting all the good stuff that it does. And because of COVID, and obviously a lot of the attitude towards the industry has changed from outside of the industry. But we just need to provide, I guess, more stats, more research, more ammunition to support the games industry externally. So I think it's our roles to sort of collate or administer or action some research and put together a really solid case when people come and start attacking us. We've got some armory, and even just go on the front foot on a PR campaign against them. So we've got a lot to say. We just need to kind of collate our ammunition, really. And it's our duty as sort of charity organisations, I think, to be the spokespeople.
Yeah, Leo, I'm glad that you brought that up, because there is quite a lot of stigma around games and mental health in particular. And around the issue of internet gaming disorder has been, it's a frustrating one to watch, because the research is quite poor, and it's moral panic. Yeah, it's moral panic, and that it's not fair to games. It's not fair to people who play games to talk about game addiction or internet gaming disorder in this blanket way without really understanding the nature of addiction and understanding the nature of the things that people come to games with already, right? The underlying conditions and needs that people have, and the needs that games fulfill for them, right? And it's funny, I just saw Dr. Bruce Fallon pop up in the panelist list, and he and Dr. B will be talking tomorrow about some great, in part about this issue. And so will Platinum Paragon and Dr. Cohort from Take This. As much as half the world's population play games, the stigma around the idea of the gamer and the stigma around who plays games and why they play and what it does to people is pretty substantial. And yes, we do absolutely have a role to play in providing a more accurate and more thoughtful and nuanced picture to the world about what games provide, both positive and negative, but largely, what people don't realize in terms of what's positive about games.
I'm gonna completely change topics away from that. That's a great ending, and I'm gonna ruin it. Sorry. So because I bring it back a little bit to nonprofits, I just two things that I'm thinking about. One is I just want to acknowledge that running nonprofits is hard and it's a labor of love, and we need your support. We all of us, we need your money, we need your support, we need your help promoting things, we need your resources. Nonprofits, we barely get paid anything to do this work, and we're doing it to make the industry better. So help us, help you. And just understand that when you see nonprofits around, is that everyone is doing it because they care. You don't work at nonprofits because it is a fulfilling experience. It is not a financially it's difficult. Nonprofit running up. Anyways, not give us all your money is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
All of us, all the nonprofits. The other thing I was thinking about, especially in listening to how personal the conversations before this session were, is I've been thinking a lot about what it means to be a manager and what it means to run an organization. And we talk a lot about what crunch in the games industry and mental health and how that's supported. But we need to also talk about that in our nonprofits as well, because I think I suspect as ours does, we go through crunchy periods. We go through phases where people are working really hard and long hours. And, it's not like you get overtime for that, because there is this sense, like Eve was talking about earlier, where you can't say no, or it's really important and therefore you have to do it. And so one of the things that we've been doing at Feminist Frequency is really acknowledging what our internal values are, and centering rest has been the value for 2020 for us. And that means, for us, it means we work 4-day weeks. We each, me and my other staff member, we each try to take 1 day off a week. It doesn't always work out that way, but that's important, right? Trying to take an actual lunch hour break during the day where you can reset, really. And whether that happens or not, being able to think about rest and think about your own personal care is paramount to us. So, if you're having a bad day, or you have a bit of a headache, or you didn't sleep well, can you just take the rest of the day off? Is there anything urgent happening? Yes, no, will help make that decision. So I want us to think in the nonprofit world as well about what it means to care for ourselves, especially as we're serving and talking about mental health. We need to reflect that on ourselves as well.
Yes, thank you, Anita. I think that really, that strikes a major chord. And actually, that's a great thing to end on, because the idea of both modeling, and I'm seeing in Slack the idea that the term transformational leaders, that's really important, and that is part of what we've been talking about. How do we create transformational leadership across the industry? And how do we ensure that we all take care of ourselves? And so on that note, I'm going to thank Anita and Leo for participating in this great conversation, and for the work you're doing. You are great partners to the work that Take This is doing, and you're great partners and support for the industry. And so just a little meta thank you for that. And I'm going to bring in our next panel, and I'll release you too. Leo, thanks for staying up and hanging out late into your evening.
All right, thanks.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
Bye.
much. Bye.
Yeah. And so our next panel is health concerns in esports. And I'm going to bring in our I'm going to bring in our panelists and our moderator. So give me one moment here. If our panelists could raise their hands so that I can find you all, and there we go, I'm finding you all. Fantastic. All right, I'm going to hand the hosting duties over to Kelly, who will then show up on camera, and then she can do the same for each of the next panelists.
All right. So make host. All right, I'm tossing it to Dr. Melita, so you can activate your camera as well.
Hi.
Hello. It's good to see you.
Thank you. You too.
And then can you pass that to Lindsay?
Pass it.
Just click on her name and it'll drop down.
Make host. No. No. I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries at all. Well, she just straight up disappeared on my screen. I think she said, nope, I'm out. So
she's an attendee now, so you'll have to go over to the attendee list, make her a panelist, promote her to panelist, and then bring her over.
Sorry, Lindsay.
And Melita, if you want to bring toss that back to Kelly and have her do that, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't have the option to promote. Make host.
There you go.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So I passed it to Audie. And then once he's on, we can grab Lindsay. It's Zoom hot potato.
This is cool. I'm technically
Hey, I'm here.
Yay! All right. Back to me one more time and I will grab Lindsay.
Okie dokie.
All right. Hold on, I'm coming. There you go. You should be panelist now. And I will throw you host.
Savage, Melita. Savage.
Hi.
Savage.
All right. So hello and welcome, everybody. I am so excited to be here. My name is Dr. Kelly Dunlap. I'm a clinical psychologist and I'm a game designer. And I am the community manager for Take This. Got my little pen, rocking that. And I am so excited to be talking about health concerns. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart as someone who was a competitive player in Halo 2. So very long time ago, long since retired, but very, very excited to be here and to talk with you amazing, wonderful guests. Do you guys want to take like 5 seconds and run down the line and just give a real brief intro to yourselves? Does that sound good? All right.
Yeah, shall I crack on? My name's Atty. I'm I'm a doctor in London, in the UK, and I work in psychiatry. I'm also a PhD student at King's College London as well. And I'm a member or a committee member of a charity called Gaming the Mind, which is made up of mental health professionals with an interest in kind of promoting well-being amongst gaming communities and looking at the interactions between mental health and gaming as well.
If you don't follow Gaming the Mind on Twitter, you are missing out. I get like all the latest scoops from there. And my games list comes largely from there. So definitely check them out.
Imagine our Twitter aficionado is watching this right now, so I'm sure he'll be very happy.
Yay! Snaps to them then. All right, Lindsay, I'm tossing it to you.
Hello, I am, before I get kicked out of the meeting again, My name is Lindsay McLeor. I am also a medical doctor in the field of physical medicine and rehabilitation. I am the founder of GamerDoc, which is an esports medicine kind of consultancy. We're working on, our next steps. I also am the president of Queer Women of Esports, a new nonprofit working towards advocating for the LGBTQIA population in competitive video gaming. I recently got hired as the advocacy director for Wiggy. I'm a Take This streaming ambassador and also a former competitive gamer, not Halo, but Call of Duty. So yeah,
maybe it was me that kicked you out. I don't know.
It probably was. And I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you. All right, and saving the best for last.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Melita Moore. Sorry, Lindsay, for kicking you out. Just as an FYI, I'm in the hospital, so if you hear loud announcements, that is just what's going on behind me. I'm a quadruple board certified sports medicine and esports medicine physician. I'm a team physician for a professional esports team that we just won the world championship last month for our NBA 2K league, so I'm excited about that. I also take care of traditional professional sports, and I'm a member of the board for the Global Esports Federation.
All right, so just a tiny bit of experience on this panel. But I want to get started kind of with a little warm up. What brought you guys to esports? Lindsay, you mentioned that you played Call of Duty. How did that translate into your medical training, practice, vision for yourself?
Sure. And Melita, we didn't mention that we have a book coming out next year on esports.
I thought we were going to get to that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. We wrote the book. So I have always been a gamer. I've been a gamer since I was 6 years old. Ocarina of Time and 64, best game ever. And I transitioned my way. I didn't even know multiplayer was a thing until high school, which was, being a smaller female, not yet knowing that she was queer gamer is probably a good thing. But I started playing competitively, and a couple things happened. I went to medical school and I was playing video games most nights. And, when you go to medical school, everyone wants to ask you all the questions about their health, even though you've only taken biochemistry and things like that. And so the people who I was playing video games with every night started asking me about like wrist pain they were having, or like tingling in their pinkies, or back pain. And, I tell them to go to their doctor and leave me alone. And they would come back and their doctor would say, well, we'll stop playing video games. Right. And when I finally, came on the other side of my medical training, I decided that was not an acceptable answer. And, I was going to find the answers to those questions.
So just a very intense follow-up that I think everybody wants to know. What is the weirdest thing to you? It's like, is this normal?
When they start unbuttoning their pants to show you something, that's when I'm out. So
I would have gaming related questions about that. Okay, good to know. All right, thanks. And so I want to check in with both Addie and Dr. Melita. I'm sorry, I was supposed to drop the doctors. I'm sorry, Addie and Melita. How did you two come to esports?
Yeah, so I didn't come to esports. Esports came to me. I didn't really know much about esports before 2 years ago. Where I work, we have a professional NBA 2K team, and they asked me they volunteered me to be the team physician for this new gaming team. I had no idea what a gamer could possibly need. I didn't really know about professional or competitive gaming. So thankfully, at the time, I was working with Lindsay, who has all of this knowledge and helped me get my knowledge base up very quickly. And so I did a very deep dive learning about gamers, what was out there for health and wellness, which was really not much. And then I just took it and ran with it. And so I'm glad to be an international thought leader in this space now. And I'm really a big advocate for health and wellness for gamers, and I really push education and awareness. So I didn't choose it, it chose me, but I'm so glad it did. I've done professional sports for a decade, and I am now shifting most of my, of what I'm gonna do in this medical space into more of the esports world.
Very cool, thank you. All right, Addie.
Oh yeah, and finally me, yes, happy. So I'm not actually involved in sports medicine or kind of esports medicine like my other two colleagues here. I'm kind of working in psychiatry primarily looking at psychosis and things like that. So not really the standard things that you see within the kind of esports community and things like that. But I've always been a gamer. I mean, you know, we're doing the cliche, and it's true. And I guess my gaming history kind of starts back on SMB3 on the NES, so Super Mario Brothers. And then when I landed in high school, most of my friends were playing Warcraft 3, and that became my poison for a while. So that carried me straight into university, at which point I started picking up new games like Counter-Strike and League of Legends. So, you know, kind of competitive gaming has always been a big part of my life. And I always kind of, a little bit different to Lindsay, I guess. I always kind of compartmentalized aspects of my life. So gaming was after work or before work, and work was just work. So you know, keep little things separate. But when I went and joined the team that I'm currently working with at the moment in London, I met a group of doctors who had set up the charity Gaming the Mind. And obviously they, initially I just joined to kind of have a place to talk about video games and kind of anime and manga and just kind of general gaming culture stuff. But then it kind of gave me a bit of time to reflect on kind of my own well-being in gaming and my own kind of habits and stuff like that, but through looking at the work they were doing and kind of applying that lens on my own life. And I kind of realized I had unhealthy practices 100% with my own kind of behavior and things like that. And kind of going forward, it made me kind of want to be more aware of what's actually going on in the industry. And also, I guess, more importantly for me, it's kind of understanding how that kind of behavior or kind of practices trickle down into gaming communities. So the actual people on the other side of that screen watching these games. So yeah, that's kind of how I kind of fell into it, really. Yeah.
Wonderful. Again, I'm so glad that you all are here. And as always, if there's any questions in the chat, feel free to throw them in there. I keep an eye on it, or there is a Q&A button and we can store them for later too. So if you hear something that sparks your interest, feel free to jump right in. And so now we kind of got the intros, we're warmed up. I want to dig into some of your specialties here. So specifically for Melita and Lindsay, you both work with pro athletes, both the smashy head type and like football or like physical, I don't ever like say in real life because that has a very derogatory sense to it, but you work with athletes who work with very physicality. And then you also work with esports athletes where there is also physicality, but is less head smashy, I guess. What differences do you guys see between the challenges and some of the struggles that they go through in terms of their health, their physicality, things like that?
Well, so I call it traditional sports and any sports. Head smashing, we'll certainly take that too. So there are, it's interesting. There are a lot of similarities, but also a lot of differences. With our traditional athletes, when we talk about health and wellness, they've grown up in this space. If you are talking about a professional basketball player, they've done their AAU league here in the US, or, their development league as a child, and then they played high school sports, and that's when they started getting with nutritionists and strength coaches, and then you got to college, and so they have everyone at their fingertips helping them, making sure that they're maintaining their tip-top shape so they can go out and perform. So in our traditional sports landscape, that's what everyone's used to, and especially when you get to the professional level, if you blink an eye and there's someone not there at the drop of a dime to say, hey, my knee hurts, or what kind of smoothie should I have today, or what kind of exercise can I do? That's what we expect in traditional sports. That is what I see the biggest difference with our esports athletes. And I know saying esports athletes is very controversial in the gaming space, but for me, I'm an esports medicine physician, so they are athletes to me, and I think when you give them that title, it gives them a different level of respect. But they haven't grown up in these development leagues, and they don't know what they don't know. And I say that all the time. They don't know that there are foods that they can eat and exercise should be doing, and why sleep is important. They just get out and play. And so that's where there's the biggest disparity. And I think the educational gap for gamers versus traditional athletes. And so that's one thing that I really try to push is the importance of, mental health, vision, sleep, exercise, hydration, nutrition, stress management. So that's a big part. Some of the similarities, I think, is the intensity. So when, there are a few studies that are out there where you're talking about a heart rate of a gamer when they're in the middle of, when they're playing versus when they're practicing, and that gets up to the same level as traditional sports. And you may not be moving all around, but your heart rate is certainly getting up. You're intense, you're in the zone, you have a lot of cognitive or mental energy that's going on. Your fingers and wrists are moving, depending if you're in a console or a PC. So that is the physicality part, but all those little small micro movements, they add up. And so it is rigorous. It's rigorous for esports and it's rigorous for traditional athletes.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more with what Melita, all of your points, but specifically your first point, that lack of growing up in a team environment with resources. When you finally are given those resources, you have no idea how to use them. It doesn't matter if you have a gym in your beautiful esports facility, if no one knows how to use the equipment and if people are afraid of using the equipment. I think another huge difference is for college and even some high school programs and definitely professional programs, you have a head athletic trainer. And the head athletic trainer has a medical background, and they have extreme knowledge of the sport, and they've been training and in this field specifically in that role for many, many, many years. And they're really the quarterback of the care. The sports medicine physician isn't in charge of the health of the team. The athletic trainer is, and they only call in the sports medicine physician when they need them. And so having that athletic trainer coordinating the nutrition piece, the training piece, they're the ones who are talking to the coach, they're the ones who are talking to everyone, that their knowledge they impart on their teams. But in esports, the person taking on that role is really the coach. And the coach is just a retired player, right? A player who retired at the old age of 23. So they don't have that medical background. They don't have that training. So while they may be better than an athletic trainer in terms of gameplay and skills, they don't have that knowledge of how to use those resources either. So that's one of the reasons why, coaching clinics and coaching training is so important in the infancy of esports medicine because of that lack of knowledge and background.
All right. And then I also want to shift a little bit to Addie and ask, so in terms of the non-competitive esports players that you work with and you write for, as well as those who are aspiring to that level, are you seeing similar things where, once they get to the resources or have them to start with, at least from a health perspective? And
yeah, so I guess, first of all, I completely agree with everything that Melita and Lizzie mentioned about the kind of infrastructure in terms of healthcare for traditional sports in this. And I think, but there is, and they've already marked out the difference that exists in the States in terms of high school, varsity, collegiate kind of sports differences. But over on this side of the pond, we don't really even have that infrastructure either, right? So we just have amateurs that go to kind of local tournaments, or they become big on streaming, and that's how they kind of develop their presence and things like that. So, for the work that I did for the British Esports Association, just kind of the feedback I got from that was just they hear it kind of through white noise. So it's just things that are kind of barked at them, which I completely empathize with, because everyone and their mum knows, sleep better, eat better. But a lot of these people, the people that we aspire to work in and the esports athletes, they are, they're young. They are far younger than the image of the athlete that we see on the television, according to, sports that we've kind of just been associated with. So I think they need a little bit more of that helping hand. And the way to do that, especially, I think, so through some of the events that I've attended over here in the UK, so, through parliamentary projects and groups and things like that, it became very clear that we are starting to build some level of an infrastructure here. But I think there needs to be a push towards well-being in terms of these athletes, because we know from experience from the kind of professional teams that these injuries not only occur, but they're concerningly common. I'm not just talking about physical, I'm talking about mental and trauma and exhaustion and things like that, which I'm sure we'll come into at some point, one of the hot topics. But we know that it exists. So if we are designing systems to facilitate kind of esports industry, you know, in other places other than, you know, across from America and across the world as well. We really do need to have a foothold in helping these people early, so that we don't see this kind of high drop-off rate later on down in their career.
I think Lindsay actually had a tweet not that long ago about, like, you know, there's no reason that someone should be considered a grizzled ancient when they're 23 if they're playing a Twitch shooter, and that is, you know, there's a lot of reasons for that, but there's no like physical reason necessarily. And I think that's a very interesting point that Addie brings up, is the age of these athletes is maybe more in line with something you would see with maybe like an Olympic gymnast. And so what are the differences both physically and mentally in working with people who are at a younger age than maybe you would expect for a professional college athlete or a professional college athlete? I'm sorry, that is an oxymoron. A college athlete or a professional athlete.
Well, I think with esports for sure, when we're looking at our professional gamers or professional esports athletes, the average, or the age around retirement, and Lindsay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is around 22 to 24. I think is their average age of retirement, which is insane because number one, there's so much life left. And if this is your career, obviously we all know that there's so much more to do in the esports industry outside of just being a gamer. But if this is really your passion and you're saying at 22 to 24, I'm out of here. You know, our traditional athletes, they're just graduating from college. They're just now getting into their professional career. And so I certainly think it goes back to this development. If you would have known sooner, which I'm glad we're having this panel because now people will know sooner. You know, it's just because esports is a younger, not young, but a younger industry and is more recently become mainstream where parents actually know about it. It's not just, you know, the people grinding out that know about esports. Hopefully we see this shift to where we're going to see people are going to be gaming much longer. Their careers are going to be extended because they are doing the proper training, the hydration, the nutrition, like all these other things that you need to do to really enhance your performance, prevent injury earlier on. So when we are talking about these younger gamers, you know, middle school, high school, 12, 14, I mean, your brain is still developing. And I mean, I'm certainly not going to take this answer. That's for Addie. He's a psychiatrist. But we know, you know, at 16, you know, that's a pivotal age. 21 is a pivotal age for brain health and cognitive health. So there's a lot more memory, a lot more space and things that are going on in these younger people's minds. So that's just interesting. I'm hoping that we're going to extend the lifetime of a professional gamer.
And at this point, you know, I'd like to say that esports orgs are going to be like, get on that health and fitness train and get really excited about it just for the health of their athletes. But there is a huge performance aspect to it that we are missing. You know, don't quote me, it could be 1 or 2 years off, but I think the average age of a pro League of Legends player is 21. The average age of a CSGO player, I think, is 23. In comparison to the average age of an NHL player is 26, and a Major League Baseball player is 29. You know, you've got people like Tom Brady who's playing in his 40s, Brett Favre. We're seeing, you know, Le'Veon Bell. Adrian Peterson. I could go on. Ovechkin. We're seeing these greats of their sports playing well past their prime. And it's because, yeah, sure, you know, Tom Brady's not in his peak physical prime anymore, but his knowledge of the game is unparalleled. His teamwork, his leadership skills, his ability to read defenses, those are unparalleled. And I can only imagine how many Tom Brady's of League we've missed, how many CSGO best ever has been missed because they got burnt out at 22 and weren't given the correct resources, or they had a cubital tunnel syndrome that was 100% treatable in the beginning because they had the wrong armrest height, and then they lost function in their hands because they didn't get it treated for 4 years. So I think that, yes, we want people to care about the health and the wellness of these athletes, but you're going to see a higher level of play if you invest in these initiatives, and you're going to see more returns on your investments. You're going to see less player turnover, more player retention, more player satisfaction. So, you know, these are all just really important components that hopefully will be fixed in the future.
Addie, did you want to add to that?
Absolutely. And I think what's kind of particularly interesting in terms of the kind of expansion of of kind of promoting well-being and caring for these athletes is that, and, you know, as clinicians, we all know that we try our best to kind of to ensure that we practice evidence-based medicine amongst kind of all of this, and that's true with traditional sports or esports or wherever you look into, whatever field you want to look into, and with that kind of outset or kind of mindset going forward, it's important to kind of think of the considerations and the differences between esports and traditional sports. I mean, even in traditional sports, which, you know, society and culture and of course science and medicine has been able to grow at a relatively similar pace. So they've kind of grown with each other. Even in that kind of situation, we have still scientific discoveries that need to be made and have been made only very, very recently, which have helped us kind of guide advice to these athletes in traditional sports. So I guess the best one for, you know, most of our viewers who are likely American or in North America is the kind of concussion gate that happened with American football, where they found that chronic traumatic encephalopathy was associated with current kind of concussions and head injuries throughout many, many years, and that these were, you know, post-mortems that were done on athletes. And even though it was something that perhaps we would have made an educated guess that was the case, it's hard to implement change or implement policy without the necessary evidence in place. So if we think of that, and then we think about, as Melita mentioned as well, you know, this is not a brand new kind of industry, the esports industry, but it is still in its early days compared to these other kind of, you know, traditional sports that are in place. We are able to extract some levels of data and information through, so for example, some of the injuries that have already been mentioned, like, you know, wrist injuries or finger injuries or elbow injuries and things like that, those kind of things. But there are areas that we still don't have good enough information for at the moment. And I think Leo touched upon this in the chat earlier, where there is a gap in knowledge that desperately needs to be filled, essentially. And there was a really interesting paper that came out this year, actually, where they kind of discussed some of the kind of key points that they find interesting, where these gaps kind of exist. It was published in the Journal of Sport and Health Sciences. And the top three that kind of stood out for me was the impact of physical inactivity, sitting for a prolonged period of time during digital play, and the ramifications of that, you know, over long term, because we know how it can affect you reasonably well in short term, but what we're looking at in terms of lifelong careers, if longevity for our athletes is what we're interested in terms of the training regimes and playing in that. So what are the acute and chronic kind of health risks associated with that? And I think, so we were just talking about league, and obviously I'm a big fan of league. I mean, I must admit I can't keep up with everything these days, but you know, the big thing I watched was probably the Worlds last year. But Uzi, who was a fantastic bot laner, you know, just this year was pushed himself to retirement, and actually a quite sad series of tweets, you know, discussing, you know, he was 23 and he had diabetes, and he was concerned about his obesity, and he had a wrist injury. He's 23 years old. I mean, when you see, as clinicians, I'm sure, you know, when you see your traditional mind image of someone who has diabetes, it's not a 23-year-old. You know, it's not the image. So that, and then finally, obviously, the thing that's most interesting to me is the kind of psychosocial and cognitive effects of esports competition. So Melita already touched on it. We've been talking about the kind of stress levels that these players go through and how that affects their cognitive decision making. And in fact, you know, the heart rate does actually go up ridiculously high. It goes as high. The one study that came out of the German group said it went up to the same levels as F1 players, F1 drivers. So you can imagine going, you know, over 120 miles an hour on a circuit, and try and imagine that same heart rate when you're sitting still, tapping on a keyboard and a mouse or playing on a controller. So yeah, there are certainly these gaps in knowledge that I think will help us as clinicians give the appropriate advice, and not just in terms of optimizing their performance, but actually giving them the quality of life and health that they need going forward as well.
And if you want to go ahead.
Oh, that point was just very poignant, and especially bringing kind of concussion in just kind of as the example. So I'm a brain injury specialist. Concussion has been my life for the past 10 years, and how I treat a concussion now versus what I did 8 years ago, it's very different. And it's because we now know more. We know about CTE. We've changed our protocols. I've done national policy on concussion, but then it had to go back to this whole cycle of education, and why we had to educate the athletes now, and the coaches, and now the parents. And so to have that kind of information, I mean, obviously this is a panel of clinicians, so you're speaking our language, but that is exactly where esports has the opportunity to kind of course correct early before we get to that point. And so having researchers like yourself and Lindsay and I have done some research projects and looking at all of this data that's now coming out on esports and research, that's going to help us create policy and change the culture, change the habits, and it all comes back down to education, I think. So that was just a very poignant point that's something that's certainly needed. And I think we are off to a slow yet good start from that perspective.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I feel like that I may have projected a little bit of doom and gloom there. That
no, not at all.
I do really want to say, like, if I'm sure you've included this in your book, that in the past 5 years, there's been an incredible rise in PubMed, so the kind of public research repository where we find all our evidence for medicine. I mean, in the last 5 years, there's been great improvements in the number of papers and things that are available. But obviously,
no doom and gloom, only science. Which,
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Depending on the day. And so I want to pivot a little bit because I have questions and I thought of about 30 more, and I realized we only have about like 20 more minutes Q&A. So I'm going to do a hard shift here. We're all clinicians here. It's a very Hippocratic oath kind of crowd. And the cynic in me is hearing like, yes, we want our players to have the longest life and the best resources. We want Walshy to be playing Halo into his 40s. He might be 40 now, actually. But anyway, like we want these players to be able to stick around and return on investment, blah, 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 blah. Because like we care about them. We're physicians, we're mental health professionals. We want people to do well and be well. However, that's not all the case in sports in general. That's also not the case in games in general. And I'm wondering, like, when you're talking to other organizations about, hey, it's worth this investment to make sure your players are educated and that they are healthy and they have access to these resources. I guess the crass way of saying it is, do these organizations want their players to be healthy? Is it more like a GameStop model where there's always someone right behind you and we'll just kick you out the door as soon as you're too old for it? Or have you seen actual examples of organizations doing something well, like kind of a poster child for either a game developer or someone in the game development space to go, this is how you do it responsibly. This is how you take care of the people you are responsible. And this is why you should do it, not just from a, touchy-feely, we want everyone to be healthy thing, which is important, but also like financial. So something that, we kind of have to loop in. And maybe Lindsay, you can speak to that as the founder of Queer Women of Esports. Like, I imagine you're knee deep in that right now.
Yeah, and I've also been doing a lot of private consulting for esports orgs recently. So I'm living that NDA life, so I can't talk about a lot of it. But 2 orgs that I don't work with, but are doing a really good job. One of them is Counterlogic Gaming, CLG. They have a head of player development. Her name's Summer Scott. She is brilliant. She has a psychology background. She got her BA in psychology. She worked as a performance coach prior to this. And she is basically in charge of, all of these things that we're talking about. And she's working very hard to keep the players healthy. CLG has also involved 1HP in the past, which is a physical therapy brand for esports. So CLG is seeing the investments. I also think Complexity Gaming, they are working in the same performance center as the Dallas Cowboys. They have the same access to the trainers and to the therapists and things like that as the Dallas Cowboys. There's good and bad ways to do it. I think a lot of times well-funded orgs who want to get involved in health and wellness tend to throw a lot of money at things. And if you don't have properly trained professionals, that can be good and it can be bad. Like, so if I'm speculating here, but if Complexity were to use the same protocols that they're using with the Dallas Cowboys for their esports athletes, that could be potentially harmful, right? And unfortunately, right now, there isn't a protocol, there isn't a set of guidelines to treat esports athletes. And that's one of the things that Melita and I are working on is creating those guidelines. So when people do want to throw a bunch of money at a project, they can say, okay, this is how we do it. I know a couple orgs are moving that I am working with are moving towards health and wellness initiatives in the distant future. The only problem is that while esports continues to grow, there is a focus on budget cutting right now in the industry. We see in the Call of Duty League moving towards a 4-player format, not expanding. We see a lot of roster cuts and budget cuts, especially in the Overwatch League right now. And that's largely because people who were interested in the business side and not necessarily having any knowledge of the esports side threw a bunch of money at it and expected an immediate return, which is, it's when you buy a team, if you buy the Dallas Cowboys, they're not going to give you millions and millions of dollars every year. It's a long-term investment. That's another aside. But so right now we're seeing kind of a constriction. But I think when we rebound from that and esports kind of takes its more natural path, there's going to be a bigger focus on health and wellness. But yeah, CLG and complexity.
And it's interesting, even in traditional sports, not everyone is focused on the athletes, and that's the product that's on the floor, on the field, behind the screen. I just, left a WNBA bubble, Women's National Basketball Association, professional basketball, and the lack of resources that were available in this professional bubble, some people would find very interesting. And we're talking about this is a professional league, they have their own ESPN. And so you really have to take it back to what is this all about? If you don't have a product, you don't get money, you don't win, you don't have success. And so I think in the esports space, this also holds true much more than it does in traditional sports. And, you have a $50 million buyout to get a team, but yet you're not doing anything. There's no sports and performance. There's not a exercise physiologist. There's no nutritionist. There's not a physician to then take care of these athletes. So that is where I think there's a huge problem. And again, another opportunity. It's interesting with some of these professional teams where you have retired professional athletes that have bought in. They're doing things a little bit differently because they know, but I think overall there's a lot of growth that needs to happen. I was speaking with a team that was traveling for a competition, and they're talking about that's a bubble type of situation. Well, how are we preparing our athletes? There was nothing. And so I certainly think that, especially if we are going to be living in these COVID times for a little while, and if we are going to have these international competitions where people are traveling and there may be a bubble set up, these are the now. I know Lindsay was in a distant future. This is the right now, and even educating on what you need to prepare your athletes for that type of environment, what kind of services you need to have, what kind of specialists need to be there. So this is a big growth opportunity for owners of teams, leagues to really get it right.
Yeah. So just to kind of go back to what Kelly mentioned, actually, it was really interesting when in terms of the thinking of the kind of esports teams and the industry as a whole. And I think, just touching on the kind of some of the pressures that some of the players are experiencing, and one of them that Kelly mentioned, which is obviously really, really important, is there this backlog of, many very skilled players that are in the kind of amateur leagues or climbing up during through the smaller professional leagues. And it's probably a lot more likely that the bigger teams will be able to have the facilities in order to promote a certain level of healthy lifestyle, or, as Lindsay already mentioned, hire the necessary specialists that come with the knowledge to help these athletes. And I think has become a lot more interesting to me over just recently, really, is these players that are kind of waiting in line for their turn, and whether or not they have the same opportunities or the same level of success, or just mentioning that these teams are having cuts, and so thinking the knock-on effects that it will have for these teams waiting in line as well, and these athletes waiting behind, and then taking that one step further again and thinking about how gaming has probably become the most accessible form of kind of sports available at the moment during COVID times, and even before COVID. It takes, if I was to play, I'm going against my British instincts, and I'm going to say soccer. If I was to play soccer here, yeah, I'm going to need myself and a group of 9 mates who are free at any one time to go play five-a-side. We need field, we need kits, and we don't, in terms of gamers around the world, gaming is truly global. Whilst things like soccer are more high concentrations in different areas and things like that. But, in some places you need kits. In gaming, esports is on a phone. I can pick up my phone and play ranked games in Arena of Valor right now. I can be anywhere. So the behaviors and the attitudes that they see from the top teams that are represented now. So they see these players, retiring at 23 because they're training, incredibly hard, and they're working incredibly hard. And another thing is that they're traveling incredibly all over the world. And part of the reason I mentioned earlier was the reason why I've stopped watching so much League of Legends is that I'm getting tired of keeping up with all the teams and the rotas and who's winning and who's top of the league. So you see that level of fierce competition that people experience in the highest level of the game. So it may not necessarily be right, but you can understand why these younger players or aspiring players are putting themselves on the grind day in, day out, and picking up these unhealthy practices because they simply don't have access to healthcare the same way that everyone does, and picking up these bad habits that and hopefully when one day they do become professional players, they bring with them these kind of bad habits and basically a frame of mind that has already set in, which is unfortunate, which is something that I hope the industry as a whole, we're moving towards something that is more sustainable for people coming up as well.
Absolutely. And I want to be mindful of time because we have a couple of questions in the queue that I definitely want to get to. And one of them just really dovetails exactly with what we were just talking about. I'll throw this one out to anyone who wants to field it. This is from someone named Raphael Bakamatsu. Sorry, that's Dr. B. I'm using, I love you, Raf. He is the clinical director for Take This, and he's kind of my boss. So what Dr. B said is, given the international nature of esports, what kind of international diversity do we see at the collegiate level, and how does that cultural diversity affect the players?
Well, that's interesting question. And I am doing a lot of global work, and it's interesting at the collegiate level, it's not the same. And that's when we kind of get into the inequities of esports and, the lack of Wi-Fi and the lack of this digital divide that then also creates this divide when you're talking about college and potentially getting a collegiate scholarship. So I think in the US, which I think probably, and people may raise their hand if I'm wrong, but I think that the US has a good system that we are setting up in place from high school to college with regard to scholarships and creating these collegiate teams. I know over in the UK, the British Esports Association, under the leadership of Chester King, they're just doing some amazing things when it comes to education. And I certainly think that they are an example of role modeling for what they're doing. And that's coming from the young kid up through collegiate. So we're just talking about your casual gamer to maybe an amateur gamer. So when you talk about the education perspective, trying to get some protocols together, trying to have some initiatives, I take my hat off to the British Esports Association.
Wonderful. All right, I'm going to move on to the next question, unless someone has a burning desire to add on to that one, because it was a great question. Thank you. And so Eve, my other boss, asked, oh my goodness, let me move this out of the way. How does moral panic around games lack of knowledge? So earlier we were talking about there's just a lack of knowledge around, having nutrition and exercise, and the fact that maybe I'm sitting there and maybe my wrists hurt because I'm trying to claw instead of, buffer. So how does moral panic around games as them being bad, evil, etc.? Do you think, how does that play into that lack of knowledge?
I think it's huge. I think it's a huge play in. People who could be benefiting the industry probably are sitting on the outside because of that misconception. There's still I can only imagine how many people still think that video games cause violence. And I think there is also a consideration when you're looking at the titles that you're playing. I know it's not entirely moral panic, but CSGO, the entire basis of the game is a terrorist trying to plant a bomb. And so brands tend to not, brands who may not sponsor CSGO have been looking into titles like Valorant and things like that, because it tends to be more family friendly and less controversial. So I do think it probably is preventing a lot of intelligent people, a lot of brands, and a lot of benefits that can happen to the industry because of that misconception. And I think that things like this, where we're 4 doctors talking about video games all day, like that in and of itself is helping change the narrative. Melita was at a talk I gave last year at a medical conference, and it was a room full of hundreds of physicians, and my whole talk was on video games. And the look on these old dudes' faces when I said what I do, it was amazing. But the next time they hear that, they're going to have less of a misconception. And I know when you ask a medical doctor, a psychologist question, you're going to get something that you don't want. So I'm sorry, Eve. If
Wait,
that
whoa. What about that did I not want? Do we need to process this? Do you want to tell me about why you're feeling this way?
There's a psychologist answer.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
That it's a barrier to parents. It's a barrier to parents to allow their kids to play, and certainly to play certain titles. So I think it not only is it a barrier to brands and to other people, for other people wanting to get in, but parents, and when we're talking about this younger gamer, they hold the control, supposedly. I mean, it's their money that has to buy these games and things. So I just think that it creates a barrier to the parents, allowing their kids to actually get involved and really take over and understand the true benefits of gaming and all the positive benefits that it has with socialization and cognition and positive vibes. So,
and I'm wondering, Addie, if you've had a similar experience from the mental health perspective of working parents a lot, who kids are really into games and especially into esports, and trying to explain to them that this is not inherently like a terrible thing for their kid. Like I was working with someone, and they were a StarCraft grandmaster. Like, holy cow, I know what that means. That's amazing. If you talk to their parents, there's like, yeah, he just spends a lot of time playing video games. Like, you don't understand. It's like the equivalent of a chess grandmaster. You don't get it. And so, yeah, Addie, do you see that kind of thing too on the other side of the pond?
Yeah, so I guess so the kind of patient group that I work with is predominantly adults. So I have very little kind of face-to-face time with parents and their children in a clinical setting. But as we all know, because it's the reason why we're here, geek culture transcends age groups. So the thing that I found that has helped me massively clinically actually is finding time, exploring some of these kind of patients' hobbies and things like that, and finding that, yeah, I'm a huge comic book nerd. Yeah, I'm massively into esports. Yeah, I'm massively into Star Trek and Star Wars and all that stuff. Let's talk about it. So for those people, I think those aren't things that necessarily they'd give up on first contact with their clinicians, because obviously, despite geek culture being the zeitgeist now and everyone needing to catch up, it still has this stigma associated with it. So obviously this is anecdotal, but if you take that same framework and assume that people are coming at video games and coming at this whole kind of wider gaming culture with that stigma, then you can completely understand how, let's say, younger players who have had their first injury, and they've not, they're not part of the professional team yet. They've got their first injury. Let's say they've got carpal tunnel syndrome. They just think, I'll play through it, because they don't understand the significance of it. And also, they don't want to go and tell their doctor, I got this. How did you get this injury? Because that's what every doctor's going to say. How do you think you got this? I play 4 hours a day on my mouse and I sit in a very bad posture, and I've clearly done something to my wrist and I don't like it. It's an uncomfortable conversation to have. But I think this is why things are getting really interesting now in esports as a whole, which is this idea that as we see more and more of these grandmaster players, which is literally what they are, they're phenomenal players. As we see them retiring primarily due to injury, rather than this idea that they've fallen off skill-wise or something like that, because clearly these are very, very skilled players still. It shines a light on something, and hopefully, as Lindsay was mentioning, shining lights on things, it eliminates stigma slowly, sure, but as thing, as you know, esports is becoming basically ubiquitous now. It's all over the place. The more and more people are aware of these players that they're interested in, and the more and more, you know, stories of injuries and health concerns and things like that, we can see that these players will hopefully start developing an attitude in their mind that if I'm going to really go for this, or if even as a hobby, if I'm going to play this as a hobby, clearly I need to take some steps to make sure that I'm not, you know, going to struggle with consequences of certain behaviors when I'm in my 30s, which to these guys is obviously grandfather age. You know, don't mock how old I am. Yeah. So you know.
So what you're saying is my diet of Hot Pockets Cheetos is not a sustainable thing. And I do not say that as a stereotype. I say that is what I ate, played Halo 12 hours a night.
Yeah,
So
do you do it healthily. Do you.
Okay. All right. We have one more question for you. If you have others, feel free to throw them in, then we'll see if we can get there. This is from an anonymity. They say, have you ever had an experience of the game developer or publisher establishing the rules or requirements related to the athlete's health, physical or mental, for esports organizations participating in their leagues or having partnership relationships with them? That's a lot of words. So if I'm to summarize it, do you have any experience with game devs who basically have some kind of like quality of life requirement for partnering with an esports organization using their game?
I have not come across any.
So Overwatch League in their inaugural season, they had a set of principles. It wasn't guidelines and it wasn't regulation. It was principles, and they were a bit vague. But everyone thought at the time that it was a great step forward. But I think it's a bit difficult when it comes to esports because it's not traditional sports. You know, there isn't an owner of all American football. There isn't an owner of all soccer. These developers, they have ownership of the game. They have ownership of the rights. They can change the game at any time. So in all intents and purposes, it's basically some form of monopoly. It can be considered as such because they have all intellectual property in all its regards, which is why the idea of player associations becomes so much more important, because you can make a grassroots movement with the players who understand each other, who share their stories and anecdotes of things that they're struggling with, and they can develop their own set of principles that they can take forward and, you know, help organize collective bargaining in some regard. And the best example for that is in Counter-Strike, where they have their own player association, it's called the CPAA or something. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's a group of 100+ players across the world. And they've developed this organization, their own guiding principles that says they will not go from one tournament to another without a reasonable break time, a reasonable grace period for themselves to recover. So even though there have been attempts from the developers' angle, you know, we've seen, you know, movements in the right direction is the optimistic way of putting it from the developers' side to kind of put down regulations to help their players. It's an honorable gesture, but I think due to the framework of how developers own the title and own the intellectual property and essentially own the tournaments for some of the bigger games as well, what we're seeing is perhaps a bigger movement from the bottom up. So for players getting some level of ownership and talking about each other and their own well-being and the needs that they have and bringing it up through that regard.
It's almost like the inequalities and workers' rights issues that are prevalent in traditional sports are also prevalent in esports.
Fascinating, right?
So we are just about out of time, but I do have one very selfish question. This was a very heated debate on one of Lindsay's streams. Was the pronunciation of the word nootropics or neurotropics? Because that's a question I wanted to ask, but I don't think we have a ton of time to get into it unless Lindsay wants to do like a lightning round on the use of So first of all, neurotropics, what is it? Supplements?
Supplements. Go with, but there aren't supplements. I go with nootropics.
Okay. And Lindsay, did you land on one?
So a good rule of thumb is never make fun of someone for pronouncing a word wrong, because that means they learned it by reading. And I say nootropics.
Nootropics. Okay.
We all know what it means.
I'm never gonna disagree with Dr. Moore because you know she's
Not
trained
true.
me. So no.
Oh, Addie, do you want to weigh in? This is a very important question to end on.
So I mean, I guess I could probably get away with having a different pronunciation anyway because I'm over here and I have a different accent.
And cephalopathy. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You know, it's edgy, right? It's a bit trendy. But I mean, I would say nootropics. I would say nootropics. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I say it differently. Okay,
I guess it's
I just wanted
probably,
to, you know,
yeah,
I now have
yeah.
1 out of 3 doctors says this word the same way. But yeah, we have 2 minutes. So did anybody want to try and do a tweet length, just any kind of feedback about tips and the closeness between a lot of esports teams and a lot of companies that are promoting nootropic supplements increase like gamer edge and gamer advantage and reaction time.
Kelly, you know
I
how I feel about this. I
I
think that
do.
esports organizations, because their viewership skews very young, they have a unique responsibility to be a little bit more ethical in the products that they promote. I think that untested and unregulated substances pushed by large pharmaceutical companies that are for profit and have no oversight is abuse. And I think it is something that companies will be on the wrong side of history for. I think that pushing drugs to a pediatric population to make you better at video gaming is borderline criminal. And I think, yeah, that's what I think.
I certainly do not endorse them, but there's also there are medications too that are considered. I mean, Adderall, Ritalin, Provigil. These are drugs of abuse in the esports industry in our younger gamers, even. So that falls under that nootropic. That was not just it's not just supplements but it's also prescription medication that's being abused for other things than what it was prescribed for. So on the supplement side, I agree with Lindsay.
Yeah, and what Melito is bringing up too is, you know, there are other drugs of abuse, but because of FDA regulations and because of rulings in the late 90s, we know exactly what's in Adderall, right? We know what is in Adderall. It says it's in Adderall. You have no idea what's in supplements, right? They are not tested. They're not verified by third parties. So they could say that all you're getting is keratin for your eyes, but it could be anything. It could be anything.
All right. Well, so for any game devs out there or execs who are considering wanting to get more involved in esports and are concerned about the health and welfare of the people playing their games esport, just, you know, a hot take here, maybe think about the partnerships you might make if you are looking into supplements or nootropics or neurotropics, whatever the case may be. And that is exactly 3:30 Eastern time, 12:30 Pacific. And so I'm going to hand it back over to Eve. And while she hops in here, thank you, panelists, so much. I literally need like another 10 hours because I have so many questions. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Dr. Dunlap.
Thank you very much. It was lovely meeting you. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Melita and Ati and Lindsay. That was a fantastic panel. I am now going to release you all for a break. I hope you all have a chance to eat, to get up and stretch your legs. We will regroup in 29 minutes. And I encourage you all to, in the meantime, check in with chat and take a break. Thank you all so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We'll be getting started in just a moment. And I'd like to invite Emily to turn on her camera if she can. We'll be starting our session on accommodating differences in just a moment once we figure out the technical issues here.
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing out my mic to see if it's working.
Emily, I can hear you. Thank you. Okay. That's great. I'm going to try and turn your camera on for you, but I'm not sure I can.
I need to jump out and back in again.
Well, I'm going to introduce this while we figure out how to get Emily's camera back on and moving. I want to continue to thank everybody for your patience while we figure all these technical issues around Zoom out. We thought we had them all set, but it turns out not. The question that we have for everybody, the next session that I'm really pleased to start here is a conversation with Emily Grace Buck about accommodating differences around mental illness and neurodiversity in the workplace. And the opportunity we have to talk to Emily is particularly wonderful because she is both a manager and an experienced member of the game community, as well as somebody with a neurodiversity diagnosis. And so we're really pleased to be able to have her join us for this conversation about how we do this practically in the workplace and what the challenges and what opportunities and all are. And I'm just, before we jump into this, Emily, why don't you jump out and jump back in again? Let's see if we can fix this. So just jump out of the Zoom entirely, and then we'll see if we can jump you back in and fix it.
All right. I'll be right back, everyone. Thank you.
And I hope everyone had a great break. I'm still finishing up my dark chocolate, which is now I have two of Emily, and neither of whose camera I can turn back on. Well, we're having all kinds of challenges here. With Emily coming in and leaving. Thank you all for your patience while we figure this out. Oh, great. I have messed things up. I need to add Emily on the back end. One moment. We're on our way to fixing this, but in the meantime, please chat among yourselves. Thank you all for being here and being patient. You're getting a back end view to the experience of running a small nonprofit on a shoestring budget. So we did make a few changes to the back end on the advice of Zoom support earlier today with the hope. But if you left the chat, the Zoom meeting to take a break and then signed back in, you won't see earlier chat. That doesn't save. That's why we are in Slack for saved stuff. And Tammy, we'll get you, make sure you have access to the Slack in just a moment. So the point of the conversation that I'm hoping to have with Emily is about wanting to ensure that she has that people know in a non-stigmatized way what it means to interact with folks who have and support and manage folks who have a mental health challenge. And one of the things that inspired me to want to do this session and to reach out to Emily was my own experience of working with a number of people who have a variety of mental health challenges and wanting to provide them with opportunities to have meaningful careers and experiences in the game industry or in any sort of industry, and knowing that there are, especially as we talked about this morning in the sessions, that these can be these mental health diagnoses, these neurodiversity diagnoses can have a real impact on your ability to function in the workplace sometimes, but they also have a real, they're just a part of who we are as people. And so we bring a lot to the table, and many folks find that many folks desire really pretty strongly to have access to careers and to opportunities. And we want to be able to take advantage of the wisdom and experience that all of these folks have in the workplace. And so how do we frame, what are some of the ways in which we can reframe working with people who may not have access to the same or be able to work in the same schedules or in the same ways, or who need support in ways that the modern workplace is just not designed to. So it looks like Emily is able to talk to us even though she can't.
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and that's
Hi,
wonderful.
everyone.
So, Emily, I thank you for all of this back and forth. I don't know quite what's going on, but I want to thank you for joining us today. And I'd like you to introduce yourself and why you wanted to have this conversation particularly today, and what you bring to the table in terms of experience and context.
Absolutely. So, hi, everyone. My name is Emily Grace Buck. I am a narrative designer and narrative director. I currently work at Ubisoft Reflections in Newcastle in the UK. So it's evening here right now. You're missing me sitting in my mother-in-law's kitchen with some very silly antique plates behind me and a nice cup of tea for the night. I have been working in games for quite a while now in various design and narrative capacities. And now I manage a team of writers and narrative designers. I also am autistic, and I have dealt with various other mental health issues throughout my life. I have depression. I'm, currently on medication for depression. I've had anxiety. And being able to create a workplace where people can thrive and really succeed is extremely important to me. Oh, I should be able to turn on my camera now. Let's see if it works. All right, I'm here. Hi, everyone. Magic. All right, so these are the wacky antique plates I was talking about. I hope you enjoy them throughout the program. But yeah, so as a game developer who is autistic and struggled a lot, especially when I was a junior and working through my mid-level, now that I'm working as a lead and as a manager, it means an awful lot to me to be able to try and help others have an easier time of it than I did. Now, part of why I had a lot of difficulty was I wasn't diagnosed as autistic until I was in my 30s, which is all too common, unfortunately, especially for women who are on the spectrum. But obviously, this happens to men and people of other genders quite a lot of the time, too. But the diagnostic criteria for getting diagnosed with autism as a child tends to be very specific to how autism presents in many young males. So a lot of girls fly under the radar and don't end up knowing what's going on with them until they're much older. So, I was going through all of my 20s with some, quite frankly, abysmal executive dysfunction issues and just trying to survive in the workplace. Now, don't get me wrong, I was still very successful at what I was doing. I was able to work on quite a number of video games that did really, really well. I was a lead designer on both of the Batman the Telltale series games and led quite a bit of the content through that. I was in charge of the Catwoman romance, which was a lot of fun. I was regularly pitching in meetings with prime stakeholders and executives and things like that. So it wasn't that I was completely held back from being able to do my work. And that's usually the case for people who have mental illnesses and neurodiversities. They're incredibly capable and sometimes even more capable than other people on their team because they'll work even harder to try and make up for what they see as their own deficiencies. Now, the main two issues that I struggled with personally that I want to address, because I've talked to quite a lot of other people in the industry who have dealt with similar things and also seen some from some of my direct reports over the past few years. The first one is when you're dealing with mental illness or when you're neurodiverse, especially if you're undiagnosed and not proper therapy treatment support that you might need, maintaining a very solid personal life can be very, very difficult. And especially maintaining a good balance between your work life and your personal life. So, for example, for me, I had difficulty forming really healthy relationships in my personal life because I didn't have a very good grasp of what those kind of relationships were meant to look like because I was an undiagnosed autistic and didn't quite know what I was doing. So I had a marriage that didn't work out, and that kind of thing distracts you from your work, obviously, because you're dealing with a lot of things that are stressors. that obviously people who are not neurodiverse, not mentally ill, get divorced and go through big things in their personal life all the time. But the way you react to it can be very different. And the reason you get there can be very different if you're dealing with mental illness or if you're autistic or ADHD, etc. And then the other one was understanding my own limits. So I mentioned earlier that sometimes people who are neurodiverse or have mental illnesses, you'll see them work even harder in the workplace to try and get over what they see as their own deficiencies. This can make us sometimes absolute super employees, which is wonderful. We're more likely to be the ones who volunteer to work a really long week or to take on a very difficult project because we're kind of looking to prove ourselves. But at the same time, when you're doing things like sprint plan, we may assume that we should be able to function at that superhero level every single week.
Mm.
And that's just not possible. That's not possible for anyone. But in general, and I'm saying this partially because I know I have historically been not the best at it, I tend to want to estimate my own work ability as my best possible work ability. And some days that's just not possible. Because it's not, once again, it's not possible for anybody because life just happens. But I can't control sometimes if I start having a shutdown or a meltdown because I don't know, someone's drilling outside and there's just a loud noise that I can't handle. Or if a text message comes in from my personal life that I take far too seriously because I'm already in a slightly emotional state and I can't regulate the same way as other people. And then I, lose productivity. And then what you often see too from people with mental health issues or neurodiversities, they'll try to make it up. So then they're working at weird hours. And this can also be exacerbated by working from home too, which we all are right now. We tend to be some of the people who, check our work email before we get out of bed in the morning and are still answering work emails like in the bathtub or at, 2 a.m. when we're trying to watch a show and wind down because we can't wind down. We feel like we have to make up that time. And we don't. So especially if you're a producer or a manager, talk to those people on your team and tell them to stop flipping working. Tell them to shut off. And if you are in a relationship with someone like this, one of the best things you can do is exactly what I was just saying. Tell them to stop it. Like I'm very lucky. My fiance will sometimes see me kind of spiraling off like that. And he will actually just grab my phone out of my hand and put it in the other room. Because he's like, no, you know what you're doing. And it's making you really upset.
So basically what I'm hearing here is that if we're going to do accommodation well, we need to model good boundaries and enforce them.
Exactly.
Right. And that's not unique, but it's really even more important in certain cases. And we need to have a certain amount of mental health literacy. So we know what we're talking about when we talk to people, and it is never appropriate for a manager to diagnose somebody, but to be able to understand and contextualize what they're seeing and maybe provide someone who's not aware with some hooks to think about, oh, maybe I could get help for something or talk to someone and find out what's going on, so that there is this back and forth of, this is something that other people experience too. It's a real thing.
For certain.
Yeah.
For certain. And in the game industry, this can be even worse because, we have people who are incredible workaholics a lot of the time in this industry. We also have production schedules that don't allow for breaks anyway. So in a lot of ways, our predominant working model is set up to burn out neurodiverse and mentally ill people even faster than others in the industry. And that's really unfortunate. We're really susceptible to it. And in order for us to be protected, everyone should be protected because no one should have to deal with that. Nobody should be working far too many hours a day or not have any divisions between their work life and their personal life. That's just good practices all around. So really most of the recommendations I would make to accommodate people in the workplace like that would be good for everyone. Having accommodations like being able to work from home a few days a week, or being able to work in an office with a door that shuts. There are plenty of other people who that would be good for too, like anyone with kids or
Yeah.
um, people who like just tend to get tired in the afternoon. You know, it's like there's so many things.
Well, I think
that
that's, yeah. I mean, Emily, what you bring up, I think, is that in particular, practices like good boundaries and mental health literacy are essential for people who have a diagnosis, right? But overall, doing things like enforcing good boundaries and talking to people, contextualizing their experience inside of larger trends and issues, and like paying attention to issues like burnout, which is a major problem in the game industry. Those are about treating people as human beings and right, and being good managers. And that's super important. And the game industry has not been particularly good at learning new skills and at implementing best practice in management and in leadership. And those things go a long way, right?
Mhm.
They go a long way.
Yeah.
towards supporting people.
I mean, so much of the time, people who end up being managers, I'll even include myself in this, I didn't have a whole lot of practical management training
Right.
before I became a manager. I've had more now that I am one. But that's the case a lot of the time. Somebody who's the best at their specialty will end up becoming in charge of other people. And then you also get sometimes folks who have a bit of a chip on their shoulder because they were worked to the bone like that. And so then they want to do the same with their direct reports and kind of use some of that tough love. So it just perpetuates the cycle and doesn't particularly help anybody.
Yeah, and you say that. I mean, it's really important. You know, I think about what happens in medicine, for example, right? Like people get worked to the bone, and you know, residency is like a rite of passage, and then right. It's not like games are the only place where this happens, but it does happen,
Not at
and
all.
it's not like, and games is not the hospital. It's not a place where you are worried about continuity of care. You know, we have solutions to this. And I recognize we don't have a lot of time, and I'm gonna just give ourselves a few extra minutes before we jump to the next session, which is also super important and compelling. But what I do want to, I want to be careful about saying, you know, that this is like it's all about good boundaries and self-care, right? That's a kind of simplistic way of approaching it. And so what are the things that are harder to talk about, that are more complicated to address in terms of mental illness and neurodiversity in the workplace, that don't have quite such easy answers and do have impacts to, say, productivity and things like that?
So, I mean, one of the most obvious ones is that not everyone will have disclosed their mental illness or their diversity to HR or to a manager in order for you to help them. And there are many reasons why people choose not to that are extremely valid. And when you have someone on your team who is in a situation where they're struggling, but you don't know exactly why, and to be fair, they might not know why either. One of the best things you can do is ask them what they need, which sounds so obvious, but it's not. It's not obvious a lot of the time. Ask them what they need and figure out how to accommodate for them. The most common solution I've seen to that has been a solution through production, through thinking about their workload, through thinking about what their accountability structure looks like, how often they have people checking in with them. Are they somebody who needs constant check-ins, or for you to back way the hell off? Things like that, and experimenting in order to make sure that they feel comfortable and confident and able to continue. So that's a really, really big one. And then if you do have people on your team who have disclosed to you personally, to HR, to the whole team, to the world, what their deal is that they're working with, to inform yourself about what that means. If you're going to be a good manager for that person, you should do your own basic research about what they're dealing with or what their personal neurodiverse status is. But then also still talk to them. And I know Dr. B says this all the time, and he probably will at some point during this conference, if he hasn't already, that like if you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. So don't necessarily assume that the person you know is going to fit the stereotypical mold of whatever their neurodiversity or disorder or illness might be. And if people need to take time off of work, check in with them. Especially for folks who are autistic or ADHD, sometimes you kind of hit a wall where things start to spiral out of control. And if too many things start to fall, I like to think of it as the kind of plate spinning analogy, that once you drop one plate, all of the plates break. And then once the plates are broken and lying on the ground, putting them back together is a lot harder than just keeping them spinning in the first place. So you'll often see extended absences blamed on things like headaches. And obviously, there are many reasons people do genuinely have headaches for days. And I'm not saying if someone tells you that, they're lying. And also, it can feel like a headache a lot of the time. It's just a good flag to check in with someone and say, like, hey, what do you need? How can I help you? Are you okay? In the least patronizing way that you can possibly muster. Because if you are patronizing about it, you're probably going to push someone further away.
Yeah. Respect goes a long way, right? And asking somebody if they need help is a form of respect, in fact, or what they need, asking somebody what they need as opposed to assuming. And being flexible,
empathy
right?
is going to get you really far.
What? Empathy?
No, I said empathy is going to get you really far.
Yeah, it turns out we're going to be talking about that in a couple of hours, in fact, that very topic with Chris Metzen. So I feel like, you know, there are like many angles to this conversation, but once again, you know, the things that make you a better manager overall will make you a better manager to people with a diagnosis, in part because, Emily, it turns out that diagnoses, mental health diagnoses and neurodiversity diagnoses are really common, right? They're super common. And so if you don't know somebody with a diagnosis, that means someone's not telling you. Right. And so making it okay to just have a conversation about what you need goes a long way to providing space for people to feel comfortable inhabiting, like showing up and
definitely. And all the time and on any team, the more you can foster honesty and comfort and being open with each other, the better communication that you're going to have. And especially on like video games, the better the end product, because people aren't going to be scared to speak up and to put themselves into the game.
Yeah, big time.
So,
big time.
Yeah, I think the biggest theme here, and we both kind of keep repeating it, but to say it very succinctly, the kind of accommodations that you would think of making for people with mental illnesses or who are neurodiverse are going to benefit absolutely everyone on your team.
Yeah. And on that very rapid note, because I don't want to get too far behind in our schedule, but I really want to thank Emily. I thank you for your grace under pressure, and thank you for calling in late at night from the UK. We really appreciate
no worries.
you here. It's awesome. And we're going to move on to what now is going to be a quite intense conversation, but a really important one about suicide in the game industry. And so I'm going to bring in Kelly Dunlap. Let me bring her in, and Tammy McDonald. And once they're in, Kelly and and Tammy. Kelly, I'm gonna once more, I am going to promote you to, I'm gonna ask Mark to promote Kelly to host so she can get on camera, and we'll once again move those people through. Not Celestima. She's for the next panel after this. So Kelly and then Tammy McDonald. Mark.
There we go. Nope.
Oh, it looks like Celestima. Can you make Kelly Dunlap a host? That's what we need. There we go.
There we go. All right, excellent. And we're back. All right, Tammy, I'm tossing it to you. And so now you should be able to get the video working.
There we go. Are we in?
We are in.
Yay. Hi.
Let's drop that out. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm well. Nice to see you.
Yes, we have chatted before. This is the first time Zooming though through video.
Right.
All right, so welcome and to everyone who's just joined us after lunch. And thank you to Emily for that wonderful chat earlier. That's really, really cool. I have so many questions, but I'll have to hold on to those for later. So for right now, obviously this conversation that we're having is around suicide in game dev and in the games industry. And so just to kind of start things off, because we're going to be talking about suicide, one, content warning around suicide, very obvious. But before we get into this, I think it's important to be able to set the table for us to have this kind of conversation in the first place. So there's a really widespread stigma associated with suicide and talking about suicide. And so as a result, many people are afraid to speak about it. However, talking about suicide not only reduces the stigma, but it also makes it easier for people to seek help, rethink their options, and connect with others because it's something that, is not as scary to talk about. However, how we talk about suicide really does matter. It's very, very important. So throughout this session, we'll be following best practices around talking publicly about suicide. So for example, we'll use destigmatizing language like saying died by suicide, as opposed to committed suicide, which links suicide back to more punished times where it was seen as like a sin and this horrible thing that spoke to a person's weakness, which we know is not the case. As well as things like not going into specific details or anything graphic or anything like that. So if you're on the fence, as always, I hope you're here and I hope that you can engage in this session because it is a very powerful story that Tammy has to tell. But as always, please take care of yourself first. And if you need to step away, please do so. All right, with that ground covered, Tammy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, I'm Tammy McDonald, and I've been in the games industry for 24 years now. I was brought into the games industry by my husband, Matt McDonald, and he took his life almost a year ago. So.
Well, thank you so much for agreeing to come on and talk about it. Because again, as we mentioned right at the top of the show, this is not something easy to talk about, and much less for someone who's a survivor of someone else who died by suicide.
Sure.
So I kind of want to just get started with something maybe a little lighthearted or a little bit less, kind of ease into it.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about what life was like in the before times, or rather in the beginning? Like, how did you guys meet? That's a really good place.
Well, I was in radio when I met Matt, and he was in games, obviously. And I had a former client who was a matchmaker, and she was his former mother-in-law. And so she said, "You married my daughter. She wasn't so great." meet somebody great. And so we were friends for a while, and then we just kind of progressed into dating. And then I got out of radio and I was doing travel promotions, and I was working with, this speaks nothing to my politics, but I was working with Oliver North for a while. I'm actually the opposite. Go blue. But he talked me into coming on board at the game studio that he was at to help with a project. They had 45 minutes of in-game cinematics and just really no way to put it together. And he knew I was extremely organized. I understood, the nomenclatures and putting together all of the cutscenes and everything. So I jumped in and I helped out. And the studio we were at in San Diego was Blue Sky Software. And it was kind of, seeing, the end of its days. And Matt was the go-to guy for Lightwave at the time, for New Tech's Lightwave software. And they asked us to start a school. So I'm like, well, that sounds like fun. So we jumped in and we started the training center together. And then of course we got into game development, and it was back in 1996 at the time. So this is where you couldn't call a recruiter. You couldn't call, the Art Institute and say, who do you have? Where can I get, put a team together, or even, just recruit. Just people weren't out there in that means. So we trained people and we hired the good ones. And so we grew our studio to about 150 people in San Diego. So we were actually the largest independent studio in San Diego at the time. And we had a great relationship with Sony Online, especially with John Smedley and Kelly Flock at the time. And we were kind of their local outsourcing company. And then we just continued to grow. And so we were doing full game development, triple skew. We were the first 3D animated series on Nickelodeon. So we were doing 3D across the board. And animated music videos. We were just kind of in the thick of it. So I ran biz dev, and because I was all about building and growing the company, and I would always I would hire from within, and I would find people from all over the place. And so we just kept growing and growing and growing. And then we also, because of the animated series we were doing, we got into doing distributed development. So we had a team in China to do the animated series, and then we pivoted over to India. Kind of liked the vibe and kind of content that we got out of India better at the time. So we had 300 people at one point over in India, with 150 people in San Diego. So that was a really interesting time, and it was great. But it also, as we're speaking to the subject of suicide and depression, it was one of those moments where I really noticed, this is too much for Matt. He had too much on his plate. He was just speaking to Matt's art, his skills, he was the visionary, the art director, but he was very technically gifted as well. And, when you look at somebody, that is a 10Xer, as far as programming skills go, Matt was that across the board. Matt was everything. He was so talented. He was so creative, with everything that he did. And, I always thought he was like Superman. He could just keep going and going and going. But, there were these moments and these cyclical times in our relationship where it almost seemed like we were on a 5-year bend, with where his illness really showed up. And I would say, 5 years into our relationship, we kind of got into it very quickly. We dated, and we both were on the same page. We wanted to have a family. We wanted to have a business. We wanted to, be successful and just grow. And we were very excited about what we were doing. And then 5 years into it was the first moment where we just went, wow, he's got some issues. We need to address them. So.
All right. So obviously you guys are very busy from the start.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yeah.
Definitely got some fairy tale romantic, themes going too, which is very sweet.
Sure.
And then so as you're talking about, 5 years in, you started to notice something wasn't going as well as it had been.
Right.
What kind of brought about that realization?
a lot of mood, triggers, and a lot of people, because Matt was so intense, and we talked, just transitioning from the last, speaker, the subject was, work hours and, not, blending day to night and not really being able to cut off. So Matt was the kind of guy that would work 7 days a week and 20 hours a day. And that wasn't just a week or two at a time. That was 7-8 months at a time. And he would come up from air. I mean, I would find him sleeping under his desk. Going to the office, what are you doing here still? Where he would tell me I'm coming home in 5 minutes, and it would be 5 hours later. He just didn't know when to pull out. And, one of the things I really merged into becoming in our relationship was a manager of his moods and a manager of him in general, and just trying to get him through. And he really had a hard time disengaging, and that was just a telltale sign. And then of course just being overwhelmed. I always looked at our business where we had to have multiple income streams. We never looked for financing. We never had investors. This was all bootstrapped. And so to be able to go from basically nothing to having 150 people local and then 300 overseas, and having, a payroll of nearly 7 figures a month, that's intense. And that's a lot. And just taking a step back, one of the other things with Matt, he wasn't just depressed. Matt had PTSD because he was abused as a child. He had a mother that, beat the living crap out of him from being an infant. He was handed at 12 years old, he was handed an infant brother and was told to raise him. These are things that mark people. His father left when he was 12. His father had crazy issues. He spoke in tongues to an altar. It was just like all these layered, strange things. And they were on welfare. Like the mom was a con artist, like all these weird things that mark a person. Matt was able to get over, or at least get through. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say get over, more get through. He was able to push through it. And when I met him, he was really at his A game. He had so many things going on, and that really, connected us together, and I think helped propel him and push him forward. But, looking back, yeah, I can see where there were signs, and, and especially like the relationship with the brother. It wasn't a brother relationship. It was a father-son relationship, and so he always had this responsibility to, to be there and to, make sure he was employed and make sure that, his life was okay and things of that nature. But yeah, there are definitely a lot of complex layers that go into somebody who's depressed. Just looking back, I was always pushing him, to seek help. He was medicated. Probably at the 5-year point, he was, we got him medication. He was hospitalized for a brief period of time. And then, of course, focusing on things that like even John Smedley talked about, it's like, do I exercise? Do I eat right? Am I taking care of myself? Those are all the things that, when we were doing them, we were doing well. When we got up, like our routine, when we were working and on fire, we got up every morning, at a certain time, and we walked, and we had certain meals, and I was helping him maintain his weight and all of the things that, you really need to do just to take care of yourself. But really, when you have these added layers of, of mental health issues, you really want to make sure you're taken care of.
Yeah, they're extra important at that point.
Super important.
Yeah. And so, but before we kind of go down that path, I want to stop just for a second. Sure. You have little ones, or I guess they're not so little anymore.
I have 3 boys. Yeah. 3.
I don't know how you feed them. I only have 1. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah.
But so I guess I want to hear more about, before we start talking where we know that this is going to go, I want to like think about it in terms of who he was as a person, as a husband, as a father, like, what the family was like. So
Sure. So Matt and I, as I said, when we decided like we're in, and like, we were both kind of aligned, and it was kind of like this come to Jesus moment where like, okay, we're either going to do this or we're not. And then we just, we're all in and did everything together very quickly. In the first year, we got married, started a company, and got pregnant. Like I was pregnant 2 weeks after we were married. Like it was like boom, boom, boom. And so Tyler was born, and he's our oldest, and he's 22. He'll be 23 the day after Christmas, and I'm the day before Christmas. So we're like bookends to Christmas. It's kind of our thing. And then Gage was born 2.5 years later, and so he's 20 now. And then Gavin is 15. So he was our like, oh, we're gonna do this again. So yeah, but they're all amazing boys, and they've been entrenched in the games industry and with us and into games. They're all voracious game players, and my oldest is just he consumes books like like his food, and they're just wonderful boys. I love them dearly. Actually, Tyler worked. There was a stint where Matt was with John Smedley when he broke out from Sony Online and did Pixel Mage, and then they transitioned into Amazon, and Tyler worked with Matt and John there as a technical artist. And so it was nice that, it was really nice to see that, there's this like osmosis, like my son just, from being around it, ever since he was, a couple of months old, he's literally, sitting on Matt's lap at the keyboard and just taking it all in. And, our kids, were brought up playing games. And, I used to joke that Tyler at the age of 4 or 5 years old would have a Game Boy in one hand and the manual for the Pokemon, guidebook in the other with all the points and stats. And, he did very well in school, as far as, his math skills and his writing and everything. And I really attribute a lot of it to, to just jumping into games and problem solving and gameplay and explorative, opportunities for kids. And I think that Matt and I were always on the same page about games in general, where if the kids wanted to play, we let them play. The only game that I ever just said absolutely not to was Grand Theft Auto for obvious reasons. Yeah, but they never asked to play it. So, that was the only game that was like a please don't, and they didn't bother.
So, and okay. So by the time that 5-year mark came around and stuff started like, wait a minute, whoa, there were some warning signs that went up. You guys had 2 kiddos. You had an amazing job. You two had been together for 5 years. So you've got this very full family life. And it sounds like after that 5-year mark that you guys figured it out and you worked through
to
the best of your ability.
Yeah.
And then based on you and I having had a similar conversation earlier to prepare for this, I know that cycle happened again and again and again. And so just to kind of zoom out for a second.
Sure.
That first point where you're like, oh, something is not right.
Yeah.
Till his death, about how many years passed between that point?
So I would say 15, roughly, maybe 17 years. So yeah,
a long time.
It was. And, there was obviously a pattern to it, that developed. But there was always something different that made me I always wanted him to believe that he could get past his illness. Right. And so, I was his biggest cheerleader, and I still am for wherever he is in this universe. I love him, intensely. He's an amazing human being, and he did so much for myself and my kids. And, I turn to him when I'm frustrated and when I need help. I'm like, Matt, what do you think? But, I honestly believe that these moments where we were kind of, going through them, I always thought that we've learned more, we're doing more to help him, and we're going to get through it, and it really kind of flipped on itself in the end, when he went through the last, I guess, episode, because it was very different than it had ever been. Like some of the moments where he would have an episode, for instance, he would go cold turkey off his meds. So that's something that we hear a lot about with people that are being treated for depression or, bipolar behavior, or whatever it might be. They don't want to be medicated anymore. They don't want to feel like they're everything's being blocked out. They want to feel, right? And in Matt's case, this was, I believe this is in the 2010 episode that he had. He was on Effexor, but he wasn't just on Effexor. It was like on 2 times the FDA recommended amount of Effexor. And it just so happened that our pharmacist had a conversation with him and said, do you know that you're taking twice the recommended dosage of Effexor?
Mm-hmm.
That triggered his mind to think, I shouldn't be on this. I should be. And then, of course, Matt thinking he's Superman. I should be able to battle this on my own. And, and he had just gone through a weight loss period. So, he was feeling like I can conquer this. And so when he stopped cold turkey off of a crazy amount of Effexor, we went into an episode that lasted about 3 days, and it resulted in him, having to be hospitalized again. And, it was about, it's usually about a week, where they're being hospitalized and, getting therapy. Of course, when he got there, he wanted out immediately. Before he got there, he was like, I need to be hospitalized. I'm going crazy. And then when he got there, he was like, this is the worst place in the world. And I think a lot of it, when we look at the resources that we have, for our loved ones, they're not optimal. They're not even decent. I mean, my husband was in a facility with people that, they were dangerous and they were scary to be around. And it broke my heart. It's like, my husband doesn't deserve this. At one point, when he had a breakdown in 2015, he had an episode, and I called and specifically asked for help. And I said, my husband's having a mental break. He needs to be 5150'd, and he needs to be hospitalized. He was arrested. So yeah, imagine that. So those are, for somebody who sees themselves as a loving individual, as like not having a mean bone in their body and just wanting to be everything he can be. Like Matt used to toil, when he would do something wrong, maybe with the kids or, or with me or with a client, he would spend days in his brain, like thinking how I can be a better man. How can I be a better man? Mm-hmm. That consumed his life, like how he could be better. I know, there are people that, were close to Matt that he would, just be on the phone with him for hours and just, they would be like, God, is he okay? But no, he really, really was consumed with how to be the best person he could possibly be. And if that's your mindset, if that's who you are as a person, and you stumble or you fall or you show any vulnerability and you get arrested for it, it was like, it was more than he could deal with. It broke it, it crushed his soul. So,
and I imagine that since you called them, you were at home, and so he was probably arrested in front of his children.
He was
in his neighborhood.
Yes.
And
yeah.
So I feel like the mental health system is a whole other, it's a whole other panel. It's a whole other conference.
And actually adding insult to injury, when he was arrested, my brother-in-law worked intake at the sheriff at the jail. So when he was brought in there, my brother-in-law was in that processed him. So it was like, fortunately I had him there to take care of my husband, but on the other end, it was just another layer of,
embarrassment
and
shame.
Exactly. And those are the things that I think in the end, it was almost like there was a scorecard that he kept, and he felt like everybody was keeping against him, and he just couldn't live past that. And that to me is just so sad, because he was so not bad.
And I mean, thank you as always. I'll just continue to say thank you for sharing like every 5 seconds. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
I think it's a really valuable perspective, because there is obviously a lot of stigma related to suicide, and there's a lot of stereotypes.
Absolutely.
Around, suicide being, oh, it's something that you do only if you're depressed, which is not true. It's something that, it just happens in a flash, and you should know the signs. And what I especially value about you sharing is, I mean, you said almost 17 years of this kind of cycle of, okay, things are fine. Okay, I can see we're going down that spiral again, having something happen, whether it is having, calling emergency services in the hopes that they will respond appropriately.
Right.
And that, him having to check himself into a hospital, like these things over and over and over again, and returning to normal, and just this cycle that it, like you said, it was a scorecard. It wasn't just this one decision that he made one time when he was super sad.
Yeah, no. And what's interesting about that too is that during those moments, there were times where the depression was so heavy that the suicidal behavior would show up in some way, not in the, I did something and I need, and wife Tammy needs to jump in and correct it. It was more of, he would flirt with an idea or do something, but he would do it in I always said he would do it in plain sight, where he would come to me, and it was always a cry for help. Like, and as like Matt was a large man, he had a large, very loud voice. His personality was like, it was so huge. He was always the life of the party. He was like this very big presence, but he was also this broken child that was kicked under a bed as a toddler. And I saw that toddler when I would look at my husband, because I loved him with every ounce of my heart. Like we I know it kind of sounds morbid, but we had a death before divorce clause. When we married, I just said, I will never leave you. The only way we're walking away from each other is if one of us dies, because I love you. And that's how I'm built. I love my husband. I love Matt. I know that Matt isn't, like, when he would show up and maybe he was being, an ass one day, or, he wasn't his best day, but I know Matt, like I know the man, and that man loved me more than anything, and he would kill for me. I know it sounds bizarre, but to say that, like, the man would kill for me, but he would. And sadly he did in the end, because he thought our lives would be better off without him in it. So he did. Sadly.
And I just kind of need to like sit in that and give that some space.
For sure.
It's a really powerful thing to think about. That is, it's not just a matter of I'm sad or I'm depressed. It's the world is a better place without me in it, for whatever perceived shortcomings you have.
Right.
And in those 17, well, plus 5, so 22 years.
Oh, 24 almost. Yeah.
Okay, 24.
Yeah.
Math. I'm a psychologist, not a math.
No, it's okay. No, I mean, I was just kind of paraphrasing the years that were kind of tumultuous, but yeah.
Sure, of course.
So, yeah.
So in that time, we were talking, and Emily was talking earlier about how, people who are neurodivergent or managing a mental health issue, sometimes they will be your superstars, and they will show up and they will go twice as hard as anybody else.
And they do. Yeah.
And they do. And Matt is a perfect example of this. Yes.
Absolutely. Oh, so he, again, so one of the themes with Matt and I is that we were polarity, right? So with work, with everything, you know, the kids, you know, you name it, you know, we were always like, I was on one side, he was on the other. Like, you know, I would be running the business, he would be running the creative. He would want to discipline the kids. I'm like, no, you're too hard on the kids. So what's interesting now without Matt is that I have to get to the middle with our kids now. And my oldest son is like trying to, like, you need to be more hard on the younger two, you know? And so I'm like, okay, let me get there on my own. But, you know, it's one of those things where we were always this way. And I would want to grow the company. He didn't want to, like, he'd figure out how to, like, sabotage was another like theme with him, because he wanted to know that he was more important than the business. And that is really difficult when you have a dozen clients with, you know, 30 to 40 projects running at a given time. You have all of these balls in the air, and you have the person that you're relying on, you know, for everything, who has, you know, mental health issues and needs to know that he matters. But he would work, like I said, he would work, you know, days, weeks, months on end, just for me. You know, it wasn't for, it sounds strange, it wasn't for the client, it wasn't for this or that. He would always say, I'm doing this for you, I'm doing this for you. And that's where it really got messy for me, because I'm like, look, work is work, our relationship is our relationship, but we need to put a line between it, because I would always say, you know, we need to survive outside of our business life. Like, that's the most important thing to me. Our family is our family. And, you know, he was just so caught up in everything. And I think, again, toward the end, as I discussed with you, he was on so many different medications that it was just so hard for him to just kind of see the forest through the trees, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm also curious, because obviously, you know, as his wife, you know, you saw the darkest moments, you saw the most vulnerable moments, as well as the positive ones.
Oh yeah.
When he was in his workspace,
mm-hmm.
was it ever apparent to anybody else that he was struggling, or did he just mask it so well that nobody even guessed?
So, like, Matt's personality was ginormous. It wasn't just like, you know, like, oh, he's just, you know, a guy over here. Matt, like, everybody could, and you could, you know, you can feel energy, obviously, right? We all feel energy. Everybody could feel his energy. And what I always found, I think, troubling more than anything, is that people would feel his energy and maybe assume that, you know, he was mad or he was hostile or whatever. Matt was a love. Like, he was the kindest, most loving person on this planet. And he would do anything for anybody. I remember he and I were at a seminar, and there was a woman sharing about how she hadn't spoken to her father in 30 some odd years. And she was able to have a call with him, and he was dying. Like, he had some terminal illness, and he would be dying in the next week or two. But she felt, you know, okay. And they had a great conversation, and they could move on, but she didn't have the money to travel back east to see him. And all I remember was, you know, he took my purse for a minute, you know, dropped it back by. And later on, the woman who was running the seminar came back and asked for my signature. And I said, what for? And she said, oh, your husband just got that woman who was talking about her father a plane ticket and hotel for, you know, and then she said, and he wants to give her a couple of $1,000s for like travel money. and I'm like, okay, that's my husband, you know? And so of course, you know, I'm just like signing whatever, but that was my husband. Like, his heart was huge. He would give everything he had to anybody. And that is the man I loved. I mean, he was the most beautiful, beautiful man in the world for being that man. And he showed up like that to everybody. He did that for my family, my father. I mean, my father got sick with Cushing syndrome at the age of 50, and we bought my parents a home. We took care of them. We put them on payroll, you know, for 20 years. And that was my husband. My other family didn't show up to do it, but my husband did. And that is who Matt was. Matt was the most giving, loving, generous human being on the planet. Yeah. But yeah, did other people get scared of him? Sometimes, yeah, because he could get loud and pissed and scream. I mean, and John Smedley could probably speak to that because Matt showed up a couple of times not being his best self. But the beautiful thing about that is that John acknowledged, like, from his background and knowing, his own depression, he knew Matt was hurting. And John has a loving heart, and he's very, kind and perceptive, and I respect that about John, and I think that when Matt worked with John for the period that he did, it was a soft place for Matt to land for a while, and I appreciated that.
So what I'm hearing is something that was very helpful to Matt.
Yeah.
Was having someone he knew that he could, in his workspace.
Yeah.
That obviously you can never know exactly what someone else is experiencing.
Sure.
But at least know that there was someone there that he could check in with who had at least a ballpark idea of what it was like.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was very helpful for Matt, so toward the last, let's just call it 3 years of Matt's life, we really stepped up his therapy with, he had a therapist, and he had a psychiatrist, that was new. So he had a psychiatrist for about 12 years, and then that psychiatrist retired, and then the new psychiatrist came on, who, I personally am not happy with at all, with how things ended. But we stepped up his support system, the frequency that he met with therapists, and then checking in. And so part of that was, who are the people you can turn to? And so, obviously John, he had a best friend, Rick, from childhood, Holly Newman, who is my best friend, but Holly's been in the games industry since probably as long as Matt. And, she was his sister from obviously another mister, but, she's phenomenal, and, she's family. And so I always kind of thought, like, well, she's my best friend, what are you calling her for? But I would get it, but then the one that fell out was the brother. The brother was supposed to be there. And then, of course, they had such an up and down relationship that in the last few months of his life, unfortunately, his brother wasn't somebody he could turn to. And so that was really hard for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his family, like when he passed, his mom never called, his sister didn't call, the brother left me horrible voicemail messages, like really dysfunctional family. Kind of crazy.
I mean, given how you've talked about his childhood, like it's unfortunate, but it sounds like it wasn't a surprise.
It's very true. Like, it wasn't surprising. So there were no expectations, but I would say it's still hurtful nonetheless, because, it's not, Matt's not here, but his kids are, and even to the extent, like, his best friend from childhood, like, I hate saying I have expectations, because I never want to have any expectations on anybody. I don't want to rely on anybody for anything, because that's just kind of through this whole, I guess, experience has taught me. It's like, who can you rely on? Who do you know will be there? And if you expect somebody to be there and they're not, then you're just let down from it. And so through all of this, one of the things that I think that I'm having the hardest time with is that, there are 3 boys, and they've been through the worst experience. Like, oh my God, like the worst thing that could ever happen to anybody. And they are hurting, and they need men in their life that will stand up and say, I got your back, or I knew your dad, or whatever, share experiences or do something. And, they're few and far between. And like with the best friend, I'm like, where'd he go? He used to show up every couple of months, and he knew how important Matt's sons were. So, those are the things where I need to learn how to manage my own expectations. And, you know, I mean, I'm being very raw and direct about all of it, but that I'm not even a year into this. And so I'm just kind of, I always tell my friends I'm an open book, you know, and this is how I feel. But yeah, I wish for my kids that, and we're in COVID too. So like, I need to like edit that somewhere in my brain to like, by the way, we're in a pandemic and it's really difficult for people to even show up in that way, but pick up a phone, check in with the kids. Are they okay? You know, that kind of stuff. Like I would really appreciate that if there were more of that in their life, you know, honestly. So that's a disappointment, but we are doing complicated grief therapy, which I would say has been pretty amazing. So.
Well, it's always lovely to hear and someone's having a good therapy experience, but I am the least biased person to speak to that.
Right.
Yeah, like as you mentioned, it's been almost a year, and anniversaries are tough, and a parent in a pandemic is also difficult. Who knew, right? So how are you managing? It's almost a year. You are so open and so composed and so poised as you talk about this. How are you managing going forward and continuing to live your life, not just for you, but for your 3 kids too? And that is not appropriate.
It's okay. You know, I think that in my mind, I'm trying to give everybody as much space and leeway as I can. You know, I want, and I also, you know, and for myself personally, you know, I kind of given myself like have a year, like, you know, you get the buffer of and that's just kind of, that's on me more than anything. But, you know, to my own, I guess, expectations and timeline, I thought for me, if I, you know, didn't achieve the things that I had wanted to achieve this year, I'd be okay with myself. I wouldn't beat myself up. As for my boys, you know, I'm just trying to stay as connected as I can. Again, the therapy is something that, you know, was important. That kind of shifted as far as like, I specifically looked for complicated grief therapy that, you know, it was very structured. So it came up as, you know, we've got 12 to 16 sessions that are an hour long, and we'll take you from all of these modalities, you know, and get you to a place where, you know, not that you're healed or that you're even close to, you know, being okay with this, but you have tools, you have something that you can move forward with. And I would say that changed instantly within the first 10 minutes of the phone call, because my oldest son interrupted me after I went through the whole well, this is what happened. And I guess, you know, there's a very large part of my mother that lives in me, and that's like telling the story to the nth degree. Like, we got up and it was 96 degrees out, and grandma ate oatmeal, you know, and we like just way too many, you know, details. And so he cut me off and just said, Mom, we don't want to talk about what happened to Dad. We want to learn how to function as a family. We want to learn how to be brothers, and we want to learn how, you know, how to be whole and how to move on. You know, that's the hardest part. You know, when I think about all this, it's like, you know, he just went, you know, cut me off, and he's just so eloquent and he's so in tune, you know, and he's just 22 and he's just like, Mom, this is the most important thing that we need to, because, you know, we could talk about Dad all day long, and we will. Like, that isn't going anywhere. We're always going to talk about Dad, but we need to just come together and learn how to function, because right now we're 4 people that we're broken. We're all mourning. We're all, you know, we're hurting in ways that are different and similar from each other, but that we all need to be close, and we all need to learn how to like reconnect. So that is what we've been spending our time on. And so that, that started out with little things like family dinners and, and I'm going to do something for, like, we each picked a person and these are the things I'm going to do for him this week. And, this is what I'm going to do for her. And this is how I'm going to show up. And these are the things I understand that are important. And so we all are taking on tasks and learning how to communicate our feelings. And then of course, in all of this, Matt shows up again, so the last session we had, I think we went through a box and a half of tissue. So yeah, so she's done a really great job of hearing us and then also, staying on course to what her job is. So I would say that doing the research and finding, somebody like, I never knew there was a thing called complicated grief therapy. I never even knew, but I looked it up, obviously, when I think I found it on day 3 after he passed. I was like, I was up till, I'm a bit of an insomniac as well. So I will go at least 2, if not 3 nights in a week where I just don't sleep. So I'm up all night. Yeah. So that's what I looked up and found.
Productive insomnia, research based.
Yeah, it beats CNN.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've got about 10 more minutes before we switch over.
Sure.
And it's the therapist in me that I want to make sure that we have time to kind of like this up and like put it away in like a nice box that's secure. Not just for you and I, but for people who are listening as well.
Right.
And so, we're probably gonna have like a 5-minute break afterwards so people can kind of take a breath. But to kind of move into that position, I was wondering if you could tell me like one of your favorite memories of you and Matt, or just, the family, you guys as a couple, just something that just instantly like brings a smile to your face and like warms to your heart.
They're endless, but just those silly things, like we get in the car and like Matt was he was a gearhead, he loved his car, he had a Jeep, he had a truck, he had, if I had a Hummer, he'd like every time, he would take it and put $20,000 of, useless stuff on it. In my mind, useless stuff, but it was, he would always go nuts. And, so we did a lot of off-roading and various things. And so just a few, fun memories. Just getting in the car and, when we would get in one of, his little off-road thingies, whatever, windows down, music blasting, and our family anthem was, Don't Stop Believing. And every one of us just singing on top of our lungs, just these songs that we loved. And Landslide is my song with Matt. So, there's a lot of music that connects me to Matt as well. And then when, right before I had Gavin, Matt and I got into paintballing, and we would call the studio basically to this field right before they built the high school behind our house. We had, I can't tell you how many acres it was, but it was huge. So we would send text messages to probably about 60 or 70 people and say game on. And Matt would run and get the paint. I would fill up the coolers and everybody would meet out, and we had a short course and a long course. And we would play paintball, and we did it for about a year or 2. And this is like while running a studio. So imagine like, we would pick like a Saturday, but we would do a weekday too. So it got a little crazy. But we actually used Tyler and Gage and a neighbor friend as hostages. And because it was like a long course, there was like a little coyote den, and we would stick the boys in the coyote den, and they were like we also, rode like, quads and ATVs and motorcycles, all that stuff. So the kids would be like chest plates, all the full armor and everything. But Matt put the 3 of them together, and they ended up like shooting each other point blank. And these are like 5, 6-year-old kids,
Yeah.
I mean,
like somebody should have called CPS on us at the time. It was that bad. But that none of the kids got hurt. But those are like the memories. It's like we used to just have so much fun. And then we used to go down to my I have a great uncle that bought a bunch of land in Cabo in the East Cape, and we spent Christmases and Thanksgivings there. And the moment we would go to the Cape, like you're talking like 4 miles of a Cape where not a soul is standing on the beach. And we would run, our boys would run naked up and down the waters. And, you know, it was like we were you kind of feel like you're back in time, and, you know, you're just this little family, you know, and we would literally camp on the beach, you know, and we would stay there. We'd pack enough food and stuff for 2 or 3 days. And, you know, there was a key at the gate. They closed this one resort down. So I would jump the gate and I would move the rock where the key was. And then we would get down to where the resort was, and we'd shove one of the kids through a window where one of the rooms, you know, that we liked was, and we would get all the mattresses out and push them out on the grass area and put some of the hammocks back up. And we would just, I mean, it was like our little spot, you know. We used to do this every year. So those are the memories that I love about Matt. And, you know, he and I would get on a quad and, you know, we'd ride for 2 hours in one direction and stop and drink beer. And, you know, the nitty gritty dirt band would come out of the bushes, and, you know, we'd chill out and talk to them for, it's like just random stuff, you know, just random stuff. I mean, he was just always good to roll with. Like he was like my ride or die, you know?
Yeah. It's those small moments that we hold on to and we just kind of keep forever. Not to be like super cheesy.
Yeah. Oh my God. And he could dance, like swoop me up. My feet would never touch the floor. And he just had such rhythm, and like, that was the best.
Well, for the 1,000th time, thank you so much for sharing both your experience, sharing Matt, and sharing Matt with us as a whole person. And I think that was the goal, and that was my hope for it. Was you know, he's a human being. He's a whole person, and so are you, and so are your kids. And
absolutely, he was the best person I'll ever know.
That's why, you know, I think this is such a valuable thing to share with everyone.
I appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone in chat. That's okay. You know, like,
oh God, I cry all the time. So
it's literally my job to make people cry. So
I know.
It just kind of, you know, it is what I do. But yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for hanging out and just being hecka respectful.
While listening to my story.
Yeah. And of course, you know, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but obviously if you need help, please find ways, whether it's a suicide hotline or Take This obviously has a ton of resources. If you go to takethis.org, there's mental health resources. There's a cool widget that lets you find stuff near you.
I think the one thing that I just wanted to add that,
of course,
that we didn't touch on in all of this is that when Matt decided to take his life, he was prescribed medication that was not in line with his diagnosis. He was given bipolar medications, 2 additional medications on top of a regimen of probably 7 or 8 other medications. And there were no blood tests taken. There was no follow-up taken. He had 2 suicide attempts that year, one in June, one in August. He took his life on the 9th of November, and there was no accountability from his psychiatrist. And I'm not here to vilify anybody. I'm just trying to say that if there are red flags, like, wake up to those red flags. Matt was deceptive about the first attempt, but the second one, he owned the first. And so that was in August, mid-August. And I begged the doctor to take him off those medications. And he said, it's going to take time for him to get his footing with these meds. And I said, he has suicidal ideation that just is, it's coming up in ways that it's never shown itself before. And that I knew was a red flag that had never been there before. And I think that there are a lot of wonderful people out there that are here to help people that have depression, PTSD, ADD, whatever it might be that you're suffering from. But if, like, you need an advocate first and foremost. If you don't have an advocate, get one, because you need somebody that can understand your baseline. And if your baseline is not even close to being normal, or even askew, you need to have somebody speaking to that. But beyond that, I just think that I think they failed him. I honestly do, and I'm very sad about that.
Yeah.
You know, and I let them know that, and you know, they're aware. But I think that people can, you know, avoid this kind of situation if they have an advocate, and if, you know, like, even if they tested his blood, who knows? You know, I have no idea. I know that he had super low testosterone. I know that he was taking, like, so there were all these things that kind of pushed him up and down and up and down. And then when you're taking lithium and lamotrigine on top of, you know, sertraline and Xanax and Lunesta, like, it was like this whole cocktail of medication. So be aware of what you're taking, and have somebody be your advocate and stay on top of it. And if something doesn't feel right, something isn't looking right, don't just like I kick myself all the time for not knowing that my gut was telling me something, you know.
So keep in mind that, you know, it's always important to know that you are the expert of your own experience.
Yeah.
And it is important to, when you are able to, you know, advocate for yourself, and like you're saying, advocate and have someone who can advocate on your behalf as well.
Yeah.
And then also knowing that, you know, we are in a system where you can trust your gut, but we also rely on parts of that system to serve us. And when they fail, we
Right.
have every right to be sad. We have every right to be angry and to find it unacceptable.
Oh, I wanted to find that man with the bat. I mean, that's exactly how I felt for a very long time. I still do, to a certain extent. It's not that I'm going to go, you know, do anything bad to him. I would never say that. But I mean, that was like my gut instinct is like, you failed us. You failed our family. And he, like, I brought him the notes from both hospitalizations where Matt tried to overdose last summer. And I said, this doesn't add up. We need to change his course. And he just kept saying, no, he's not been on this long enough. So I just felt like he was being lazy and didn't really own any of his, you know, his work, really. So.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly when you said he let you guys down. And
he did.
That's, you know, as a mental health provider, that's a really terrible thing to hear, and obviously nowhere near as terrible as it is to experience it.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, like, thank you again for sharing, because it's okay to like feel the things that you're feeling, and to have that experience is, you know, it's an important thing to share too. Like, hey, it's okay if you want to go against, you know, if you're going with your gut, if something doesn't fit, you know, having an advocate there that you can check in with, someone to support you. You never know how things may have been different. But also, as you've said, you know, going through grief counseling, and, you know, again, your son, so eloquent. Okay, I want to know how I can move forward. And it's always going to be that balance between reconciling with the past, as well as trying to be mindful of our present, and continuing to try and go forward and live in the best way that we can. So Tammy, thank you so much for sharing all of that with us.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to toss it back over to Eve. I think we've got a 5-minute break coming up.
Sounds good. Thank you. And it's been a pleasure meeting you and taking this journey with you.
Yes. All right. Well, take care.
All right.
I'm sure I will see you around.
I'm sure we will. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Bye.
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 And bye, chat.
Bye. Thank you so much, Tammy and Kelly. That was an extraordinary conversation. And we are really lucky to have had it. So I'm going to give, we've decided to give you all a few minutes to decompress from what was a very emotional conversation. And we want you all to have some time to sit with that, and we'll begin the new panel in about 5 minutes.
All right, everybody. We're just making everybody a host, one person at a time, so folks can turn on their videos, because technology is idiosyncratic and fun. Let's see, and I just made Anxiety a host. You can go ahead and turn on the video. Excellent. Hello, and if you would pass that host torch over to Cherry, Celeste, Matt, or Ash, that would be fantastic, and we will all do this sequentially.
All right, Cherry, you're it.
Tag. Yay!
Okay, now how do I do it?
Pass the torch.
A little hover overy.
Oh. There we go. Yay.
All right, I think, did it work?
Beautiful. Yeah, we can see
you.
and hear you. Fantastic. If you would just
Wait, but
pass
is she
that torch
frozen
over to
for
Ash.
everybody else?
Am I
Uh-oh.
frozen? Oh no, my Zoom is like freezing.
Yeah, but you sound fantastic.
I think it might crash. Oh no.
Yikes.
Ooh. Oh,
There you are.
There we go.
You are. Now we just
All
need
right.
to get Ash on board.
All right, there you go.
Cool.
There we go.
Awesome.
All right.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, everybody. And once again, we need to take a moment and just acknowledge how powerful that previous talk was before we just jump right into a very different subject matter. I cannot say enough how much I admire both Kelly and Tammy for handling that in a sensitive and respectful way as they could without while still talking about something so powerful and so raw. That was valuable, to say the least. Yeah. But we are here to talk about content creation. And, for many folks who have been on this panel, who are on this panel, have been on panels with me or with other people here talking about content creation and wellness before. And we've largely approached this at events like PAX with a very individual streamer, how to be help yourself type of approach. But here, with all these fantastic industry folks, we want to approach this from the perspective of industry and systemic changes that are necessary. And before we get into that, let's go down the line. Let's have everybody introduce themselves. On my immediate left on my screen is Anxiety. Anxiety, you want to tell everybody who you are, what you do?
Sure. Thanks, Dr. B. Hi, everyone. Nailed it. Hi, everyone. I'm Anxiety. I am a mental health talk show host trying to bring everything mental health to everyone through expert interviews, firsthand lived experience, stories, personal stories in a wonderful, warm community. I also self-published a book recently. I have a blog that is an aggregation of all of the resources that I have been working to find meant to help people and who are experiencing mental health challenges. And I am a Take This ambassador.
Awesome.
Cherry is after me. I don't know if she's.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, Cherry, if you'd like to take it away.
I think it's different on everyone's screen, right? So
I think so, yes.
that's fun. Hi, I actually have never felt more like an imposter than today, so that's really interesting. I am actually a games developer, and I work at Ubisoft as my official title is Accessibility Project Manager, but I'm allowed to call myself an accessibility punk because my manager says so. Not really, just on Twitter. Anyway, I've already gone off the rails. I have been making content on the internet of some kind for about 20 years now. And until last week, I was also a streamer on Twitch. I'm not going to go through all the things I've done over the years because it's a lot and I am a lot older than I look, but I think I'm the grandparent of the group, maybe. Anyway, that's it basically. But right now I'm a games developer. So I'm going to pass it on to Silas Smith.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Salas. I am a content creator on Twitch. I play video games during the week, and on weekends I have a show called Self-Care Saturday. So outside of Twitch, I'm actually a scientist. So what we try to do for Self-Care Saturdays is that we'll pick a topic. I'll go through the week and kind of look at peer-reviewed journals and break it down from a scientific perspective, and then approach mental health from a peer-reviewed scientific perspective. And I apologize if you can hear the sirens outside of my apartment. Ash is next.
Hi, I'm Ash Paulson. I am a content creator and producer on YouTube and off YouTube. I do stuff everywhere. I'm most well known for my work with Game Explain, a YouTube channel that covers primarily Nintendo content, but now we've really branched out into everything, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, but we're still firmly known for Nintendo. And I'm here just to talk about the general practice of content creation, I guess, as it relates to mental health. It's for me, it's all about bringing smiles to faces, including everybody, making everybody feel like they belong, because they do and they should. And it should be a safe space for everybody. That's what gaming should be. So I am lucky enough to be able to use the platform. I have been, fortunate enough to get through Game Explain to really reach out to as many people as I can and just let them know that they do matter and that they have a space here. And so I'm really honored to be here with the rest of you, especially you guys are also accomplished. You're also amazing, hearing you go down your list of accomplishments. So I'm very honored to be here among the rest of you. So thank you.
And well, thank you all. For anybody who doesn't know me, I am Rafael Bocamazzo, better, more affectionately known as Dr. B, because people take a look at my last name and just go, no. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology, and I am the clinical director at Take This. And let's just jump into this. Every one of you has very different experiences, and you all have very different niches within content creation. And content creation in and of itself is a very weird thing. Have you ever tried explaining that to a health provider, like what stresses are in your life? What was their reaction when you tried to explain your job to someone outside of this industry?
Oh man, I mean, I've had that. I guess I've had that issue for a while, not just as a content creator, but because I've worn so many different hats and I've worked from home for so long. And when you work from home, anybody who does that knows people don't quite get it. They're like, oh, well, you're not really working. You're available anytime. And it's like, no, I'm actually working from home. So, I've been a producer. I've been a copy editor, a layout editor. Yeah. And now a content creator. And it's something I think that has become a little bit more ubiquitous in the age of COVID, especially, but also just more recently as content creation, we've seen the rise of people make content creation their full-time jobs. But now, especially now that everybody's stuck at home, more or less, I think we're seeing kind of just a more top level understanding of what it means to be a content creator.
So I actually had a couple of, I get one of two reactions. One is, so are you a cam girl? which is like, no. And the other is, wait, you play video games online? Why would anyone want to watch that? So it's not really in between those two. Like it's one or the other. And I never really understand why, but it seems to be like the way I usually describe it is like, well, you watch people play sports, right? So why not watch someone play a video game? But yeah, that's usually, I try to explain it, and the reactions I get are usually one of those two things.
I would say, so most recently I was at a doctor's appointment and I told the doctor that I was like, I'm a mental health advocate at night. Haha. And he like just kind of did okay. I was like, well, so, I have a live stream where I talk about mental health, and he's like, this is a medical doctor. So he's like, oh, I was like, well, I don't give advice. So, and that's like usually the like third thing that I have to say immediately, because people hear like I go and I talk to people about mental health and they assume it's like a Dr. Phil situation and don't want anybody to think that. But it's usually a mix of that confusion and like, oh, and so you just talk to people. I'm like, yeah, it's a community and they return and it's actually fantastic. I'm very grateful to have all of them. And they're just like, okay. And the conversation is usually very abruptly like, we don't need to talk about this anymore.
Yeah, I think for me, it's always been weird because I've never done just one thing. I'm kind of one of those people that multitask at all times, probably because I am autistic and have ADHD and literally cannot just do one thing, have to do it all. Which is, let's not go there. But it's, so for me, it's been like I've always had to break it down. And like healthcare professionals are one thing because like often they're not part of that community or like don't really understand that industry necessarily, or that it even is an industry. And so like explain it to healthcare professionals, it's more like kind of like, well, I manage a community, like there's all these people and they understand like online communities. They're like, oh, okay, we get that. And then you explain live streaming to them and all that. But for me, I've actually even had people in my community when I have talked about like my job or my work, even before I was full-time game dev, when I was part-time game dev as a consultant at the same time as being a content creator. And they'd like, oh, I didn't think you had a real job. And I'm like, you're literally paying me to do this. What do you think this is? So like it's one of those weird situations that even your community don't always get it. So like, how do you expect a healthcare professional who doesn't even necessarily know anything about games to like really get that?
Well, so there's this divide between the non-game industry side of things, and Cherry's bringing this up with their community, even within the game industry and within our various communities, people don't necessarily understand that this can be full-time work. But one of the things I'm not sure I've ever asked any of you directly, what are some of the unique obstacles that you all face in regards to your mental wellness or even your physical wellness? Like, what is it that you face on a day-to-day level that you have to struggle with, optimize, however you frame
it? Sitting all day. And it really, because there used to be this in my brain when I used to go to an office for my 9 to 5, and then I would get up, walk to my car, I don't know, 20 feet, and then get in my car, sit some more, and then walk to my door from my car. And in my head, I was like, well, I'm moving a little bit, but now I have to like actively get myself up. And I also have to do what I call like the transfer. And as an somebody with ADHD, this is exceptionally hard because I kind of like, I love anxiety and it's my passion and I want to be doing it all the time. And if I'm sitting at this desk, it feels like it's anxiety time versus I have to bring like my work laptop and do work from home for my 9 to 5. And so I have to have a ritual where I close okay, it's 5 o'clock. I close the computer. I go refresh my tea. Like I have to do a bunch of stuff, transitional things to get me into like anxiety mode. Whereas that used to be taken care of with physically getting up and going to a car, now I have to like make that divide. So that might be like, I'll walk my dog. It might be, it might be like, I'm going to go and have like a brief dinner kind of thing, but there needs to be like a 15-minute at least separation from 9 to 5 me to current me. Otherwise, like I will sit down and I will start my stream and I will still be in like project management mode, which is not as fun as anxiety mode.
So essentially a blending of identities, especially when we're dealing with things in the same space. And that's something I've actually heard from a variety of content creators, that especially since they work from home, the idea of work-home separation is a particularly challenging one. seeing nods from everybody else.
Yeah. That may be something that I was more uniquely prepared for, only because I worked from home for a long time before I got with Game Explain and went into more, fuller time content creation. But it absolutely is difficult, especially for me. I have a hard time with motivation. Especially like in the mornings, I feel awful. I'm not a morning person. I struggle a lot with depression and anxiety, and so in the mornings I have zero motivation. And when I know that I'm not going to be seeing anybody all day other than my incredible wife, who I just love and adore. But, when I'm not going to be going out all day, when I'm not going to be traveling and such, I miss all that a lot. So it's very difficult for me to stay motivated. But I think the thing I might struggle with most on a day-to-day basis is the feeling of exposure. Because when you do content creation, especially when you're working for a larger channel or you become big of your own volition, you're exposed on a major platform like Twitter or YouTube or Twitch or whatever. And so everything you say, it feels as though it gets put under a microscope. And you don't want to go too far down that road and start thinking that what you say is too important or matters too much, because you don't want to be egotistical about it. But it can be pretty, I remember when I was small time and had a few hundred followers on Twitter, I'd say whatever I want because no one was looking, But now that I know that I have a platform, I have to be very careful, what discussions I get drawn into, because I'm not a big fan of, well, who's a fan of getting into internet arguments, right? Nobody is. But, I feel very exposed when I get confronted on something that, I'll double down and even if I know I'm right, it still makes me feel a lot of anxiety kind of getting into a confrontation on the Twitter sphere stage or the YouTube stage or, YouTube comments or what have you. So I think for me, trying to reckon with that feeling of exposure and keeping that anxiety at bay from feeling that exposed is kind of what I probably struggle with most on a day-to-day basis.
Jerry, Celeste, what have you?
Yeah, I feel like both of those things touch on some of my obstacles. Like I could talk about both those things for a really long time, and like parasocial relationships especially is like I have like a fairly sizable Twitter following, and it's like and that's where before I was on Twitch, I did a little bit of YouTube, and I had a fairly sizable Twitter following for my previous career, and it's just kind of carried on, and you do get kind of like that weird, like where people know you more than you know them, and the way they talk to you is just like super inappropriate sometimes, but they have no idea, and you can't like tell them how inappropriate they're being or how wrong they are about your situation or what you're even talking about. But I'm gonna probably get a little bit more systemic than that, maybe. I'm gonna wind back a little bit to when I started streaming on Twitch. I promise this won't be long, maybe it will. I'll try not to make it a long story.
Your long stories are fantastic, though.
Okay, I'll try and nutshell it. But so when I started streaming on Twitch, I was very sick. Like I was in and out of hospital. I had heart surgery that year. And I had an organ infection. Like I had all these like ridiculous things. And it was several years after also having strokes and like all these things that kind of caused disability and or like progressed my disability. And during that process, I wasn't able to work for about 2 years, except for like here and there. And I've actually been self-employed for like most of my adult life. So I'm 39 now, so that's a very long time, until I started at Ubisoft this year. And so I've always worked from home. I always but I always overworked. I'm a workaholic, like 100%. I think my mental health contributes to that because I'm a perfectionist and not in the way that people think perfectionism works. And I'd got into this position where I was very sick and my body was having to recover. And so I coped with that with games. I couldn't play very many games, which is how I got into accessibility. But the games I could play, like I coped with that and I live tweeted them and people were like, you should stream on Twitch. You'd be such a good Twitch streamer. But I was terrified of being on camera. Like I'd spent so much of my last career, like in the public eye and like at comic conventions and like on panels and like all these things. And that's a very toxic environment. And I didn't want to end up back in that toxic environment. And I knew that streaming could possibly be that. But at the same time, I had people that were like, we'll support you, we'll like help you, and blah, blah. And I had friends that like were my moderators from the very beginning. And like I kind of like had this steep curve where I took off and was very successful to begin with, and then it kind of plateaued. But from the very beginning, I struggled with the physical aspect of streaming, like not just the mental health aspect, like that was definitely a big part of it. And like, obviously you cannot, I really believe you cannot separate physical and mental health. But what we hear a lot, and maybe we've heard a lot today, is that physical health is not stigmatized. And that's just not true. Like, accidents are not stigmatized. Breaking your leg, tearing a knee ligament, doing something while you're skiing, like those are not stigmatized. The flu is not that stigmatized. The real physical, physical toll that people live with and the chronic conditions people live with are just as stigmatized as mental health, and in a very similar way. And I think we can't separate them, right? And so for me, from the very beginning of streaming, there was this, at the beginning, I tried to take it very casually. I'm like, I'm just doing it for fun. Like, it's just to pass the time. Like, people have asked me to do this. And then people showed up and I was like, well, now I owe these people because they've showed up and they said they would. And people were asking me, how do you start with an audience of 15? And I'm like, well, you just have a Twitter following. Like, I don't know. And so then I felt like I owed people and I got very serious about it. I built a PC, like I really got into it. I saw it as a really good platform for education and advocacy. And I did a lot of that work about disability in particular and mental health. But the problem was in that whole time that I was trying to break down that stigma of talking about this stuff and like providing a community for people to come to and share their experience, I was hiding it. And I was pushing through. I was streaming for way too long, way too many days, because the industry makes you think you have to do that to be successful and not let people down. And so I'm just gonna, like, I didn't expect to cry this early, but systemically, like that's the pressure that everyone in this industry is under. And sure, I was unique. I was in a very unique position. Like I was on IV nutrition, like that's how sick I was. And I'd been on a feeding tube, and I was at the extreme end of how unwell I was and how I was pushing through that and maybe making things worse. But whether someone has a chronic condition or not, this industry is hard on people, and like pushing through and doing long streams and trying to get through those obstacles, I think are very real, and no one talks about them. Like not no one, but you know, like very few people, and it's taboo to talk about it. And from the very beginning, I even though I was saying one thing to my community and encouraging them and supporting them, I was not doing the same for myself.
So
that was longer than I meant it to be, sorry.
That's great. I guess maybe my perspective's a little bit different, right? At no point during COVID have I been able to work from home. Unfortunately, the scientific research I'm involved in is considered essential. So throughout all of this, I've still been going into work, into lab. And when I stream, it's after my work, at the end of the day, like into the night or on weekends. And I think that part of what Cherry was saying is very true. I always try to be on for my audience, and I always try to be on for like my community, and I want to try and support them, and I want to give them like good content, and that feeling of responsibility is really there. But it's hard when like I've had a rough day at work and I'm tired and I go home and all of a sudden like I have my other work. And I think people also don't realize how much time you put into it. Like sometimes like, yeah, maybe I'll be on screen for 4 to 6 hours, right? But when I am off that, I spend hours doing graphic design. I spend hours preparing like different effects and, you know, stuff for the community. And I have a group of like moderators that, you know, we work together to create like a community and events for the community that they can all like engage in an active manner, right? And so that's like easily a second job. And one of the things that I think for me is the hardest is just that separation of like like real life and online life almost, right? Because online I am one person. I'm not even using my real name for this panel, right? But that's because I am a published scientist on the other side, right? So if I am talking to people as a scientist, a lot of times they'll look at games and they'll look at this industry and they'll just look down on it. On the other hand, right, like I have this industry that I love and that has helped me so much, like games in general have helped me so much, and I want to use that and the knowledge that I have to help others, right? But it's this weird like dichotomy of I have to keep things separate, but at the same time, like they're both aspects of myself. So that's I don't necessarily have to deal as much with the staying at home and like sitting all the time, but like what I do have to deal with is like either exhaustion from covering heavy mental health topics, which usually takes an entire day out of my week, right? Like if I do a self-care Saturday, generally after that self-care Saturday, I will fall asleep for 4 hours, right? It's usually very like emotional for me. Or if something's going on in my community, especially having a community that focuses on mental health, right? I have a lot of users in my community who struggle with a lot of the same things that I struggle with, right? And as an advocate, you try your best to help and point them in the right direction. But like the emotions that I feel around those situations, like I have to keep them separate from when I'm at work and I'm doing my research side of things, right? So
consolidation, compartmentalizing. And this is something I've heard from a couple of you so far. But one of the things I got to ask this bluntly, because this has been an ongoing question that people have talked about for years. But right now, there are roughly 31 million YouTube channels. Okay. That's just the ones with 5 subs or more. There are, when I was looking into the stats just yesterday, a couple days ago, there were 120,000 Twitch streamers streaming in that moment. There are an abundance of people. There are not necessarily an abundance of platforms. Cherry has addressed things like gatekeeping, systemic forms of gatekeeping. And as such, what do you think the responsibilities are of the platforms to address the wellness needs of the literally millions of people who are building their businesses?
I
I mean,
have
this
strong opinions.
Go ahead. Well, then you go first.
That's the point.
Go ahead.
This is
Big save.
I mean, I guess I could just say it comes down to, I mean, this is just, I guess everybody would say this, moderation, better moderation at all on the platform end. And that is somewhere both YouTube and Twitch have failed so miserably when it comes to just moderation on the platform side. And you shouldn't, one of my golden rules for creating content anywhere, but also on Game Explain, is don't look at the comments. Never go into the comments section, because people by and large don't care about you. They're there to make a drive-by comment, whether it's kind or not, and many of them are kind, but they don't care about the person typically behind the content. But I shouldn't have to say that. Nobody should have to be afraid of comment sections, or at least dreadful of them. If only people could be counted on to be kind just because they want to be kind. But unfortunately, that's not the kind of world we live in. But, YouTube and Twitch like to make a lot of ado about how, we don't tolerate hate and racism and sexism and transphobia and homo. They like to say that, but that never actually happens in practice. And I think we would all be so much better off as content creators and streamers if we could actually count on that platform side support. But we can't. It's the Wild West out there, as you all know. And
yeah,
it feels as though there is no support other than your own, just refusal to go look at YouTube comments or Twitch chat or what have you. And that needs to change from a top-down level, in my opinion.
So I think I would break it down into three different categories. It's accessibility, safety, and inclusivity, right? So like first is making sure that not only is like your platform and the tools to engage with it accessible to both content creators and viewers, and that includes games. Like the amount of games that I've seen that don't have options for, you know, people who are colorblind or don't have like proper closed captions, and that like can harm, or like that includes some kind of sound element that is completely lost if you can't engage with it, right? There's so many things on the accessibility side in both like the platform and the games that we're playing that need to be addressed, right? And then the other is what Ash was saying, which is like the safety of both the content creator and the community. Like when I'm streaming, I expect to see trolls. I stream under both the mental health and the LGBTQ tag, right?
Bless you.
And thanks. But it's one of those things that I have to have my moderators in my chat because I can't always catch what's going on, and people will deliberately go in to say really messed up stuff. They will deliberately try to derail the conversation, hurt people in my community, or like try to bother me or trigger me or say things in a certain way. And I have a very specific approach to handling trolls in my chat. I like to tell my mods that I play with my food, but the only reason that I'm allowed to do that is because I have them there supporting me, right? But I'm lucky because I actually have a community that's willing to do that, right? That's willing to support me. But if I didn't have that, then I don't think that I could do what I do on like a weekly basis. And some of the messages that you get can be really messed up. And all you can do is report and hope for the best. Block them, hope for the best. I had one person send me from multiple accounts detailed like lists of the things that they were going to do to me to hurt me at a constant rate for months. And I kept blocking the account and then just swapping to the next like account every single time. And there was nothing I could do. And I kept trying to contact like Twitch for help. And in the end, like, I guess they lost interest, but it was months of these kinds of messages, right? And then like the last thing, which is something that I'm a big advocate for, is inclusivity, right? We have streamers who are people of color like myself, or we have people who are part of the LGBTQ community, right? And we have people who are like human beings in general are intersectional beings, right? So it's hard when you see that if you look at top streamers, if it's okay to say this, right? They're mostly just white dudes. And like, honestly, it's hard because you'll see things like what Twitch did for Hispanic Heritage Month, which was not great. Or, you know, how they handled the Black Lives Matter movement on their own platform was not fantastic. And you see companies doing the same thing over and over again. YouTube has created a system that pretty much systematically will demonetize LGBTQ content creators, right? And so it becomes this like, I don't know, this game of trying to catch up to the platform, doing things that make it hard for people within these like marginalized communities to engage with the platform. So overall, again, like, it's about accessibility, safety, and inclusivity for me, at least.
I want to expand on what Ash was saying because I feel like it is incredibly relevant, right? So when you have 100 people streaming to your platform and you're just in TV, maybe you can get away with not caring about Black lives and LGBTQ and all of those things. But Twitch is now part of the system. It is part of the bigger system. And I believe that by that extension, the same way that I, as a creator, cannot just ignore things that are happening and just not tweet about it, they cannot be ignoring the needs of their very, very diverse community, of the people who are putting in hours of sweat and mental health concerns and everything into their platform in order to stream and to create content. So to see the big, I have a lot of problems, but I don't know that. So I say big and not biggest, but big issue is that they're just not listening. Like, there's so many discussions happening. So for example, it's for those who don't have the context for the Hispanic Heritage Month.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
do we want to bring it up, or we?
No,
Yeah,
it's fine. Go ahead. Let's do this.
It's out there
Let's
now.
do this.
Oh, man.
Well, there's no going back. So
All
they
right.
offered you to put a little sombrero or maracas on your emotes as a way to honor Hispanic heritage. And
Porque we're all Mexican, of course.
Or you
all
Right,
stereotypical.
right. And I was just thinking, like, you know what? I'm really grateful y'all didn't do anything for Mental Health Awareness Month. I don't even want to know what that would have been. Or like any other
Do you remember
heritage.
when they said that the G in LGBTQ stands for gamer? Because I remember when they did that.
Yeah. So, but that to me just screams of tone deafness, of you're not listening to the people who are making your thing. And that is what's baffling and deeply upsetting, is because you have people like Cherry, like Celeste, like all of us here who are saying, hey, I'm willing to sit down with you even if you need to like get a play-by-play. I, as a representative of my community, I can tell you how maybe this can be better handled. And they have that, they have access to that. They have so many, even if they just engage their partners, that's 418,000 people. That is a good chunk of data that you can get to just run stuff by, to be like, hey, is this racist? Hey, is this ableist? Hey,
I'll be completely honest. One of the conversations that I've had with people within the industry, seeing a lot of these responses from like Twitch and YouTube, right, is the idea of, if you had one person of color, if you had one LGBT, just the one, you asked literally like a person, just one.
Right.
I feel like this wouldn't have happened. And so that tells you about who they're listening to, because either they've created a like environment where a person like of a minority community can't speak up, or they simply don't have them and aren't listening to them. And both of those things are problematic.
Are bad.
I do want to say, having worked on the other side of it, there is sometimes one person that they go to and they listen to. And the problem is unless that one person is an expert in sensitivity, diversity, any of these issues, they're being thrust with the responsibility of representing an entire community. And like the Latin community, which is a diverse group of so many different cultures and people from so many different countries, like that is, you can't put that on one person. And I think that's part of the systemic problem I see, is this idea that yes, if you just asked one person, but no, actually, like you could ask one disabled person on the street how to represent disabilities, they'd be wrong for, they may be wrong for like 99% of people with disabilities. And so like working in this job, you cannot ask one person, unless like the only situation where you could work with one person is if they have a proven track record and that is their job. And the reason I say that is because when it's your job, you are educated on the entire community, you are educated on the rights movements, you are educated on the politics of it, you keep up with these things, you are educated on all the tropes from across media, not just gaming. Like it's an expertise. And I think that's the thing that people don't realize. Like you see this from the LGBTQ community, which I am a member of. Like I get very frustrated with our community sometimes, because I do feel like everyone in their enthusiasm to make things right and their passion and their like how driven they are to like make the world better, they put themselves in these positions where, one, they're not protecting themselves, and it could be their head that like takes responsibility for when it goes wrong, and two, they don't actually have that expertise. It's just their lived experience. And like I say just because lived experience is super important. And like even me as an accessibility expert and a senior accessibility expert, I still work with players with disabilities because their lived experience is number one and central to my job. But I bring those people in, and I like facilitate those conversations and make sure that they're happening. And that's why if you have an expert that can do the work and has the protections and the support and the education with that comes officially, or like self-education, because I am self-educated and I believe in that, like that's who can facilitate it. So that you're one person, and who that is matters, right? Like and what their job is and how.
So like I just want to make this distinction clear. I think what I was trying to get across more than anything is just that I think that one person is better than none, right? Like I'm not necessarily saying you need one person every time. On the contrary, I agree with you. I am a Latina woman, and when I saw what they did for Hispanic Heritage Month, I was greatly disappointed because that has nothing to do with my culture, right? And like many of us were speaking out about it because it just kind of distilled a entire continent of countries, along with, you know, many other people, into 3 emotes that are presumably of like one country's culture, sort of, because it's a stereotype, right? But what I was trying to really get across is just right now it seems like even if they are going to one person, like it's not working. You need more. 100%. More than like just anything greater than whatever number, whatever n of like you have right now is better than whatever is going on.
I don't understand. Sorry to interrupt. Twitch has there been like a giant firing on Twitch? Like, is Twitch not making money? Like, because I work, without revealing where I work for a multi-international conglomerate. And I will tell you, we have more than one person who vouches for everything. Nothing that I put out goes out the door with just one person looking at it. There's at least 4 people who have to okay it. So if something were to go wrong, there'd be 4 people being like, well, I approved it because of this reason. I approved it. So like, is it an issue of, I don't believe it's an issue of funding, I guess is where I'm going to. Like
No, it's definitely not. It's like, so there's the systemic problem in the games industry. It's not just
Right.
Twitch. It's not just content creation. It's like all of games. It's a very young industry. It's kind of an immature industry. The comics industry is very similar. And these things need processes. Someone needs to have designed these processes and put these processes in place. And perhaps where you work, those processes are there. Someone's done that, or a group of people have done that. If no one has consciously and deliberately set out to make those processes part of how it works, then it doesn't exist. And it all depends on how much support in the organization there is at the top, and how much it comes down, because it doesn't matter how much the people lower down want things to happen if they are reined in by the top, or like they don't have the room, or they don't feel safe enough. And we see this across the games industry. And to be honest, like I heard that there was a Latin person that consulted on those emotes. And like, that's why I'm saying that sometimes that one person isn't the right person. And that's the problem, is like, there aren't those processes. There isn't the checks and the balances. And like, I'll be completely honest, like I've gone from, oh, I'm about to get a knock. I'm sorry, Amazon delivery, work from home problems. They're so loud. I have a glass door. So I will be honest, like I'm angry at the content creation industry. I am angry at these platforms because I know that this is a systemic problem. It's a processes problem. It's how much support there is within that organization. And we see the fallout and we see the problems. And I get very passionate and heated about this because I've been embroiled in this for so long and it's exhausting, and this is my job. And not this in particular, like not diversity, but like accessibility is my job, and it's very similar, even though I also, a lot of my job is game design. A lot of it is this kind of advocacy and processes and systemic issues. The thing is that for me, like, I don't want to, like, I'm always the person to bring hope. I will be 100% honest, I don't have a ton of hope today. But where I'm trying to put my hope is not in Twitch, is not in the platforms. I've lost faith in those platforms, which is why I left streaming. I don't think they can protect us. I don't think that our safety is number one. The harassment and abuse I faced in that industry is so bad. I cannot talk about it on a video like this because it's graphic and awful. And it will trigger someone. And like, I don't believe Twitch wants to protect us. But what I do believe and what I do have hope in is below that, is everyone else involved in this industry. Like, I believe that games publishers, games developers, I know games developers, like I'm one of them. We care and we believe so much in the good of people and the good of our communities and creating good communities. And there's so many of us working on that now that that's where I see the strength coming from. And what I want to see for content creation in the future, if the platforms cannot step up and do the work we need them to, we need the sponsors to do that. We need the games publishers that work with content creators to do that. And we need, like, you know, the peripheral companies that sponsor, like Logitech and, you know, Razer and all these companies that sponsor and support content creators. They can be the cultural change that we need. They can be the ones to put out the videos and center creators of all different kinds, regardless of what their numbers are, because we all know you don't get the numbers if you are not a white man. Like, it's so hard. And I've seen them doing the work. Like, I've seen Logitech doing the work. Like, it's happening. And that's where my hope is. It's like not in the platforms as much as I want the platforms to do it. We've been trying for so long to get them to do it. And so that's what I want to see. I want to see an end to like toxic supplement esports nonsense that just like brings up this toxicity. I want to see more of like the companies that are willing to do, say, a women in games event where women in games get an advanced screening. 505 Games did that with Control. Like, these kind of things, like Logitech do their creator spotlights. If they start talking about mental health, if they start talking about physical health, if they start talking about the well-being of content creators and centering that conversation and making it clear that that's what they stand for and that they're there for their creators, I think there's a lot of power in that could shift the platforms. Because I've seen it happen, and what really needs to happen is like, there needs to be a voice that kind of pushes corporations, because they don't care that their businesses, that it's money, it's capitalism. And so what we need to do is show them that that means money, that means that people mean money, and that without your content creators' health, there isn't, like, they're reliant on the fact that there are infinite content creators. I've been in this industry for 20 years in different fields. There's always someone to take your place. And that's why our safety isn't number one. That was a bit of a rant, I'm sorry.
No, it's an important rant. There's a lot of things that have been said by a lot of folks, and this is the opportunity to really amplify some of those voices, some of the things that need to be heard. And you know, what we're hearing from all of you is that you don't feel safe in many respects, and that is something that you want to see from a top-down approach, is essentially protection for you, the person who is providing the revenue stream for the companies. And it's not, and you even go in expecting, I mean, even we heard Ash say, don't read the comments.
And I say that as a straight white male. I mean, if I'm saying that, and I'm completely aware of just how privileged I am among all of you. I mean, I'm talking about exposure. I'm talking about how horrible it is. Every experience is important, but what I've gone through isn't even a sliver of the harassment and the just the nonsense that you all have been exposed to. And I want to see more content creators who look like me stop abdicating their responsibility to be the connective tissue between people who look like me and everybody else. Because unfortunately, I've learned that people who look like me are more likely to listen to someone who looks like me, to someone who looks like them, than they are the rest of you, which is nonsense. That should not be the case, but that's where we find ourselves. And I believe it is, you know, my role as someone who's lucky enough to count myself among this community, who is part of the lowest risk group in terms of being a heterosexual white male, to lift others up. And I want to see more of people who look like me doing that. And I hear everything you're saying, and I agree with what it seems to be a lack of hope that the platforms are going to get it together. So we have to go lower than that. And I'm so sorry that you all go through everything that you go through, and it needs to be better.
I think I want to say as well, like everyone goes through it. And I mean,
Sure.
that thing when Ninja was like, I won't play with women because, you know, whatever he said, like that was awful. That was sexist, but it was a symptom of the problems in our industry.
I mean,
it was a symptom that he will face harassment and toxicity for playing with women. And like, that's that to say that is that to say that like white men do face this, straight white men do face this harassment and this toxicity too. And that doesn't mean you're not affected by it. Even if
Sure.
you get a leg up and build an audience, in the end, that doesn't mean you're safer, right?
Right.
So we're going a couple minutes over. We're going to go for a 3:35 stop time, since everyone's kind enough to give us give everybody a 5-minute break before we started this panel. But I want to make sure y'all get the last words. So like lightning round, 30 seconds. If everybody watching this can take one thing away from this panel, what do you want it to be?
Perspective outside of your own situation. Really try to put yourself out there and try to imagine being in someone else's shoes, because your experience is only one of billions, and it's so easy to slide into apathy and thinking that we're all kind of going through the same things. We're not. And really just try to see things from other perspectives and see why safe spaces are necessary. Maybe you don't need one, and that's fine. You're lucky. But really try to see things from other perspectives and understand why other people do need safe spaces.
Who wants to follow that up?
It's not, somebody said it better than me. I'm not the first one to say it, but it's not a pie, like opportunity and helping others. Like, it's not like a slice of pie and you're going to run out. If there's endless amounts of creators, like Sherry said, there's endless amounts of creators, then there's endless possibilities of what those creators can do. Then there's endless possibilities of what you can do to help them, and then what they can accomplish with those opportunities. So just consider the fact that just because even if you feel like other people, this is too much of a leg up, or they already have the opportunity and they're just not taking it, whatever, like if that's how you feel, there's again, like Sherry said, there's years of the system supporting that. So I can understand where that's coming from, just even though I think it's terrible, but just consider the fact that if you give somebody something, it doesn't take away from you. And so just consider the opportunity that you have to give something to someone that you see they can't get on their own.
Nicely put. Sherry, Celeste?
I'm trying to think of how I want to put it. Do you want to go first, Jerry?
It's complex.
It is, and doing it fast is really hard, but I think both Mixliety and Ash said it really, really well. So for me, it's mostly just like, do have hope. Like, I left because I have a lot on my plate. If I didn't have so much on my plate, maybe I'd keep fighting. And so like, I want to see more support across content creators. I want to see more groups of content creators coming together and supporting each other. It's a highly competitive industry because capitalism makes it that way. And I think Mixliety is right. You don't need to be that way. The system is set up to make us feel that way. And I don't think we have to be. I think again, it's like a reflection of what's going on. It's not who we are. And especially when we start, none of us start out that way. It just kind of ends up being that way. And so it's really like, I'd really love to see that. So like where Ash is talking about like, you know, white men will listen to white men. And so they're the ones that have to say these things. Okay, cool. Bring in, you know, marginalized creators, partner with them, do co-streams with them, do, you know, collaborations with them on YouTube, like do all these things together and support each other. I'd love to see a community where streamers can come together and talk about the financial problems they have, the business problems, the endless contracts they have to read through, like, or like even their mental health, or like how to set boundaries or limits, or like not stream too long when you're all wrapped up in the excitement of it and you just want to keep giving.
We're working on that.
Yeah,
we're working on that one.
Awesome. Like that's the kind of thing that I have hope for, is like, I love this industry and I love the people that make all this content.
So I was reminded with what Anxiety was saying. I was reminded of a quote that says, thousands of candles can be lit from a single flame, and the life of the flame will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. And I think, like, I want to go back and reiterate the 3 points I made earlier, right? Accessibility, safety, and inclusivity. If you are being inclusive and you are taking the voice of those who are different from you and amplifying it and sharing it, that's important. If you are willing to give your opinion and your thoughts and your voice to try and make space for yourself and for others within the industry, that's important. If you are doing the work of trying to make things accessible, both within the industry, within content creation, that's important. And to remember, like, those 3 things, it doesn't matter where in the industry you fall. If you work on, even on an individual level, if you work on trying to make the space for others, if you work on trying to give that accessibility, focus on that safety, work on that inclusivity, like those things will eventually kind of come together, and we might be able to make a better, safer space for everyone who wants to be involved. Not that it's easy, but it's something we should strive for.
God, what a great note to end this on. Thank you, all 4 of you. Thank you a million times over for sharing your stories, for sharing your opinions, for sharing your expertise, for being so honest with us. This is going down as one of my favorite panels I've ever been a part of. So a million thank yous. Coming up next, we're going to have The Talent of Empathy with Eve Crevichet and Chris Metzen. And we'll just thank you again to everybody, and thanks to everybody in the audience.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. B. If you can, looks like Chris, you should be a host now. You can turn your video and audio on. There you are. Hi, Chris. Thanks for joining us. It's great to have you here. So we're talking about what we decided to call the talent of empathy, and I'm really pleased that that you were willing to join us today and talk about this.
why don't you start by introducing yourself and talking a little bit about why this was the topic we landed on in this conversation.
My name's Chris Metzen. I was in the video games business for over 23 years. I worked exclusively at Blizzard all those years. I think the general topic of mental health in the industry is something I thought a lot about. Part of my leaving Blizzard after all those years was, I started having some issues, which I've talked about at least a little bit in a few interviews over the years. But I started having, some serious issues with anxiety and panic and just generally what I came to understand was a horrific, oh God, I can't even think of the term right now. Imposter syndrome. Despite, the super cool job and the long years I did it, I think ultimately it was there all along. And it was one of the things that leapt up and bit me ultimately and really gave me a real rough run in terms of not just the physical aspects of anxiety and things and dealing with that, day to day, the practicals of dealing with that, but just really the psychology of being afraid, of feeling unworthy, of it not being always entirely comfortable to even speak that out loud and ask for help and ask for backup, ask for perspective from friends and coworkers, right? I was so, I think, a lot of people that have, these kinds of issues, and it's a lot of us, there's a lot of shame that can come with that. And of course, the first thing shame does is tell you it's not safe, to talk about. It's not safe to go get help. So, ultimately I worked through a lot of that stuff. My great genius solution for a lot of it was to step back, which I guess I would say worked great for me, but I'm so crystal clear that almost nobody gets to do that, right? Like everyone works so hard to get these gigs and get a foot in the door and get into this industry because it can be so exclusive, right? And so hard to, kind of land the role you want. And then when you finally get in, the pressures can mount and, the last thing you want to do is take a step back or lose, the momentum of your career or, opportunities that may arise. So I am fully aware that I had a very unique situation whereby I was able to kind of take a step back and get some perspective in my life. And I'm very thankful for that, to put it mildly. So I'm not sure how to exactly wrap up that introductory beat, but yeah, I have some experience with some of the themes, relative to industry health. And ultimately I've thought a lot about how might it have looked different, if I had reached out earlier, if I had felt like there were support systems in place, more than just the normal corporate HR group, obviously there's people you can go talk to from time to time, but it isn't always culturally acceptable to do that, So, just to have said, I've been down this path a bit for sure.
Awesome. Yeah. I think a lot about what you said about, the flexibility you had to step back, right?
Yeah.
At GDC 2019, last time we actually had a GDC in person, Take This hosted a panel that Dr. B moderated on burnout, preventing burnout. And actually one of the panelists happened to be my husband, David. And they were asking, what do you do to prevent burnout? How do you manage it as somebody who's been in the industry a while? And, and he said, choose who you work with. And that's all well and good at a certain point in your career, but that's a really hard thing to engineer, especially when you're new in your career and don't feel like you have a lot of options. And that brings me to a point that I talk a lot about, and it's something that we gathered some research on, which is that, there's this idea of in the industry, like everyone's replaceable. And that came up in the panel just before, right? That there's so many people who want to work in games, and there's so many people who could fill your position. So it doesn't matter, right? We'll just work these people to the bone, or, you have to work really hard. You feel pressured to work hard, and the people and your managers and your leaders, the model they have is to work really, really hard all the time without balance. I mean, Tammy McDonald was talking about that, and talking about the things that her husband struggled with before he committed suicide, is that, there's this struggle to find balance. And when you as a leader model that, it's really hard for people who are junior and new to the industry not to go down that path also, and then deal with burnout.
It's something, like I said earlier, it's something that's kind of hard to talk about. In particular, I think, after all these years, I think although the industry looks very different today than it did when I was a kid, I started at Blizzard, I think I was 20, something like that, which is crazy, right? I was a pup. And for the most part, as is discussed a lot, it was all boys for the most part. And they did have that, all the telltale, it was kind of a frat house, right? And it was the 90s, and everyone, it was just, it was a very different culture. And I think what shakes out of that is the classic male thing where, everyone's trying to be as nerdy as we all are. Everyone's trying to be a tough guy. And, the expression of emotions or frustration or anger or whatever, or tiredness or fear, whatever it is, right? It's not always culturally acceptable. I mean, it's like, come on, we were all in our early 20s. What the hell did any of us know about communication and, the emotional heaviness of things, right? The whole idea was, well, just work your ass off and great things will happen, and give your all into this thing and into this identity. And I know a lot of these shops are like that, a lot of the big ones, Blizzard, Riot, whatever, people want to be there and be part of those cultures because it is kind of an identity issue. You want to work hard, you want to reach the top of the rocket, you want to be, well, like I said, at the top of the rocket, one of these really great shops. But the cost of that is, the culture does demand a lot, and everybody feels it, and everyone works their ass off. And so it's kind of like that shame of like, well, who am I to be? You feel like the weak link, you feel like, I'm breaking the grand tradition. I felt often like, when I was feeling super overwhelmed by things, I was letting everybody down. I was failing. I was, breaking the culture or breaking the contract that I felt I had made, and there wasn't always a lot of perspective outside of the bubble, outside of the, it's funny, I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I always said, because I was raised in the culture, it always felt like a cult-like culture, right? If you're inside, and you don't get a lot of external stimulus that way when it comes to the culture and being in rhythm with it all. So, by the time, I was a, adult dude, like I won't speak to my relative maturity level then or now, but I was a grown man and feeling things that I just did not know how to process. And, it did make me feel like a failure. And I desperately, I know this isn't everybody's kick, right? But I desperately wanted to get off the merry-go-round. And I did not know how, because ultimately it was all I knew about myself. And in so many ways, my performance was linked to my self-esteem. It was linked to my sense of purpose. I was terrified by the question that I couldn't honestly ask, which was, who am I if not this guy, this creature, that I've become to perform in this way. But ultimately I had to find out. And like we were talking about earlier, I was very, very lucky to get to do so, to get off the ride, in terms of, well, whatever, in the practical, I could take a few years off and not have to, worry about practical things. Thank you, Uncle Warcraft, by the way, for that. And so I was given this gift of perspective and time.
Yeah.
And, on top of that, practically in that window of time, my wife and I had a daughter, she's now 4, so to get to be home and human and, hanging out with this little kid and just being a family person again is, in so many ways, actually in ways there are similarities, but it's so opposite of, the person I tried to be at Blizzard. It's still heavily involved caring for people and being invested in their lives and trying to lead them well. But I think you get to the point where you're just spinning too many plates. And again, having heard some of the conversation today, there are so many roles that people play in the industry, in so many different tiers in these organizations. And there are so many difficulties that arise and the things that start to kind of make us blow gaskets, as it were. In my instance, it wasn't because I was particularly, misused or overworked or anything like that. I was kind of one of the captains of the joint. I just felt rocked by the pace of it all and the complexity of it all, and my inability to ask for help and to have that perspective of like, what I'm feeling is fine. And I had no idea that other people might feel the same way.
I was going to ask you, did it ever occur to you? And this is really kind of a question I would ask everyone, right? Did it ever occur to you that anyone else might be feeling the way you did?
It's hard to even know how to answer that.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember what it felt like in that space. It's been 4, 5 years. Holy cow. 5 years in April. And I can't remember just how low and how dark and how out of my skin I was for a long window of time. I don't think it occurred to me to wonder if other people felt like I did, which is insane to me now, right? It seems insane to me not to have reached out for my pals there, or even family. I didn't even talk to my family about this kind of stuff, honestly. My wife knew for sure, but it's that shame thing. And now that I think about it, like, of course, so many folks there must have been, feeling the same thing. It was only till kind of after I went public with it, I had left and not said much about why. And it was kind of a terrible shock, I think, to the culture. And then a few months later, I did a series of interviews or an interview with a friend of mine, Scott Johnson, who does a big podcast show. And I got a little real with him. And it was only after doing so that a lot of my Blizzard friends pinged me and were like, oh my God, I had no idea. We're feeling the same thing. You idiot, why didn't you say so? Whatever, so again, I think it goes back to that particular, the roots of that culture being so, I don't know how to put this, but so boy, so trying to be so macho, although it sounds like a stupid thing to say in a nerdy joint. It's not like we were a sports team in that way. So I say that not wanting to sound exclusive of all the women in the organization. Certainly there were many at the same tiers of performance and the same, playing a lot of the same roles in the company. I don't mean to suggest that they weren't feeling exactly the same thing. I mean to say that to explain that having grown up in that culture, that's what I was feeling. I don't think the ladies in the culture were as worried about being macho or whatever, but it may still be difficult to, be vulnerable that way and be fully open that way, regardless of sex or the function you're performing in the organization. It's just not comfortable for anybody. So again, I use that analogy because,
well, that's your experience, which is,
that was my experience. Yeah,
that's a real thing, and that was how you translated your identity. In the panel this morning on depression as a man in the game industry, there was, Trisha, the moderator, asked a question about, toxic masculinity and what role that plays in making, whether or not that's a barrier to people finding a way in. And there was, I don't think they all felt that way, but it sounds to me like on some level you do feel that was a barrier for you. And I wonder, that kind of culture still exists in the industry, right? I was talking earlier with Anita Sarkeesian about the challenges around abuse and harassment in the industry and how endemic they are, right? And the challenges around doing structural change there, right? And it's not disconnected. What are some of the things that you see? Because we decided to call this session the talent of empathy, right? And so, if you could have changed something in that time, what would it have been?
I think it goes back to kind of what we just were talking about in terms of, did you consider that others around you were feeling the same thing? My fumbling response of, I'm such a bonehead. And maybe in that shame and in that depression and in that panic, I was so self-obsessed that it did not occur to me immediately to feel around, ask around.
Yeah.
Talk to people about it, ask people where they were at. It was all I could do just to not be that wink, And so when we talked about the title of this thing, the talent of empathy, I guess there was kind of a riff in that phrase. When we think so often about the industry, we think so often about, like we said earlier, again, the idea that potentially you can get these gigs at these giant companies, these big rock star video game companies. And so often what you've been through to get there is this, your life in judgment, as you're being vetted for a job. But it's all about talent. It's all about your ability. It's all about what you did yesterday and your portfolio and, what can you do for me tomorrow? And it's like your whole giddy up, your whole life, is kind of weighed in terms of your talents, in terms of your marketable talents, right? And I guess, it's a business, it's a business of dollars and cents. It's some great fundamental level. But the contrast between you as a creature of talent seeking to engage and have a job and engage with other creatives and find a home that way, which is what I got to find, and I am eternally grateful. Having all that contrasted with, it gets super real, super fast as a bullet when suddenly it's not about your talent. It is about your heart. It's about your mind. It's about, how do I get out of bed tomorrow? And suddenly, for all the talent in the world, whether you can code or paint or design or write or build, build a level or build a puzzle, no one ever taught us how to just stop and listen. And no one ever taught us how to look at the people to our left and right, the people on the teams we work with, the people we depend on to kind of move our big ideas forward, as part of a team. In my generation of developers, that wasn't the first thing. Certainly you make friends and you grow close to people you work with and things like that. But culturally, when we were young, when the industry was young, we just weren't taught how to do this. We weren't taught how to communicate. We weren't taught how to have empathy. We weren't taught how to sometimes I think, especially in these very fast moving,
Not running away.
yeah, in these fast moving and hard driving cultures, I think a lot of times as craftsmen, as developers, I think we also just start to see each other as the functions we perform. It's a terrible thing to say, right? But it can happen, right? And I wonder about it a lot, especially these days, where most developers are not working, if a lot of us work, singularly from home as indie devs or whatever, but like if you're part of one of these big, corporate design studios, everyone's on Zoom now, everyone's home, right? You're not even actually physically present with other people. And how much more of a buffer is that between you and your teammates? Even if you're on Zoom calls every day, the idea of going out of your way to stop and breathe and stop and consider what your teammates are going through, with the people to your left and right, even if it's over a Zoom call or whatever, what they're feeling, especially at this particular window of time. It's also it's a little heavy out there, right?
Yeah. It's super heavy.
It's, the normal tendencies to feel lonely, to feel disconnected, to feel awkward about engaging and speaking your truth when you're afraid and when you're alone and when you're anxious. How much worse now, and how much more necessary, even outside of the corporate framework of things, to remember that it's not just about the roles that we play, and it's not just about the frickin' product, and the end state of the product and excellence. That's all great. But you're not gonna get a damn thing if your people aren't happy and healthy and holding together and feel connected by more than just driving product.
I think what you said about listening is kind of the root of that. I was, earlier today we were talking about accommodating people with mental health challenges in the workplace, right? And the basis of really where we came to was ask people what they need, right? Listen to people, go to people and treat them as people, and with respect, and expect that they know what they need, or at least go in with that assumption. Sometimes people don't know what they need, but by asking, you create the space for that to happen, right? And as a manager, do that with respect, and then you also probably get more out of people because you get all of them, right? They can show up as their full selves, as opposed to only a part of themselves. And then you don't get defensive. I mean, I think about myself, right? I have, I'm very, very defensive, especially in personal relationships. And I get very fearful, and I react with defensiveness. But if somebody, kind of asks me what I need and listens, then that gives me the space to respond in a a less defensive way.
That's right through, right? Kind of draws you in, and makes you feel safe. And even that word, the idea of safety, I mean, I know gets used all the time these days, and maybe rightly so. It's a word that I wouldn't even really have considered using some years ago, but I thought about it so much since. That idea of looking back, I think there were many people I could have gone to, either laterally or elsewhere in the organization, folks I trusted to talk, but I psyched myself out. I kind of led myself to believe that it wasn't safe, and in hindsight, it would have been okay. The kingdom would not have fallen apart. The kingdom didn't fall apart. I mean that figuratively. Things might have gone a very different way.
Yep.
And I think, in my instance, by the time I was ready to talk, and by the time I was outside of the issue and ready to talk and ready to get perspective, but I appreciate when people, when you're in it, it's so hard, right? It's so hard to feel safe and to reach out to get that perspective,
How do we, I mean, my approach as the head of a nonprofit that does mental health work, I'm like, well, we need training and courses and workshops. And I talk about this all the time in as many places as I possibly can. I think, and the word that was just coming to my head was bravery. Like, how do we cultivate that sense of, or how do we help people lose that?
Almost instill it in the people around us, kind of that idea that all ships rise. What I've learned over the years, certainly relative to my experience leaving Blizzard, certainly there. And certainly in the years since, I know a lot of people in AA and Al-Anon, programs like that, where, these types of things are talked about often, your dirty inside reality, right? And it being okay to let people in, and kind of sharing that fundamental idea that we're all struggling with something, on a long enough timeline, we all kind of get knocked on our ass, and life is going to throw things at you, emotionally and practically. And kind of the idea, one of the great salves relationally, is just being able to talk candidly about your own issues and modeling that bravery, right? It is the first thing that allows, people within earshot to go, huh, maybe I don't have to be so wound up. Maybe I can share too. Maybe I can find the right person, that will hear me and see me in the state, in the place that I am, and help to lift, help to inspire, So I think, I think it does go back to modeling, and that's it's not always really easy.
No,
I think it starts there. I think it starts with, because it models more than just bravery. That's great. But it also models, like, you don't have to have it all together. You don't have to be, you just speak your truth. You just tell your story. You just open up. It doesn't have to be smart. It doesn't have to be brilliant. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to have grilled it in, with forethought. You just speak your truth to people, and kind of offer that vulnerability. Some people may, not recoil, but it may be hard. For some folks, it's hard just to lean back into that, and so the trick to it is also, don't give up. Don't get disheartened when you speak your truth, that people don't just magically, fall into your arms over it, right? Like, you have to be, I think, consistently brave to speak your truth. It's like it's like raising kids or whatever. Like, I've heard this many times. I don't know that I'm great at it, but it's the consistency of what you model, that the Rugrats are watching. And I don't think we as adults are really all that different. I really do not,
No. And the one thing, though, that I will say is, here we are, two white people talking about these things, and it's a little easier, right? I have a whole lot of privilege that I bring to these conversations, and being vulnerable is hard for me. And someone who doesn't have that level of privilege and doesn't feel like feels actual danger, or and I think this is where the issue of harassment and abuse go say what you're going to say. I didn't hear you.
Oh no, just flowing with you.
Yeah, it's like, what is it feels to me like that's the place where then it's our responsibility, those of us with privilege, to facilitate those spaces, and to, like, that's where safe space really comes in. Is like, at some point we have to really shut up and listen, and really
provide that venue,
and this, and like the barriers around it, because otherwise there's danger.
Right. We had obviously I can't speak any more to the viciousness of the internet than, I'm sure anyone else has,
Yeah.
and it is of note to me, in my privilege or whatever, for such a, for effectively for a number of years, I was kind of the front man for the band. I got out pretty easy, I'll be honest with you. And I pissed these kids off, one end and up the other. And, there were tidal waves of displeasure about my storylines or, things I was doing.
Yeah.
But I got off pretty easy at the end of the day. So, I'll never really know. I will never really know the depths of it and the depths of the outrage and the frustration and the honestly, the grieving that occurs when you feel like maybe that'll never change. And there may not be, justice coming anytime soon, right? Like I'll never really understand that. I think I can intellectualize it. And you can only scream into the cyclone for so long, like fuck, can everybody be just civil? Why is everyone so out of their minds and vicious and cruel? But going back a step to what you had said about, I think you had said something along the lines of safe spaces or facilitating places where these discussions, can be had. There was a moment back in, I can't remember the year, but we had started Overwatch, right? And our intention with Overwatch was to make it, relative to, it's a near future sci-fi setting. So we wanted to use the world and cultures and people and build characters that, I don't know, weren't just orc warlords and, had a level of, I hesitate to say a level of reality, but a rootedness in the world that we see and the cultures that we are from and the walks of life that we are from. We really wanted to build something positive, so we began to develop all these characters. And of course, a bunch of, largely middle-aged nerds, in Southern California are like,
yeah,
are these ideas okay? Or I think the first one, I think we were going to make the Tracer character gay, like, well, I don't know if I know how to write a gay character such that it will be convincing and feel cool, to a kid out there that's like, oh, finally, good job, Blizzard, but ooh, you did such a terrible job. We were, like, how do we do this? So we actually wound up having a series of discussions with a lot of the kids around the Shot Kids. I speak as if I'm 80. A lot of the folks around Blizzard from the LGBTQ community, and just kind of sat down like, well, guys, we can pitch you on the current ideas, and we need you to fire back. It'd be like that's the worst thing I've ever heard. Or, hey, make sure you don't do this. Good Lord, please don't write it in this way. So we had a really good practical discussion or series of discussions, but very quickly, those discussions kind of turned, and it really wasn't about Overwatch, right? And really started talking a lot about the culture and Blizzard, and like a lot of places, that perspective or that perception of old school boys club versus, I don't know, just a much more open-ended, inclusive culture that we really said we wanted. We really said we wanted to embrace, but were we always doing it as managers and as leaders? Because our frame of reference is such that, like, are we even aware of when it's not happening? Because it's not aimed at us. When it goes south, like we don't know. We're not the ones that are hurt. We're not the ones that are, frustrated and unheard. So we had done a series of these discussions, and it was super cool. And that's just with one group, right? I mean, that's just
yeah.
And I know that there were a series of discussions and groups that were formed of just all the females. I'm like, oh, I can't say females. All the women in the organization really had a long-running discussion about what the reality is on the ground, and how frustrating things can be, even in a culture that wants to do well that way. I think you always have to kind of check yourself and not get complacent. And like you said earlier, really, it was in actually the previous panel, really listen for those voices, and sometimes you might not hear it if you don't allow for a platform for those voices. So, I think those efforts are ongoing at Blizzard, and I'm proud of that. But I think that's part of it, as we kind of take a step back towards, you know, kind of what we were going with. How do you enable people to feel safe to come forward and really share themselves, right? Well, part of it, like we said, is modeling of the behavior. But I think sometimes it's not just singularly modeling. I think some of these organizations need to model it. And the way that you can is by engaging in these types of groups or jam sessions or discussions that clearly makes it okay to kind of come forward and, you know, speak your truth and be heard, you know.
Right, but also, I mean, I think it's really poignant what you're saying is that, you know, that you want to model this culture and you don't even know if you are, right?
Yeah.
And it's only when it exists inside a company that you can actually make the game that you want to make, right? You have to do one in order to do the other. I mean, that's, I've been talking about that ad nauseum. To hear you say that is wonderful, but I think one of the ways you do that is by actually bringing those people in, right? And changing the composition of a company. Right. Yeah, over time. Easier said than done, but, you know, kind of essential, I would say.
Yeah, when your culture's utterly homogenous, you know.
Yeah.
You know, there's also, it's funny. Here's a stupid example. At a practical nerd level, right? Is, you know, I'll be 47 this year, you know, so I'm ancient, you know, when it comes right down to it. You know, and I grew up on heavy metal and, you know, 90s comic book art and just the height of, I don't know how to put it, you know, just rock and roll, insane, you know, aesthetic. And it is kind of interesting, as we were developing Overwatch, I had to catch myself, and I'm working with a much younger team at that point, and or much younger artists and art directors. And I remember any number of times just kind of stopping and going, oof, I'm dating myself, you know, in terms of the references I would use. You know, I use a lot of references as I'm jamming and being creative. And what a horrifying moment you get to when all of your references are from movies that were out before, you know, half of your team was born, right? And so kind of this idea of, you know, when you're over homogenized, right, when everyone's my age, is any idea we're hooking and working on gonna land? You know, is it all going to sing to the generation coming up? You know, because is your voice tired? Are your thoughts relevant anymore? It's stuff I think about from time to time, but I think that there is absolutely a cultural version of that, right? And certainly a corporate cultural version of that.
For sure.
You know, where, you know, the ways we work and the best practices you've learned and the tribal knowledge that you've acquired, and that cult-like thing, even though it works really, really well, I think you can die in that. I think you can wither in that. I think, you know, I think you can be so lost and deep in that you lose connection with the world as it's moving around you, with the change in the world as it's occurring around you, with the voices of people that are, you know, louder and stronger over time, right? You know, like, do you hear it from outside the walls, you know? So it behooves people to be thinking of these types of things, even when you're giant and successful. You know, you kind of have to stay aware of just the reality of people. And maybe that segues back into that empathy discussion we were having, right? You know, there's the individual level of that, you know, hey, are you cool? Like, I noticed you were quiet in that meeting. You all right? Like, I know I get nervous, you know, it's funny because just before this call, I was tummy problems. I'm like, why am I so nervous?
Well, being vulnerable is hard. this is tough.
but that idea of coming back to certainly the empathy of the individuals around you, and by your example, reminding them that they have worth. They're worth talking to. They're worth engaging. You know, their feelings. You know, they're worth, you know, your time and regard. There's also a macro cultural version of that, where these companies we work for, and just even as fans, you know, whose games we play and we love, the same thing kind of holds true. You know, there's a contract there, you know, with your, not only your workers, but the, you know, the fans you acquire over time. And, you know, I think that's one thing. No company's perfect, but I was there for it, and I've seen, and I believe, like, you know, Blizzard's tried hard over the years to kind of have a sensitivity to people. You know, this was embodied by Mike Morhaime, you know, who's such a sweet, loving dude. You know, we tried to be good with that kind of stuff, and I love that about it. You know, but there's always, you know, room to improve, and you know, but I like that. You know, in my heyday, you know, yeah, you know, back in the 2000s, you know, it really did strive to be that kind of house, and you know, I know that it still does, and I love that. You know, just by virtue of not having worked anywhere else, like, I can only assume that other companies have a similar value, right?
Yeah.
You know, so I kind of lost my train of thought there.
No, you covered it all. I think you did pretty well.
Also, I don't know where to look. Do I look in the center? Like, bonehead, right? Like, I keep looking at your monitor, but it might look like I am not looking.
Well, I'm looking over at the Slack conversation, and I'm looking. So yeah, yeah, and distracted by the noise in the rest of the house, because that's the way the world works these days. So, and I'm getting peanut gallery comments from
Right. One of
Slack.
these days, I'm gonna get super fly with Zoom and Skype and be a
Yeah. Well, today's been quite the crash course. But I do want to be sensitive to time, because it's already 4:22, and we said we'd finish 12 minutes ago. But I mean, this conversation is super compelling, and there's so much to it. Are there any other, like, last thoughts that you have that you really want to, you know, bring to this conversation? And then I'll kind of wrap up, because this has been a great capstone to today's conversations.
You know, I guess I would just reiterate, what do you always hear? Everyone you meet is fighting a secret battle you don't know about, right? I love that statement, and I know that it is true.
Yeah.
You don't have to be tough, you know, you don't have to be, you know, I mean, you know, we all got to do what we got to do in our lives, right? You know, we got to take care of our families, and, you know, do our jobs or whatever. But you don't have to do it all on your own, and you don't have to carry the weight of your fears indefinitely, and be drowned, you know, like. Yeah. And when it's hard to ask for help, I guess I would just say to everyone else, you know, listen and watch, and just try to be attentive to the people around you, you know, whether it's on Zoom calls or whatever else. And just ask, be curious, you know, show love that way. You show so much love in just being curious about someone and doing them the honor of just asking how they're doing that day. It's such a small thing, and not everyone will respond, and not everyone will be comfortable enough to respond. Do it the next day. Do it again. Be consistent. You show so much love in the littlest things, and you'd be surprised at how often, I think all of us have this response of how sometimes how surprised people are, like, I'm okay, you know, like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
so amazing to have it asked, you know.
Yeah.
You can touch people's lives in the smallest ways, and especially in this pocket of time with quarantine and red versus blue and our cities ablaze, and just as insane as this time is, right now is the time to be especially empathetic, you know, especially aware, because what I also know, you know, from you know, AA and Al-Anon and things like that, I know that the cure to a lot of our fears and a lot of our insecurities and the imposter syndrome and everything else, a lot of times is the most unexpected thing. It is being selfless. It's getting out of your head, even momentarily, and thinking about someone else, and put yourself in someone else's shoes. And remembering that for as crushing as your fears and insecurities can be, sometimes just getting out of your head for a little bit helps to kind of reset your day and reset your perspective and get you perspective on, you know what, I'm not alone. And, you know, like everyone deals with this stuff. I'm not locked on Mars, you know, and in that, you know, maybe it can be okay. You know, that empathy requires action. You know, I think often it involves asking, it involves going out of your way, and that consistently, you know. So I don't know if that was not concise, but that's my thoughts.
Great. It was great. And that thing you said there, empathy requires action. I think that's like really powerful. That's an amazing, because it gives us, you know, it crystallizes for me that like we have something we can do to foster empathy,
yeah.
and to cultivate it in ourselves. And I think that's really what we've talked about all day today, is how do we create the space to be able to talk about our own vulnerability and give people the space to be vulnerable in response. And that's an extraordinary thing. And so so thank you for providing that foil for this conversation. It's really powerful. And I appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Well, it was a good jam.
Yeah, awesome. So go on.
Yeah, well, just say a good jam and a worthy cause, you know.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. And on that note, I'm gonna I will release you from your camera duties. And thank everybody for coming and participating today. It's been a really quite fruitful and energizing day, and I've just been I'm so grateful to all of our panelists and our participants, and I want to thank also our indie sponsor, Two Dogs Entertainment. Ken Hall from Two Dogs will be on a panel tomorrow, and we have a great day to look forward to tomorrow with panels about game design and game mechanics. I'm quite excited about tomorrow, which will feel very different from today in terms of its area of focus, but equally as important. And so I wish everybody a lovely evening. I hope you all go take a break, get away from your screen. I'm going to go walk my dog, and I'll see you all tomorrow.